What is up, everyone? How you guys doing? Welcome back to another episode of See You Next Tuesday, where we open up the Discord to talk about random shit that's been going on. Yeah, with that, I'm gonna play the intro, and we'll jump straight. All right, enough of that. Let's undeafen and say what's up to the people in here. Hello, hello.
Hello.
What is
Hello,
up,
are we a
guys?
go?
Yeah, we are a go. What up, Flezzy? What up, Michelle?
Hi. I'm Dave.
Also, all the other viewers, thank you for showing up and watching the show.
All right. Well, it looks like I'll be piloting for a little bit.
Yeah, Dave's going to be piloting the beginning of the show. I'll be back in a little bit.
So what I'm going to do is we're going to queue up the first video just so that you can have the
thing
video
up.
showing.
Yeah.
Yeah. So if you wouldn't mind pulling that up now, that would be great. So the plan for the start of this stream right now, as I'm trying to open the stream and look at the chat in case I need to respond to anything, we're going to look into it's been revealed that Pokimane has had a secret boyfriend this whole time. We're going to look and see who it is and learn a little bit about him. So we'll start with the video, what it's like dating at Pokimane. Just to let us know what's going on, because most people probably have no idea what's happening right now.
I heard it's kind of wild.
She chose a winner.
Mm.
We'll just say that.
This looks like somebody who Pearl would date. Go ahead.
Probably, yeah, 100%. Oh yeah, are you ready? Here we go.
Pokimane.
Yeah, I should probably click on the video so I can watch it live too, huh? What is that?
Life. Each and every day with you is better than the last. It's just like fine wine. It's just like honey and the honeycomb. And you know what? I want to ask you a question. Will you marry me?
I definitely would. That sounds like a winner.
That was not quite the one I wanted to start on, but
It's an appetizer.
it is. It's something. It'll give you a little hint as to what's to come. But I was going for the what it's like dating Pokimane for the starter. Because this is where it starts. This is where we learn who it is. So for those of you who don't know, Pokimane is like the largest female streamer on Twitch. She is the Twitch darling. Amon. And yeah, go ahead. Sorry.
There's something I want to tell you guys. All of you from the Showboat Army. And all those that have been wondering. What is it like dating Pokimane aka Iman Anez. Before I get started, this journey began a long time ago when I first saw Pokemon's Twitch channel. And I kind of knew it was love at first sight when I first saw her. Now, I don't
Hello,
know what I
what?
said to her. The first thing I said to her is probably hello.
Do what?
I was saying hi to the chat.
Oh,
And
I need to pull that up.
I know every now and then that thing got a little spicy in the chat. And she never banned me for it, which I'm eternally grateful for it, because I would be missing out on a whole lot. But I'm getting a little bit ahead of myself.
So see, literally, it all started from
her Twitch channel.
her not banning him. Like, that is a pure sign that she's into you, is if she doesn't ban you. We all know this. Like, if you're saying I love you, Iman, and she doesn't ban you, that means she loves you too.
Oh,
Obviously. You can go ahead and continue.
Maybe 3 or 4 years ago.
He's not just crazy, though. That's where you're wrong. We'll get
Or
there.
maybe in 2018, somewhere around there. It's been a while. It's been quite a while. But I've been following her journey for a long time. Now, I definitely have to say, she's definitely a wild girl. She definitely is. And you know what? I liked her for it. She was very unafraid to be herself, despite controversy always coming her way. And I noticed that. She said whatever she wanted to say, felt the way she felt, and she said it. She is very, very attractive. She attracted me very easily. Very easily. Just like she's doing right now. But again, we're getting ahead of ourselves. Moving a bit forward, I continue to watch her Twitch channel every time she goes live. I may have missed a few every now and then.
Like,
but
I'm
not,
upset that he missed a
all the
few.
time.
I don't know how, as her boyfriend, you can actually miss a few. Like, that's kind of messed up. Why would you miss her stream? You're there to support her.
I know, right? I'm a piece of shit.
That's so disappointing. I mean, I don't miss any of my girlfriend's streams. But go on. You may continue.
But again, we're gonna move a bit forward to when we started dating, officially started dating. Now, we've been talking on Twitter. You guys may not have noticed that. When she would say certain things on Twitter, like give me a hug, I love you guys. She was really saying it to me. She was speaking to me directly
Is this real?
through her audience. Which I can appreciate her saying it publicly like that. She didn't officially say who it was, and she's still not, which I can appreciate. I'm the one saying it though, on her behalf, which I'm not afraid to say. I am Pokemon's boyfriend, aka Shobo99, aka Shobi Jacobs.
There you go.
Now, where this all began is when
This
I
is
asked her to
announcement. This is
marry
when he
me.
makes it official.
You may have saw the video that I put out. I asked her to marry
Which we
me.
did. I was intending to watch that
And
after.
she said
But
no. She
we did
DM'd
watch
me,
that.
and I asked her to marry me, and she said no. Which is fine.
see?
I wasn't broken up about it. And here's the reason why. She kept talking to me afterwards, which let me know that she absolutely still liked me, which I knew a long time ago, but I did not have the guts to exactly say it until now.
He's got that
So,
Ohio Riz.
talking in our DMs.
I know. Is that a safe?
What, behind him?
Yeah, like to the right of, or is that just?
I think it's either like a nightstand or like a filing cabinet of some sort.
Oh, okay.
Pretty sure. I don't even.
It looks like his
trying to
desk.
figure out what's on top of it.
This webcam headphones and a mic stand.
Yeah, there you
I thought those were those little tracer things you put on your leg when you house arrest.
go. No, come on. This man would never hurt a fly. He is an upstanding citizen. I don't know what you're talking about. But yeah, I guess that's his computer desk or something behind him. Yeah, because I can see at the corner of the computer monitor. But yeah, this man has a lot of passion, as you can tell by his shirt.
That loud, set proud.
But she did start out by saying no. This is how you know. She started by saying no. This is why I believe it. Because if he was like, I asked her to marry me and she was just like, yes, and was like, now we're married, then I wouldn't believe him. But see, he's even admitting that she said no to him. And then they continued talking, and this shows how their love blossomed. You may continue.
And I wasn't sure if it was her or not. And she may have asked me for some money, and I blocked her ass.
There you go. See, look, he's a G. She asked him for money, and he blocked her.
Because I had no clue who it was. But it was her alt account. It's her alt account. So that's why I wasn't sure who it was. I had to make sure who it was. So what I did is I went back and said, okay, let's start over. Let's start our conversation over. And she was a bit upset at first, which I don't blame her for, because she couldn't get to her account for a little while. Mm-hmm.
Yeah, she got locked out of her account, you know.
Basically, the rest is history. We've been talking.
This is how the
on different
relationship
platforms.
started.
I'd rather not go into which ones they are for privacy reasons, so don't go looking for her or anything like that. But anyway, we've been discussing things. And long story short, guys, not skipping anything, we have been having lots of discussions in the bedroom. Lots of discussions in the bedroom.
Look at that.
Does that make her anything less of a woman? Absolutely not.
Your boy is doing stuff. He's not just talking. He acting.
He all up in that.
He's putting the work in. Go ahead. Sorry.
Dave.
What?
You need help.
No, this man is teaching us all how to do it. He's teaching us all the riz.
Like, I'm taking notes right now. This is like,
Yeah.
I've never heard this before.
Yeah. I mean, listen, he's got the top streamer on Twitch. If we can learn something from anyone, it's him.
Mm-hmm. Pokimane to Pokemon. Let's go.
Yeah. Precisely. Let's go. All right.
Now that makes her more of a woman, and I love her for it.
What's up, Crap?
And there's been a lot of Twitter beef as of late about that. And I'm here to put that to rest. She's not a whore. She's not any of that.
Oh.
I can tell you that for certain because I'm with her. And we're talking basically almost 24/7. So, moving forward, we just celebrated our 1 month anniversary. And we kind of celebrated it.
Ooh, what'd you do?
By getting naked.
Oh, shit.
By getting naked on camera. We only showed each other that though. We kept it between us. Now you may have noticed that I've shared some photos with you guys. You're not gonna find them on social media because they were just meant for me. But I shared it to let you guys know that I'm with her and she is my girlfriend.
Wait, is he saying? Hold on. Did he say that he shared the photos?
Got Destiny 2.0 on our hands.
Oh my god. Okay, maybe this guy does have some problems. Is that what he was saying, or did I misunderstand? Soaring. What did you hear of that?
I heard he said that he shared photos, but not on social media. So good luck finding them.
Oh, so he showed him to some random 19-year-old girl.
What he's saying is to tell. He's telling me to go find them, right?
He's telling you to go to Wiki.
No, I think he's saying that he went
a
naked
Wiki
with
from-
Pokimane.
Yeah, that's what he's saying. But I guess that he got some nudie photos and he shared them with some friends to prove that it's real. So interesting. But we can.
He's got an Oculus shaped head.
He does have a very strange shaped head. And as a fellow bald, I can tell you that is not normally
Like,
shaped like that.
I don't know if it's me, but it's very indented.
Like he may have got hit with a baseball bat at some point in his life.
It looks like it.
Possibly.
Like on one side, maybe two
Just
sides.
flat. It's very flat right there.
He's very bad at keeping that kept up though. Like just go bald all the way, bro.
Yeah.
Just let it go.
See, look. Just my camera's not.
Look
pointing
at his
my head.
webcam.
Hey, it's Dave.
Bald.
Yeah, but you don't have crazy indents like him.
I know. And I
Like-
went bald. Look, he's still got like fuzz around there. He doesn't like clear it. He's very fuzzy.
Looks like he hasn't shaved in a while.
Yeah. Shaving's expensive, man. All right. We can continue. So apparently he shared it with his close associates, but not on social media. So he might be Destiny
Moving
2.0.
forward to
Let's see what he says.
now. We are going to be getting married very soon.
Oh,
And I
shit.
showed you guys the ring. Very beautiful ring. She loves it, I love it. I'm not gonna say where we're getting married because we don't want to be doxxed or anything like that. But I'm here to tell you, I love her and she loves me. I've noticed I've been getting unfollowed on social media, which is fine. As long as I have her in my life, it don't matter. And people may ask about the money and everything. Are you dating her because you want her money? Are you dating her because of her status? Are you dating her because of this reason or for that reason? And the answer is no. I'm dating her, for who she is. Not because of what she does or how much money she has. But
He likes her
guys,
for her,
out
guys.
there, thank you for
Stop,
watching.
stop trying to call him a gold
If you have any
digger.
questions,
I thought it was
leave them in the
that
comment
ass.
section.
True.
Bye guys. See you in the next video.
So this is basically just his confirmation that he is the man who is dating Pokimane. Now, you may ask, how did he win her over? If that marriage proposal didn't work, what did? I have another video for you. We're going to show you how he gained Pokimane's attention and his mad skills. Here we go. You got a
Serenade.
talented man here.
Dream big.
Hello, Iman. The love of my
His hair is even worse in this one, to be honest.
I wrote this song for you off the top of my head. And I mean, there aren't really many words I can say to describe it. Because it's kind of free form. But, let's see.
He knows one finger position on this guitar.
All right.
There you go.
I am wet right now.
Me too. I wish there were some words to it, you know? See, me and him need to team up so I can sing along with his wonderful guitar playing. I feel like we're about the same caliber. We've got about the same skill level. That we would make like the ultimate team. We could raise the world if I sang and he played guitar.
I think y'all are both delusional, but moving on.
How much to kick name?
Yeah,
go ahead and
$1,000.
You can donate $100 and you can kick me. Sean can run the show for it by himself. All right. What do we want to move on to? You can take your pick, Soaring, of which one you think would be the most fun for the next update in the storyline.
This is Dave hour, so we're doing drama, right?
Yeah, we're doing drama right now because we're not. It's not even drama. We're just covering Shellbone because he is amazing, and we need to understand more about Shellbone, aka Pokemon boyfriend. Let's go with
Babe, who are you calling a real man besides me?
Yeah. That one's a really good one. Short, but very funny.
So, everyone, I want to tell you something. I was just watching Pokemon stream, and I got a little beef with her right now. We are celebrating our 4-month.
Dude needs to blow his nose and shave his face.
I think he's on drugs.
He's snot maxing.
Those are like Coke nose.
Said something to her body.
This man cannot afford cocaine. Come on.
He owns a house.
And he did say
that's Coke nose. That's Coke nose. That's not.
Oh shit.
Now what am I supposed to think about that?
Damn.
Am I crazy for it?
So what happened was, while she was on, I think there was a longer version of that I've seen, but basically what happened, he was watching her stream and she was talking to another dude, and he did something and she's like, "Now that's a real man," and he was like, "Huh? How's he a real man and not me? What the hell is that? Are you trying to say I'm not a real man?" That's basically what she's saying to him. She's calling him not a real man, even though he's her boyfriend. That's a little fucked up, don't you think?
That motherfucker.
All right, let me pull it up so I can see where I want to guide you. Okay, here's where we find out a little more. Go to I'm homeless in California. This is also related to the Pokemon situation. It's not that funny, but it's kind of funny.
Alright guys, so I am in California currently. I wasn't able to make the Grammys. That's okay. I had a bit of bigger fish.
He was going to the Grammys to meet up with Pokemon, and she was going.
We'll see how things
They were going to go together.
I did actually find me a place to stay, but I didn't even know. I wasn't even sure if I was going to move out here to California, but you know what? Whatever. Alright guys, so I have a bit of a story to tell.
He ends so well on these.
And
Bye.
Okay, guys.
This is something that I'm fighting for myself. Let's see if I can get in the light. Okay. So basically, guys, I am doing a charity on my Twitch channel for homelessness. And I want you guys to know, ever since I moved out here to California, I've been homeless myself. And you know what? I guess I said, you know what? I want to experience it. How is it to be homeless? And you know what, guys? It's not good at all. It is not good at all because you have
Really?
to yourself.
He's not
Really?
because he doesn't have any money.
Anything like
It's a
that.
social experiment. He's only homeless to prove a point. He needs it's a social experiment. He just wants to understand what it's like to be homeless so he can explain it to us and we won't have to worry about it.
I'm wondering who's.
I feel like anyone can tell how it is to be homeless by just looking at a homeless guy.
Or just walk outside.
Yeah.
Don't go inside for a while.
Yeah. All right.
Or going camping.
I mean,
Camping is fun though. Camping is different. Camping is you're out with your friends and shit and enjoying your
camping
time.
you can still go home the next day.
Yeah.
Homeless means you don't have somewhere to go. So if it starts raining,
No address.
good luck, man. You gotta find somewhere to hide with a roof or an umbrella. But yeah. So right now he's in California, where he went to meet Pokemon. This was only 3 weeks ago, by the way. This is pretty current. We're gonna watch these next few in a row. Because this one's the rest of homeless in California, and then the next one's found a shelter. He found somewhere to stay.
I
Go ahead.
don't think if it's a shelter. Right?
No,
If
it's
he's
not a
living
shelter.
in a spot.
You'll see. You'll see. You'll see where he's staying. He's smart.
So ever since Sunday,
Not true. You can be homeless in that car. Yeah, we know that.
right now. Not gonna say
No,
what
the car
hospital
becomes your
I'm in,
home.
But guys, basically, if you want to,
You don't have no valid address. Therefore, you are homeless.
On my Twitch channel, and basically,
Yeah, I'll give you that.
help out people that are on the street.
Is it written
like
on
myself.
his wrist what he was in for?
Some things I want to talk about.
Him. He had like a medical bracelet.
He has a
you'll
medical
see-
bracelet?
You'll understand in the next one. The next one
Okay,
explains
okay.
that. Okay.
Also, was
I don't want to get too far ahead of us.
some neighborhoods here in California are really, really rough.
Yeah.
And I thought Houston, Texas was bad. Some places here is really rough. So let me tell you the story. I got off the bus, which I didn't know California had a bus line or anything like that. So I got to know that. So basically, when I got off
I don't
the
know many
bus,
places in America that
120,
don't have a
you guys
bus
know that
line
bus.
somewhere.
It's facts.
I mean, you have to be in a rural ass place to not have bus lines. Like, I'm not in a big city at all right now, and there's a bus. That's kind of crazy. And California, obviously, I'm pretty sure there's nowhere in the state that doesn't have public transportation.
Yeah, they're socialist as hell.
Yeah. And they have super high gas taxes and stuff.
Who the hell's paying his phone bill? Anyway,
Bro, he's rich. I don't know what you're talking about. Look, he is a famous YouTuber.
I do
He is
feel like
Shellbone99.
I do feel like this might be slightly fake, but we'll see.
I mean, bro's got 365 subscribers
More than me.
and thousands of views on his videos. Thousands. 3.7 thousand videos on the What's It's Like Dating at Pokimane. So he ain't dumb. All right. You can continue.
Can you?
and I ended up leaving my backpack on the
Okay,
bus.
Ghosty, thank you for
So I
that
lost
info.
all of my clothes and
Did not know
belongings.
that.
And I lost my wife's wedding ring on the bus as well, which kind of hurt me.
Not only that, you can get Obama
Right.
phones.
Oh, that's right.
Through it all, I've learned to trust in Jesus. Through it all, I learned to trust in God. And like I said, it's one thing to
Pokemon,
raise money
obviously.
for it. It's another thing to actually go through it.
What's up, Ghosty, by the way?
So, guys, thank you.
All right.
Yes, Christine, his wife. I think he's talking about Pokemon, though.
I'm almost positive he's talking about Pokemon. If he was talking about somebody else, that's gonna throw another
That's the
wrench
mask.
in this.
Damn,
whole-
he's got a better mic than I do.
Bro, that's
It
the
does.
mask. That's the mask slipping right there. That's what that was.
Dude, I'm telling you, he actually had some money at some point. At least to start out.
He's got a nice mic.
Probably got
But he has a
doped out.
home phone? Who the fuck has a home phone?
I don't know. My
Who
mom.
has a home phone in 2025, bro?
He has the same mic as me. What the hell? Bro, look at this shit.
I'm telling you, it's fake.
It's the same mic.
Ooh.
Dude, y'all,
My thing is who?
bro, y'all
I'm just more shocked about the home phone.
y'all are doing it wrong.
Guess.
You can step your game up.
I just need to date Pokemon and I'll have everything. Thousands of viewers. It might be the next step. He's obviously has enough money to get a PS5 too. Jesus. All right, found a shelter. Saw that PS5 unboxing video.
Can we just talk about the title of this? I'm being held back by witchcraft.
It's part of this. It's a progression between the three of these. Don't worry. Don't spoil it.
Good morning, everyone. I'm still out here in California, doing my best out here. And you know what? I got some good news and I got some bad news. The good news is basically they have found me a shelter to go to. So this is like temporary housing where I can go live and stay until I can find a place to go. I have applied for benefits and all that, so hopefully it won't take long to get
Hey, Lauren.
that. And
Hello, how are you guys?
let's see what else.
Amazing. Welcome to the stream.
I am still working and getting things together. So, like I said, hopefully the shelter is only temporary. There's a lot to explore here in California and a lot to see.
Is he not
Yeah.
going to tell you what his shelter plan is? Oh, I thought he said so in that one. Shit. I should have pre-watched and queued these up properly. It must be in the next one.
Is this the schizophrenic?
This is Pokemon's boyfriend. What are you talking about? Don't say
Oh,
schizophrenic.
okay, yeah, my bad. Yeah,
Come
you
on.
got it. He got it. Yeah, for sure.
Oh, we did skip statement about our relationship too. We'll go back to that. I'm just trying to get through these ones. Maybe he'll explain it in this one what his trick was, how he got away with.
Hello, everyone. There is an update I would like to make to everyone out there that's been watching Show for 99.
Excuse me, sir. You can't be filming.
I'm doing so.
You can't be filming. I understand.
Yes, do you understand what I'm doing?
There's a HIPAA law in place. Okay, patient privacy. You can't be doing
Well, then
that.
let me talk to you about it.
You could talk to me. Go ahead.
Someone's been doing something illegal to me.
Okay.
And it is through witchcraft. They've been trying to kill me. They've been trying to stop my business and everything. And I told police about it. That's why I'm making a video about it to get it out there.
Okay.
And I've told police, and I've said it several times to just about everyone, and no one's listened to me.
Okay.
So what can we be done about that?
Have you talked to the charge nurse?
No.
Maybe they can want me to get the charge nurse for you?
Yeah.
Okay. If you don't mind turning that off, I'll get the charge nurse for you, please.
This is all part of his trick, though. This is how he gets the free shelter. He pretends that he's crazy. So that way they'll put him in the crazy house. So he gets free room and board. And they just take care of him.
Hmm.
See? It's a trick.
Hmm.
And that way he can save up some money while
Save
he's
up some
in
money
California.
while he spends it all.
Well, no, he's getting the money from streaming. Look, that video had 1.5 thousand views when he said he was being held back by witchcraft. So
How much
I mean,
does that get you on YouTube? Like,
I have no idea.
okay, I'm just,
If
yeah.
anything, I
Hmm.
I don't think he gets anything, to be
Yeah, I
honest,
was
because
gonna say I'm pretty sure he gets nothing. But
I don't think he's monetized yet.
how many
He's only got
subscribers does he have?
398.
Hmm.
More than me.
But he's climbing. He's climbing. Make sure you go over to Shelbo and sub up
Oh, and don't forget
for more content.
to like and subscribe.
And if you haven't hit that like button yet, what are you waiting for? I haven't hit it because I'm an asshole. But I hit it now. Yeah. Christine, don't hit the like button.
So hello everybody.
Stop trying to
Just a
gaslight
update.
Christine.
So,
It's
I
not
found me a
gaslighting.
place
It's called
to
reverse
stay.
psychology.
Is he actually shaving his head or putting lotion on it?
Oh, that's shaved.
I don't know what's on his head,
That looks
I
way
know.
cleaner. It's still oddly shaped, but it's
It-
cleaner.
but he's got like lotion on it.
A transitional
It's probably both, yeah.
So it's where you basically move in with different roommates and everything.
Because that was bugging me too before I even clicked the video.
Yo, wait, what was on
Yes,
his
he's in
wall
a house
right
now.
there? What?
Hold on, is that a halfway? Is that a halfway house?
Yeah. No, I mean, it's a whole way
Turn it
house.
further back. What the fuck?
Are you talking about like the bugs or whatever?
Like that?
Yeah.
What? That was like
Oh, that?
schizophrantines on a fucking whiteboard in his living room. What the fuck is going?
Can we enhance the quality?
Look,
Maybe.
It looked like a murder board on the right. Like, what the fuck is that?
No, it might not be his house. It might be a place that he stays at when they eject him because it's on the
Hmm.
Hmm.
hospital.
Every time I pause it, it just doesn't clear.
Do you have?
Oh,
Let's see. Oh, still not
What the
clear.
fuck?
Even at max 4K.
Right,
Is
this
he
is not,
watching Ellen DeGeneres too?
It
dude.
looks like
Oh my.
No, that's Pokemon, isn't it?
I don't know.
It
This
looked like Iman on the left.
Bro, this ain't CSI.
I'm not
Chill.
looking.
Chill.
Yeah, he's watching Poke. He's watching Pokey.
Hmm.
looks like
Yo,
This is CSI for the record.
nice. It's
people have been
very
murdered in that
inexpensive,
house 100%.
but that's a bit
No
of a
way.
because
This man, he's a teddy bear. Come on. Obviously, he would never hurt a fly.
he'll show-
I don't remember where he explains the fact that he's pretending to be crazy to get a house or something like that, or something medically
I think
related.
it's probably this one.
That's what I thought, but no, he didn't say that. We watched that. It must have been in an earlier video. I watched these through somebody else, so I don't know the order of everything.
Yeah, I've only seen like the Atozi video, which I put in the side chat, but that's like a long ass video. So
Oh, I didn't see that.
because it does like
Alright.
a good job at kind of summarizing what the hell's going on.
We can do one more. Do the statement about our relationship.
So, Iman, I want to tell you something very, very important. I love you very much, and I definitely want to tell you how I feel about you. And I've told you several times before, and I want you to know something. I love you. And I have contact with the media as well, let you know how I feel. There's definitely something I want you to know. I want to let everybody know.
Poor random kid in the video.
I know this is something that you don't exactly want to be talking about. I know you're trying to keep it a secret. It's okay. Definitely because you've probably been burned in the past. You don't want to tell people about it. It's okay. We've been together for 3 months now, and I want to let you know I got you.
I got you.
I got you, babe.
I think Chud covered this too. I wanted to watch that, but I didn't get to it recently.
Yeah, this just seems like one of those, weird ass parasocial skits that I see people do,
Yeah, like it's fake.
I don't know. I think he might actually be crazy. Oh, okay. So the real explanation, I don't know where the rest of them are. I don't know if they were in shorts or what, but there's a whole explanation of how he got to this point. From what I understand, is there is an account that reached out to him after he posted the "Will you marry me?" And
I would assume they probably did. Yeah, makes sense.
it was Pokimane lol like __1. And it's like, this is my official account on Telegram, but it's private, so nobody knows. And they make AI videos of Pokimane to try to sucker people for money. And they got him to send them money, supposedly. And they just talk back and back, like catfishing him using her likeness.
So
And like,
basically, people just wanted to screw with him.
yeah, so he definitely, well, I guess, yeah, somebody wanted, at least one person wanted to screw with him and got him to believe this, that this Telegram person, and he did probably send her money, and she got him to go out to California, whoever this fake person is. So it's pretty messed up.
So wait, did he ever actually meet up with the fake person?
No, everything's been online. He hasn't actually met somebody live. I'm pretty sure the rest of it was in shorts. I'm gonna have to watch it on somebody else's. But yeah, I didn't collate all this data, and there's a lot of it. Anybody have any thoughts on Shelbo 99 or Shelbo 55 if he's on Twitch or Instagram?
Nope.
Sean, what are your thoughts?
I still think it's fake.
Do you think he's just doing this for attention?
But usually I'm wrong about these. But I don't know. Maybe I just can't believe that someone's this crazy. But I don't know. Because look, he's got a freaking gaming PC.
Well, is it that he's great? See, maybe Dave brings up an interesting point with the catfishing thing, because it's like, well, maybe he's not crazy. Maybe he just actually got catfished and is just stupid.
I think that's more likely, is that he's kind of stupid, because he also believed he's part of OTK.
Which is when you think about it that way, that almost makes it kind of sad, because it's like,
yeah,
okay, well, now you're just kind of, I mean, it's basically just a classic catfish situation, I guess, where somebody's naive and gets taken advantage of for money, basically.
It's people taking advantage of the mentally deficient. I don't feel like he's 100% there. Like, if you watch when he's doing his stream, he is kind of blank faced. Yeah. So in all actuality, I actually do feel sorry for the dude, and I think he kind of got scammed. But I could be wrong, and this could all be a play, and this could just be a character, and he's just trying to make money off of it. Which if it is, he's not doing that good since he hasn't even reached monetization. But who knows?
So all he did was just basically schizo post about how he's dating the streamer.
Pokemon, yeah. There's a lot. There were a lot more videos, but I don't know where to find them, and I don't care to look harder. It was a fun thing to go over for a little bit and pretend like I believe, even though everybody knows that I was pretending.
Everybody knows. Oh, okay.
Everybody knows.
Everybody knows.
Nobody thinks I was seriously believing him and thinking he's the Riz Lord.
True.
So
he's on Twitch now.
yeah, Showbo55 on Twitch.
Oh my god.
Over there
Okay.
with
And
his
do
wifey.
you guys have anything else to say about this gentleman here?
I think I'm pretty good. Soaring, do you have any final thoughts on our boy Shelbo99?
No, I don't.
Okay. Concise as ever. Thank you, sir. All right. So there are some other things I wanted to talk about, but I have not looked into the content for any of it because I've been kind of busy this week. So yikes. We could. Does anybody else have something that they want to talk about or a video that they've found before?
Well, I did want to create like a recipe segment. Soaring, I've showed Soaring. It's how to make poutine. Soaring, bring that video up.
No. Nope.
Yeah, I'd agree.
I got back just
I know
for
exactly
that.
what you're
I
talking
literally
about.
just got back to that. Thank God I showed up. Woo!
Good timing. Good timing.
By the way, the the person that has been messaging him is from the leaks that he revealed was Extra Emily.
Oh, so wow. So not only is he in contact with Iman, he's also in contact with Extra Emily.
Yeah, there's another layer to it.
Oh God. Yeah, I was trying to find. I don't know where those are. I have to assume that they're somewhere buried in his shorts. The rest of the context that I'm missing, but maybe not.
I got them on Twitter.
Is that where they are?
Yeah.
That explains it. I was unable to find that. So, Hornet, what are your thoughts on Showbo99? And if you've been, I don't know if you've been listening.
He's a schizo, dude. Like, what else is there to say?
So you think he's schizo?
Yeah, for sure.
You
I don't
don't think
know.
he's just maybe being catfished and just like totally getting fucked
Listen,
over?
even if he is, it is totally schizophrenic to believe that you're dating one of the most popular female streamers, and that the person that's in contact with you is a prominent member of OTK. Like,
I want to challenge your use of schizophrenia.
I would have to get the exact definition to be real.
Isn't schizophrenia like when you
I think it's when you
imagine
hear
other people
Yeah, like when you hear voices.
and hear voices and things like that?
no,
That's not then him getting catfished isn't schizo
That's what I'm saying. It's not.
unless he's imagining the person who's catfishing him.
It's just more like that he's being really naive and dumb.
I don't think so. The dude seems legitimately schizo.
No, his cadence and the surety of when he says stuff. Yeah, he's crazy.
Yeah, there's.
Well, I agree he's crazy, but I don't know if I would diagnose him as schizophrenic. I
will. I'm diagnosing him right now.
I'm just putting him on the spectrum.
Well, I mean, like, would you say that everybody that gets catfished is that way then? Because I mean,
Okay, here's
everyone's
the thing.
catfish is
There's a difference between being catfished and being like continuously catfished, even when shown otherwise.
No, look at his delusional behavior when he was interacting with that security guard at the hospital. He's crazy.
What if you're just gullible, like a little kid kind of gullible?
No, he's crazy.
See that these are the leaks, right?
Look at the name. It's Pokemon LOL.
That's how she's
there was
sponsored.
That
Oh,
is
really?
her.
Yeah,
that is her Twitter
that is her.
handle.
Oh,
Yeah.
If you look there, somewhere there's a video. I don't know if you can find it. There's a video of what was sent to him, pretending to be a video of Pokemon. It was like an AI adjustment.
Yeah, this dude's a schizo. I don't know what else you could say about this situation.
TS, ready? This was one of his posts I saw. when I was reading.
And for the record, the Pokemon law, I think, is just what he has there in his phone as
Yeah, I mean that is her Twitter handle.
whatever
as well,
this
so.
number is. Yeah, it's also her Twitch at.
Is it?
But like the name is
Yeah.
literally Pokemon LOL. Like, is that not the biggest giveaway that it's obviously
No, play League of Legends. League of Legends. That's what the LOL stands for.
he knows his lore.
Well, I used to watch
Are you
OTV.
are you an Emon fan?
No, I'm not at all. I don't like Pokemon.
Oh,
I liked
bring up.
I liked Scara,
Bring up the receipts. We have Dave being an EO Man fan.
but
No, it's
I
true.
did
That's
like
how you
OTV.
spell
I
her
liked
name.
Scara. I liked Lily Pichu. You know Lily Pichu,
Yeah.
Hornet,
Yeah.
and Michael Reeves. Like everybody in OTV is pretty funny.
Yeah.
And that's
She
where
tweeted that-
got
I would
big.
disagree.
He tweeted that he killed Michael Jackson with witchcraft.
Okay,
What?
dude, he's a
Bait.
schizo.
Okay, he's crazy.
Like, he's a fucking
He's
schizo.
crazy. All right, I'll give you that. He did say that they were using witchcraft to keep him in that place.
Based, dude. Honestly, based and probably true.
The shrine's already built, Fuzzy. I don't know what you're thinking.
All right, you had other drama as well, Dave, right?
Well,
not just
yeah,
one
but I
video.
don't have any video for it. I don't even know where to find that.
Okay.
Which video are you on?
I only heard a little bit about
Which
it.
one
It's,
do you, which one do you want to touch?
Amaranth.
Okay,
Amaranth.
Amaranth. Okay, let's do Amaranth.
Amaranth is the more. It's going to be the one that we can do the most with, probably.
Yeah.
Let's see. I'll try to find it right now.
Well, we can do a
Do
lot.
you
I
more.
want to
really-
do like original videos, or how do you want to do that?
Well, with Amaranth's situation, you kind of have to pull up her Twitter.
Yeah.
Also, actually, never mind. Don't pull up her Twitter.
Why?
At least not
It's
with
not bad.
the videos first.
Listen,
There's no videos
Yeah.
on her Twitter.
if I recall,
There's no videos on her Twitter. I'm on it right now
Okay.
as we talk.
okay, if there's nothing bad on it, then we can go through her Twitter, and we'll talk about the situation. Because it
Alright.
is honestly, it. I have a hot take on this one. I don't think people are gonna like it.
Yeah. I'm with you. I understand. I'm not going to necessarily agree, but. Oh,
Yeah, that's.
hey, sorry.
My bad. My bad.
Come in,
I
yeah,
got
no.
distracted.
Got.
I got distracted.
Was
Got
caught,
a bit of the tomfoolery vibes here.
caught in 4K, bro.
Oh my god,
All right,
that
for-
was actually
For those of
amazing,
you
I'm not
that
gonna
don't
lie.
know, prominent streamer Amaranth had to deal with a home invasion. What was it? 2 days ago? A day ago? 2 days ago?
I think it was
March
2 or
2nd?
3.
2 days ago?
Yeah, 2 days
I think
ago.
2 days ago.
Yeah.
There you go.
Or she was held at gunpoint and was being threatened to transfer her crypto wallet over to the people that were robbing her. Now,
Yes.
what she did was to go on Twitter and ask for help. That's where we're getting the "I'm being robbed at gunpoint" tweet, right?
Which anybody
it's
reading
too
is
robbed.
going to assume.
I'm being too robbed at gunpoint.
Yeah.
Anybody reading that is going to think it's a joke. Obviously.
Also, freaking Scream Queen vibes from like no
Yeah.
fucking why would you not call 911? What the fuck is
Well,
I'm being robbed. Let me go to Twitter.
Your Twitter fans will save you, dude.
So what was happening apparently through her retelling of events was that they held a gun to her head and had her on her computer, so she decided to tweet this out to get some help from someone.
And they wouldn't see her typing this.
I don't get it personally. Doesn't make sense to me.
That makes no sense. Why wouldn't you just call? Like, I don't Okay, whatever.
Well, because I feel like if you're making a phone call, that's a lot more obvious than just typing some shit. But
maybe she already made the phone call, right?
Wasn't she running away from them? Like, what do you mean? You
No,
can make it obvious.
she was
Chasing you
they pulled her out of bed. Is
Okay,
what she
so
said.
In what sequence was she tweeting before they yanked her out of bed? I'm just very
after
lost
they
on
yanked
how
her.
she wouldn't be able to
After
make
they
a call.
yanked her out of bed, they pulled her over to the computer, right? In the computer, they were asking for her to transfer all of her stuff, all of her crypto over to them. Blah blah blah. During that time,
she also tweeted, "This is not a prank. Help!"
Yeah.
So to paint this in the most charitable light that I can, perhaps when they sent her to her computer with a gun to her head, she just happened to have a tab open with her Twitter on it. So after she pulled up the site, she would just alt tab real quick, type a line, and then hit enter, and then tab back out, so they couldn't see what was happening.
Yeah, then to what Dave's saying, like, you're in bed. I mean, and if you get yanked out of bed, like, are you just immediately going to grab your phone, or you're just in shock? And like, she was by the computer, then she started tweeting. Yeah, that's a possibility.
They also, this is also part of it, that they pistol whipped her.
I'm bleeding a lot, but stable. Going to the hospital. I'm sorry, but why would you tweet that? I mean, maybe if you're in the car on the way there.
Yeah.
This is just giving
In
me
the car, ambulance.
I wouldn't be surprised if more kids today would be like that, though. Considering they grew up with this shit.
I would agree. If I'm on my way to the hospital and I have my phone and I'm just sitting there trying to keep my mind off of what's happening, I'd probably
this is the
pull up
police
Twitter or
outside of her
Instagram
house, by the
or
way.
TikTok, you know?
But through all of this, one of the robbers was shot, right? Well, that's one of the interesting parts of this story, because apparently, according to like news reportings, the husband shot someone, and I don't know if anyone knows anything about Amaranth, but she's supposedly divorced. At this point, there was a big scandal where she was saying that her husband forced her to do streams, had her doing the content that she's doing.
She broke down crying, talking about how he forced her to do the sexy content, and she just wanted to have a YouTube channel and all this other stuff.
Yeah, so this didn't seem... So when this happened, people obviously have some critiques on this, because it was just like, how much can you trust Amaranth stuff? Obviously, yes, there was a home invasion. I don't think anyone doubts that.
Wait.
Okay, I understand now.
No, I don't. Not by what.
No.
What she got yanked out of bed.
I'll explain to you what I understand.
This is the after part.
I heard somebody say this whole thing gives me Jussie Smollett vibes. I agree.
Yeah, for sure.
That's my new take. After watching that video, that's my new take.
Yeah, it doesn't seem she runs over to that part of the house, and then the people get shot, I guess.
That means she literally ran outside.
Yeah.
Maybe her computer is in a different building. Like,
well, like the yanked
I
out
mean,
of bed
people do
thing-
that. I know a guy whose computer's in a shed.
The yanked out of bed thing was in part of the news reporting, so I would assume that part is true, right? Like,
But that would be based off of her saying that, right? I'm assuming.
Yeah.
Or...
That would be her report. The police report would just go off of her.
I would assume someone as
She
big as
also
her
reported
would have
he was the one
cameras
that
around
shot them.
the house, right? So there's got to be some evidence of that.
This is the ring cam, I'm guessing.
Well, that's. Would you have cameras inside your house?
Nest
'Cause
cam. It's a Nest cam.
You would not.
I would definitely have cameras on the inside of my house if I was.
So
if I had this much money.
How do you run out of your house and
The
then
only-
into a different part of your house? Like, what part of her house would she have been running into then?
I don't know.
Like an
Like a
office.
It's got a
building.
massive
Like,
house.
She's rich. She could definitely have an
No, I know.
office
I mean,
attached
like
to
a
her
guest
house. Like,
house or a
separate.
garage then, or because
Yeah.
it's obviously not attached to the house itself in the sense of like being able to walk through the house to get there.
Yeah.
Yeah.
All I'm saying
Unless,
is,
unless you can, and she was just intentionally doing that so they would be on a camera. And
Or
she
it's
knew
her
the camera
husband's
unit
house.
was there. I don't know.
Or
and
that's her husband's house.
I could be behind, but it seems like the police report has not been confirmed. What's been posted is on the police union page, not Houston PD.
yeah.
So here's my totally random thought. Could it be that she just knows that like her husband would be watching her Twitter, and instead of like messaging him directly and like kind of implicating him, she was just like, "Hey, I'm in trouble," and then ran to the room and like he shot them because like I feel like the shots happen really quickly after she enters that room.
Yeah, maybe he lives on a different part of the house. There's a lot of explanations that could work here. I just like, again, this just gives off weird vibes. The whole situation.
No,
Watch
no,
it one
no.
more time.
Hornet, finish that sentence. To those who don't know, Hornet has a massive hate boner for this person.
I don't. But I might develop one because if this is fake, this would be.
Well, I wouldn't put it past her for faking this. Like after the husband shit, like I would not put this past her. Like
It feels like you're talking about like you were in love with her and like
I mean, probably was.
jilted
Let's be honest.
Well-
sure, I guess.
So where did you read that it was like her husband was there and he was the one that actually ended up shooting?
He's that thing right there, whatever that is. There's that article and there's stuff below it that explains more.
Okay, but in her initial like self-reporting, she says she did it, or
Yeah, no, she says I got one of them in her tweets.
Maybe she was
Right there.
thinking like my husband actually did it, but I didn't want to say that it was my
That's
husband.
not it.
Yeah, for sure. I mean, obviously, you don't want to mention that your husband's still around, right?
well, obviously they because she didn't want like initially when she first got with him, they didn't want anybody to know they were together either.
Yeah, I believe I shot one
So-
of them. They wanted crypto, so they were yelling, and then they pulled me out of bed. So
And did one of them actually get hit then, or no?
during the video, the dude is yelling, "I got shot" or something like that.
I just don't know how much more you can extract from this.
There's not a lot.
No, it's just the way that she is heading towards the house.
I got shot. Yeah.
So did anybody go to a hospital? Because obviously, like, I mean,
I don't know. There hasn't been any.
She
reporting
said
of-
she went to the hospital.
She went to the
no, I
hospital.
mean the guys.
but the guys haven't been caught. So
Well, the guys probably not.
I don't think a guy got hit either.
There's probably a hood doctor that helps him with that too.
Is there a blood trail? Like,
Yeah, but
Well,
it-
the-
Well, one
I mean,
over right here.
we're literally 2 days in. Like, there's not a lot here.
A trail of his blood all the way
Oh.
along the driveway.
there you go. You answered my question.
There you go.
They're testing it.
I mean, it's pretty smart to be real with you. Like, if your gun is somewhere else in your house, to be like, oh, wait, yeah, I'll give you exactly what you want. Just follow me right over here. Aha.
I mean, that's pretty retarded to have your gun somewhere else in your
Yeah.
No,
house.
listen.
Where you sleep.
Listen. There's more. Like she stated, they gave me a phone and said log in with a gun to my head, and I tweeted because calling would be a death sentence. So she did have her phone.
Okay.
But if they have a gun to her head, she would like, wouldn't they be right there seeing that she's tweeting?
That's what I would assume.
Or
If
can
she-
they not read and they're just dumb?
Right.
It doesn't make sense, to be 100% honest. None of this adds up to what is being described, but yeah.
Yeah, not at all.
I'm definitely prepared to eat crow though.
Yeah, for sure. There's a chance, like, there obviously an invasion happened of some sort. Now, if this was planned or not, that's the part that I don't know.
Hold on. At least one of those shots was fired by the influencer herself, she said. And she tags Staccato, the maker of the high-end handgun she separately used.
Oh no. It's even more sus.
Amaranth did not explain how she acquired a weapon, but she said she believes she hit one of the attackers because there was a trail of blood left on her property.
Could have been hers, though.
So what is the husband part? They removed the husband part.
Crazy. Because I know we read that yesterday, and I was just like, what?
Look at this. She's so nice. After the break-in, she dropped the subscription fee for her OnlyFans account for 30 days with a note, I already got robbed.
Base.
Might as well let you back in for free.
Base.
That's a nice girl.
This is sus to me. Something doesn't smell right.
Dude, most of the stuff she does is so sus. I'm just like, oh god.
Like, I hope I'm wrong and it's all well. Actually, no, I don't, because that doesn't make it any better. Like, it's shitty for her regardless.
Yeah.
Well, for anybody who wants to look that up, that was a New York Times.
I
There's-
have it. I
New
have
York.
one in this side chat that
New-
I found. But it's at Fox 26 Houston, but it says it there. It says clean after her husband fired at them.
We got different stories.
Yep. So it seems like there's a lot of contradictions and stories going on at the moment, so nothing's really cleared up. We just
But
know
we
that-
have no confirmed actual police report.
Yeah.
So
Sure.
and a week later, hopefully we can get access to something.
What a cool gate.
But that door is broken in. There are like
Yeah, right here.
no, so
Yeah,
there is
I
evidence
mean-
of a break-in.
What Hornet? What would be? Because obviously you're implying that this was like fake and a setup, right?
I'm saying it has a possibility of being, considering Amaranth's past on the internet.
Well, what would be the point and the benefit of doing this? As a setup.
Promotion.
he's kind of falling off.
Bad.
Her popularity has been waning lately.
You get
So
some.
you're
A lot.
saying it's a skit?
Yeah.
Yeah, that's why I'm saying Jussie Smollett vibes. Like, because his whole thing was like the pretending like a bunch of MAGA guys tried to
Yeah.
commit a hate crime on him or whatever. It kind of smells like that, especially the way it's like right in front of the camera, just until it goes inside and the gunshots happen, and then they run out. Like, with one of them saying, "I got hit, I got hit."
Dude, who goes to
It's-
Subway at 2 a.m? That's all I gotta say.
It just
For
looks
that
way
situation.
too,
So when you got
way too
questions,
intentional.
yeah, that's when you got questions. It seems to lean towards the side that you're just like, yeah, I don't know, doesn't seem very solid. But hey, fuck, this could be real, and I could just be shitting around right now and being like, oh, well,
I can be an asshole. It's okay. Like,
yeah,
Hey,
I'm willing to bite
we're
that.
not-
bullet.
We're not. This is not CSI. This is just a bunch of random fuckers in a Discord.
Yeah, for sure. That's
Wait,
kind
I mean,
of,
I
this
am
is
an
CSI?
investigator. I don't know what you're talking about. I am an investigator. That is my job.
You shut your damn mouth right now. Fake news.
That is my job. It's my title.
Oh, never mind. I just remembered. All right, Paul Blart.
but this one
Anyways.
didn't really have a lot to it. This one was just like very quick. There's just a lot of shit that.
Mm. I'm not gonna say 100% it's fake, but I will not be surprised.
Well, yeah, but I think the point is that like she already has faked a big story, right? Which was like, well, I guess now we're assuming it's for sure 100% fake because she's still with her husband. So, I mean,
Yeah.
her having that whole breakdown and being like, "Oh my god, he's abusive," and like, bleh, like obviously was fake.
That has not been confirmed yet, though.
Yeah, but that's not
Back to
confirmed.
the-
We're still in the same place that we were before. It's just before I had the criticism of she said she didn't want to do the content. She continued doing the content. She's like, "Well, I have people to pay, so I'm gonna continue doing the content for a little bit." And here we are, like 2 years later, with nothing changing.
Mhm.
Her doing the same
Alright.
shit, if not going more extreme than she used to.
Well, she's still hot as shit, but
So
moving forward.
doesn't seem like there's
True.
a consistent line that I can say that she's followed.
Okay.
And she's not
No.
that hot. I saw her on Erudite stream without like any hair or makeup done, and she's just pretty mid.
Okay,
Like it's not.
don't be jealous.
She was still
Lauren.
hot to me.
Don't be
That's
jealous.
because she
Lauren.
has fake tits
Don't-
and has had plastic surgery. Like
Okay.
Whoopi do.
Okay.
Those are called enhancements for a reason. Okay.
It's the same reason I wear a suit.
Let's
Hey,
not
listen,
be
if you don't have great tits and you need to get some, more power to you.
let's not be jealous of Amaranth. Okay, guys.
I'm totally jealous of Amaranth.
I want her money.
Of
Yeah.
I
the
want her
money she makes.
Yeah, I want
No.
that. I want that money.
Maybe that,
No.
but no, I'm good. I don't need to be licking mics and
Oh,
bullshit. Fuck
also,
outta here.
I kind of lose sympathy for her because she did post like about how she owned like 20 million in Bitcoin on the internet, and I'm just like,
yeah, I forgot about that part.
yeah, if you do that, you're asking for something like this to happen. I'm sorry, don't post about how much money you've. Like, if you have like $1,000 in a checking account, don't post about it online, guys. Like,
Yeah.
let alone 20 million.
Yep. All my money's in protected accounts. AKA, I don't have any money.
Yeah, it's just one of those things where I'm just like I find it hard to find sympathy with someone who just like literally flexed $20 million on the internet.
You're a bit of a sociopath, so
Yeah, I am.
Well, it's like
I'll admit
when
that.
Kim. It's like when Kim was flashing all of her jewelry that time, and then like got fucking robbed.
Yeah,
Yep.
it's like,
never mind. I don't even want to get into that debate, but
Sympathy is just gone.
like no, I don't know.
like
if
you don't
never
deserve
mind.
to be robbed, right? Like I'm not saying that. I'm just saying like if you're gonna flex your money, expect that something's gonna go wrong.
Well, I was just gonna say, like, if you're going to a dark alley, you're gonna deserve it. You're wearing a short skirt,
Yeah.
you know.
You're a victim. Yeah, you're doing the victim blaming.
Victim
yeah,
blaming.
I know what you're saying. Yeah.
Piece of shit.
Yep, I am a prominent victim blamer. It's fine.
But to be fair, I hate that phrase anyway because you can honestly do something that is extremely dumb.
If I'm walking down an alley at 3 in the fucking morning and I'm just like, everything will be perfectly fine, I'm being retarded.
Sometimes it's okay to victim blame. Like, look
Yeah.
at Destiny, for instance. Destiny was the victim of somebody leaking his sex tapes.
Oh my
But that
God.
doesn't make me feel bad for him. I'm still going to blame him for it. He sent them to many people
Exactly.
It was going to happen eventually. He wasn't taking any precautions to try to prevent this kind of outcome. In fact, he was doing pretty much everything you possibly can to eventually make sure this happens.
Yeah. As Fuzzy puts it, stuff that would increase the possibility of negative outcomes. That's like,
Yeah.
I can't feel bad about that. Like
if you die in a car crash, but you haven't worn a seatbelt and you intentionally disabled your airbag.
But you can bring that. You could make that absurd and say, "Well, we're just going outside the front door increases my chance of getting hit by a meteor."
Yeah, but you going outside does not increase the negativity outcome.
Because if you're inside your house and get hit by a meteor, or outside your house and get hit by a meteor,
it hasn't
the
increased
result
or decreased.
is the same.
Yeah.
Let's go. Let's get crazy.
But to be honest, if an asteroid's going to hit your house, you're dead as well.
I run real fast.
So if that's the case, then being outside would actually be more beneficial to you.
Exactly.
So being inside is the incorrect move.
Hey, I don't appreciate being dogpiled right now.
Too bad.
Well, you said something that deserves to be
dogpiled. Hey. Next topic.
Okay. Next topic. Okay,
I'm blaming the victim of the dog pile.
We can continue down the streamer drama lines because we still have a couple streamers that have done crazy shit this week.
I kind of want to know about the Emerus thing because I don't know anything about it. So I'm interested in finding out what happened there.
I'm assuming you have some videos for that.
I don't. Hornet was the one that brought it up. I don't know anything really about it. So
I don't have
sure
a video.
if he knows where to
I
pull
don't
it.
have a video posted.
I have a video, but I don't know if it's good.
What happened?
I don't know. Something about Emeru.
Faisal, can we pull up that video? Do you know where that would be?
The original one.
Who's Emeru?
Okay. So for context, Cinna, Emeru, and Valkyrie were doing a subathon, right? That's what this was. Yeah. And they're just
Valkyrie
around.
and Cinna are doing a subathon. Well, it's just a thon because they're sisters.
Okay, a sisathon. Okay. And they were walking around. What was it? Santa Monica, right? I think that's where it was.
I don't know. I don't know anything about LA.
It was somewhere in LA, right? Somewhere in LA. That seems to be the clear. So I'm assuming Santa Monica. It could be 1,000 different places, though. So that they're walking down, and then they run into a dude. We'll watch the video, and then we'll go on to more other shit. But let's watch the video.
I think we're just gonna go. Let's go.
Oh, Valkyrie is so good looking.
Jesus.
She is.
I don't find her that hot, as weird as that is.
Hey,
I think she's super good.
Emily,
I think
no.
I think Cinna's better looking.
I'll tell you one thing. None of them are Rachel Wilson. Mm.
Oh, they don't show the dude. They don't show the initial interaction.
No, right here. Oh, you want them?
The initial interaction that they had with him.
Why is he charging them? Oh, okay. So there's more to this.
Yes. Okay. There's this part,
Yeah.
and then that leads up to the other part.
Okay. What is this? No.
This is them walking down the pier and then run into this guy, right?
Okay.
And this is the.
We'll watch.
Let's just play it. Let's just play it.
We'll just play it. Explain.
Yeah, go ahead.
Yes, please. Oh God.
Oh God, yes, that is. Can I sing for a change? A change for the better, as you would say?
Okay.
And the change would be for her number.
Oh.
If you'd like it, can I get your number?
I don't have a phone.
Wait, put your number in mine.
I don't know how to use the phone. I'm sorry.
Wait. So I'm gonna keep following her.
Huh?
I'm gonna keep following her.
God, another one. No! You're gonna have to get in line. There's too many stalkers.
You gotta get it one.
Too many
Get behind me.
stuff.
Okay. Oh my God.
Kendrick,
Are we getting churros?
Kendrick, add it into the list.
They tried to make it funny. I give them credit for that.
They work
Like,
with it. Yeah.
tomorrow and, yeah.
Wait, can we get churros or no? Yes, right here. Oh. You can also get them from the vendors. Ooh, it might be better for with the vendors. I didn't see any churro vendors though. Did you? There is one. You need, yeah. Do you want some sunglasses? You like these? Incognito time. Stand behind me. I don't like. I'm gonna keep following her. Yeah. Where's your little Glock? I mean the lighter. I'll beat him if I have to. Forgot we're in public. No, I'll beat him.
Jesus Christ.
I think we're just gonna go. Let's go.
Okay, so this. I thought he was following them for a minute. Apparently not.
Well,
That's pretty quick.
it's been a minute.
Well, it doesn't seem like it was behind them in the churro line. Otherwise, I feel like they'd be taking it a little bit more seriously, right? Like,
I think someone was talking with them or talking with the guy.
Gotcha. So they probably security was probably.
That's my
dealing
guess.
with it, yeah.
Well, yeah, because like, didn't you see that girl in the blue, like a blue hoodie, like a dark blue hoodie, was with them originally, and now when they panned over, she's like over there, far away from the group, and that's who they're looking at.
Yeah.
Extra. Yeah, that was extra Emily, I think.
And you see now, people, this is why women would prefer to be in the woods with a bear.
Yeah,
not a
I
dude.
think.
Yeah. This is legitimate.
How many? Here's the problem, though. How many other men did they pass that aren't creeps?
How many men actually decided to stop and help, though?
I don't know. How many men did you see them?
Guys, the
following
camera
them?
guy.
None.
The camera guy is a guy. The camera
Yeah, the
guy,
camera guy
the
is a
video
guy.
guy.
Is it a guy?
Yeah,
Is it a
it's a
guy?
Yeah, yeah. He's Australian.
He's also following them.
Oh my God.
Okay,
Well, he's Australian, so he's obviously a nerd. So
let's play it. Let's see how this turns out.
go for it. I really still don't know what happens. Like,
You're about to find out.
Hey, excuse me. No. Security. Emily, no. Hey, stop. Whoa.
Let's fucking fight right now.
What? Get away from me.
Let's fucking fight right
You
now.
harassing us?
who's he trying to fight?
Them, I guess?
Emily,
Kill you right now.
but he wants Emery. Yeah,
Damn.
You just said I'll kill you right
he wants
now.
to kill them.
What the fuck?
Security, please. Security. Is this threatening to kill us? Him. Security guard.
BRP traveling.
Can you let us inside?
Okay.
You should
Well,
like
'cause at first, when he was talking about fighting, I assumed he was talking to the camera guy.
He was fighting. He was talking
Maybe.
to Emily, I guess. I didn't know that's who it
Or
was.
maybe it was the camera guy that he was yelling that at.
this is more fake stunts.
Well, 'cause
No,
I
he
thought
was yelling at the. He was yelling at the girls.
He was,
He was
oh,
yelling
okay.
at. Yeah, because he leaped forward and said it to them.
Well, the I'll kill you right now. Yeah, that was obviously him saying it to them. But like the initial, like I'll fight you, it felt like maybe it was because the camera guy was like trying to hold him back. You know what I mean, or something.
Not really.
No, camera guy was too busy recording.
No, he's Australian. He wouldn't try to intervene. Come on.
Oh my God.
Yeah,
Okay. Is there
the
any?
Australian
He doesn't even.
Either
He doesn't
updates
even
or
have a
something?
citizenship.
Well,
I know.
they make a
Wait.
they go on stream later that day, right?
He doesn't want
Yeah,
to
it's right here.
recorded.
And then they.
I have the aftermath right
yeah,
here.
We'll watch the aftermath, then we'll comment.
Okay.
Boom, boom.
These fucking
What up, Chuck? How you doing?
Hey,
Yeah.
Chuck.
I'm starting to realize streamers realizing what the real world's like.
Well, I mean, that's not normally. That doesn't normally
That's
happen.
not really that normal.
Yeah,
You've never been attacked? Come on, man.
Not by a crazy stalker.
Wow. It's the best.
Thank God.
Yet.
All right, ready?
yeah. Let's
Yeah,
go.
go for it.
Let's watch this.
I guess she cries.
Well, I mean, you could tell right now.
Look,
She's already crying.
you could see. I know.
Who though? Can you like
The one on the right is Valkyrie.
This is Valkyrie and this is Senna.
And the one on the left is Senna.
Who's hotter?
I think Senna, but Soaring thinks Valkyrie.
Oh, Valkyrie.
Why are we subjecting these women after they've been attacked? Guys, like,
because
Hey.
we're trying to show why they got attacked.
Does that mean
Pretty
they're
much.
I guess.
Well,
guys.
actually, Emiru is the one that was being hit on, so.
Why are you trying to detract?
Yeah, it was
these
Emiru.
from the- Why are you trying to?
Have you
detract
seen?
these-
But okay, no, I can't bring this up after they got attacked. This is bad.
Move on, moving on.
Guys, come on.
But
This is the
but
reason they
dude,
picked
goddamn
Bear.
her. Have you seen Emiru's forehead? God damn, that thing is massive.
Oh my god.
So is Sinnoh's, but you know.
No, not as no. Emiru's
watch her
is
pull up her
fucking.
bangs. Come
Dude,
on.
yeah, Senna has like a 5 head, bro. I don't know what you're talking about, but
Well,
this feels
I-
weird saying this
Senna-
during
listen,
like
Senna's not
analyzing them getting attacked. This feels super weird.
Yeah, it's also super fucked up because Dave is bald and
Yeah,
let's
I have
be
an
real.
8 head. What do you want?
I don't know about anybody else's hairlines in the panel, but I think
He doesn't have
My
forehead.
hairline
Not
is
good.
healthy, okay? It's
But I'm
healthy.
also a dude, so like being
Oh
bald
my
isn't
God.
weird.
My
That's
head.
so you have an excuse, okay? Because you have
Yeah.
it in your face.
My-
Basic
my-
sense.
Speaking of
Correct.
speaking of that, my head's pretty massive. Moving on.
Let's watch. Let's watch, guys. Jesus Christ.
Running and trying to get something out of his pocket. And like I said, like
Can we pause for a second? I'm gonna say something super fucked up.
Oh no! As she's crying, now she's actually crying.
Dude, oh
now,
no.
now it's gonna be double fucked up.
Yeah, it's double fucked up. But like, do you see Valkyrie? She's like another day in the life, right? Like,
She actually looks pissed.
dude,
Is
she's
what
just,
I think she's trying to portray here.
oh
My
fuck.
guy.
Dude, she's just like another day in
But
the
she
life.
was the one. She was the one being funny, right? Like
Yeah.
joking about.
Yes,
Yeah.
Yeah.
she was trying to play it off.
Yeah, weird. She looked way different in that other video. That's so weird.
But she had glasses on.
She had glasses.
Yeah,
Hoodie.
those glasses make her look cute as hell, yo. Like way cute. Okay, sorry, we're objectifying them. my
You're,
bad.
you're
I think-
objectifying
Wow,
women.
Warren, how
Women-
dare you objectify them after giving us shit for objectifying?
Listen, this woman is Senna is crying on stream, and you're objectifying Valkyrie. This is crazy.
Well, she stopped crying.
Y'all are
This is-
pieces of
okay,
shit.
this
I'm
is
not gonna
crazy
lie, Senna
behavior.
kind of looks cute crying.
Bro,
Jesus.
I'm gonna go make my food. I'm listening, but I'll be back.
Listen, I love the title for the show, though. I mean, it fits. We are being massive cunts today.
Yeah, I mean, this mirrored mascara look is hot to some dudes, you know?
Oh, what the fuck?
Yeah, abusive guys.
I'll make your food.
It depends on the setting. Chill out, Dave.
Okay,
Mm.
let's watch their response.
Like we had to run
I can't hear him talk.
into a store.
I should turn that up, actually. Okay.
Just press the space bar, dude.
Don't tell me what to do.
Just press the space.
Let's continue.
Takes too much time.
Screaming that somebody was going to kill us so that somebody would step in and let us in the back. And we were lucky that one of the workers who was not like questioning us actually
Believe
like
all women.
believed us and he put us all in the back and they're panicked. They didn't know what to do, so they tried to bring us behind the buildings to help us, but we didn't know where he was. I think when we went in the store, he backed off because it was a lot of people. And so we don't know where he was. We didn't know where he went, and we had to beg the workers to hide us because they kept trying to tell us that it's not their fault, but they kept trying to get us to go back around where it happened and saying that he was gone, but we said we didn't know if he was gonna come back. And so we had to hide in a shed for 15 minutes until the cops came.
It was.
Jeez, dude.
Okay, one, Valkyrie like just seems kind of like
Another day in the life.
not as phased.
Yeah, another day
She's
in the life.
reading-
I
she's reading chat.
honestly,
Got shit together.
honestly, I kind of think Valkyrie deals with this on a pretty regular basis.
Maybe
That
not
is
to that
more what it
extent,
is.
though. I mean,
Maybe
like,
not to that extent, but I do think that female
and
streamers
different
are
people.
probably
Obviously,
gonna be
different
facing-
people respond to things differently. Like,
yeah,
people deal with trauma in different ways. Some people cry. Some
Yeah.
people try to use humor to cope.
well,
Well,
Cynic-
and I was gonna
I'm-
say, isn't
well,
that
I'm a
rocking
humor to
back and
cope
forth?
kind of guy, so like I get it.
also,
Well, this
Cynic-
video right here, Valkyrie looks like she's very upset, but she's keeping it in.
So Emmy is safe.
Yeah.
She just
Well, and,
It is just keep
had
watching.
time to process it and stuff, and we are all very
Isn't
much
rocking
still
back
in
and forth
shock.
a
So please forgive us
self-soothing thing
if
too?
we are emotional. But we are not.
Or bored.
Um,
And she's heard this a million times.
we said
We
we were-
literally were like, let's try to like keep it together.
we are very much in shock, and we need you guys to know like that clip does not do it justice for how scary it was. It was.
Like you didn't show everything that happened.
And we just want to use it as like a learning situation because we see a lot of people saying like, oh, I would have done this if I was there, but you have no idea how fast it really happened. We did not know that it was even the same guy up until he made the original thread about following us. We didn't click it.
He changed clothes apparently, which was insane.
Yeah. So if you guys don't know, he met
Wait,
us
what?
earlier, like 30
Wait,
minutes before.
pause.
He did not
Oh,
change
wait,
clothes.
I didn't know this
before.
part. He changed clothes. That's
No, he
Wait,
didn't.
no.
he didn't.
There's apparently another video probably where they met him 30 minutes before this.
I think he was wearing like a sweater afterward, like a green sweater. Yep.
Yeah. So that's not like a minute
okay.
later. So that's like
Okay.
30 minutes later.
okay.
I
So he
mean,
just puts
to
on a
be
hoodie.
fair,
Okay.
like, yo,
When he said
That would be
switch
scary
clothes,
as
I'd be
hell.
like, hell.
Like
dude.
he seemed totally normal at the beginning. Like he was joking around. Like, I don't know. And then he flips the switch.
I
and
don't
goes
think
creep
he's
mode.
normal, but yeah.
I mean, he looked like he was just a normal busker type of dude, like trying to make
No,
some money, sing a song.
And I felt like his approach was a bit facetious.
wait, is that him? And that's him.
Yeah, that's him.
Like way before, I guess.
Yeah.
You know, look like the same
Yeah.
guy.
So he's been following them throughout the night, I assume.
How many times did he
Probably.
change?
But wait, they
fuck?
didn't recognize him when he, because like, I'm sorry, but maybe it's just because I have lived in cities with a lot of homeless people or like weird people. But like,
No, this is a
somebody
fake
sitting on a pier.
fake
I'm not-
picture.
Dude doesn't look homeless in the second picture. I'm
Oh,
sorry.
fake.
It's not even
It's a
that.
Hawaiian shirt.
This guy doesn't have a mustache or goatee thing.
Yeah.
And the sides of his head aren't
Unlike
shaved
this
like that guy.
Yeah.
That might even be a different day or something.
Yeah.
I would just like to say,
No, it's a different guy.
I would like to say, if you enjoy seeing crying women being raided, please like the stream.
It's not rated.
Like
It's
subscribe.
being
Oh my
attacked.
goodness. My
Rated.
thing is,
Oh,
Or
rated.
rated.
Rated. Okay, gotcha.
He's speaking with a southern drawl.
Yeah.
Yeehaw. Let's go.
So my thing is, like, I'm sorry, but I would not even stop and talk to somebody that was sitting on a pier like that. Like, the way that he's
Dude, you're
just sitting there and they just, like, start talking to him is so random. Like, I would never even fucking do that.
You're streaming. Like, some dude said something, you're like, hey.
What are you talking about? You don't have to talk to some random person sitting on a pier.
Most random people aren't going to attack you.
Lauren, you're so angry.
He started talking with music. He started talking with like music in the background.
Yeah.
What streamers do.
Mm-hmm.
Well, these streamers.
Yeah, they're doing an IRL stream. Obviously, they're gonna look for cool shit, right? As dude is doing something, and you fucking engage at some level. But I'm saying like that. See, I'm known as the victim blamer here, and I'm kind of on their side right now.
Wow.
Oh no, I'm not. Just to be clear, I'm not victim blaming.
No,
I'm just saying personally, from living in places with people on a lot of drugs that are homeless, that's just I don't know why, but that's just something I have picked up is when people are randomly sitting in areas that aren't meant to be sat, just avoid them because they might be slightly a little weird.
Yeah, bro does not give me homeless vibes at all.
Look, he doesn't give
he's got like a
vibes.
fresh haircut.
Oh my god.
He's got a fresh haircut, nice clothes. Like,
how often do you see people just randomly sitting on the ground?
On a pier? A lot.
On a boardwalk with rides and stuff. They just sit on the ground.
Yeah, a lot.
Okay. Sounds good, dude. I think men just have a different view of like things that might be sketchy than women. I'm just gonna be real with you.
You're pretty sketchy. But anyways.
Interesting.
Well, I'm just, yeah, I guess maybe I don't know. Maybe I'm weird, but like to me,
Lauren,
I would instantly see that guy and be like, I'm not gonna engage with them.
The men's, I think you have a point. Men's threat assessment is probably different.
Kind of. I don't know. Like there's a level where I'd be like threat assessment.
Women in the chat. Like, let us know your thoughts on this.
Yeah, give us your thoughts on this because personally, he didn't give that crazy vibe to me. Like if I saw him, I wouldn't until like he said the "I'm gonna follow you now." I would have been like, "Oh, okay, I need to back the fuck away from this dude," which they did.
Yeah. And Valkyrie kind of joked and said, "Get in line."
Yeah.
Back in the line, Buster.
Excuse me.
They made good out of a bad situation at that moment, and honestly,
we're trying to at least.
Yeah.
And I guess actually Emily tried to like calm him down or something. Would be my assumption.
Yeah.
No, she would throw hands.
Did she?
She was probably gonna throw hands with that dude. No, she probably was. I wouldn't doubt it.
Base, dude.
Does anyone find interesting the way he was? He almost came off facetious when he was talking to him. Talking to
yeah, because because he had that music in the background.
Yeah, I really did think he was just joking about like, oh, I'm gonna follow you guys now.
I'm gonna murder you now.
But can you play that initial interaction again, or is that?
Yeah, go for it.
He felt very like calm.
I mean, they walked up to him. Like, they obviously didn't assess him as threatening.
Approaching, he stopped.
Oh god.
He stopped them though.
Can I sing for a change? A change for the better, as you would say?
Okay.
And the change would be for her number.
Oh.
If you'd like it, can I get your number?
I don't have a phone. I'm sorry.
Wait, put your number in mine.
I don't know how to use
thought he had
I'm sorry.
Wait, so I'm gonna keep following her.
Yes, so rude.
Following her.
God, another one! I go! You're gonna have to get in line, there's too many stalkers!
That's not how you read it.
He's like a fake crying.
Get behind me!
Wait, what would the cameraman say? Something about Riz?
Elriz,
That's not how you really
Elriz.
Riz.
Oh, what the fuck?
Oh, that's not how you Riz, man. All right.
That's not the Riz.
Get behind me!
That's not the Riz.
Okay. Oh my god.
Kendrick.
Are we getting churros?
Kendrick, add him to
And they're joking about putting him on the list, so you know this was a shitty situation. I like this one. I'm just like, yeah, no,
Yeah,
totally on their side.
I feel bad for them completely. I'm not.
No,
Go ahead.
yeah, totally.
I don't.
Think
Go
how
ahead.
quickly that can switch like into extremely dangerous and violent.
It
Like,
did.
I mean,
It did. He was like, "I'm gonna
No,
kill you."
I mean, even
and
worse
started
than that,
chasing him.
Hornet.
Oh my
I mean,
God.
actually doing it, like that literally could have actually happened.
I mean, who knows? It looked like he might have actually been trying to.
That's what I'm saying. Like if he
If
had
they
a
didn't
knife
get away.
or a gun or anything, like he could
Or fist.
seriously injure them within seconds.
Well, he was reaching into his pocket for something apparently, so you know that would have been throwing up red flags.
I
but-
just don't trust anything I see on TV.
Oh no, this is definitely 100% real.
Like there's no reason to do this. Like here's the thing, I don't see a reason to do this one.
No, yeah, this is 100% real.
And
like,
if-
absolutely.
None of them have like a history of doing this shit, so like
Maybe 98% real.
I mean, if you think about it, famous people kind of warn you all the time. They're like, "Don't get famous. It's not what
It
it's not worth
sucks.
it."
it sucks.
And
Yeah,
you know, like I don't know, am I wrong? Do like celebrities, like even though they can't really keep their private life private, they really don't talk about their private life much.
yeah.
Mm-hmm.
Like some streamers we know.
Yeah.
Destiny. But go ahead.
But you're never gonna get the whole truth of their private life.
Yeah, but
regardless.
I think that's also what bites him in the ass that he decides to talk about it so fucking much.
Mm-hmm.
So yeah, that's there's no good way of doing it. There's absolutely no good way of doing it.
I just don't hope DGG comes after me now.
Oh.
All right.
I hope they do.
Don't put that fucking shit on.
But this one didn't really have a lot to it either. It was just like, yeah, this fucking shit's kind of sucks. And honestly,
I
this
still
this is one of the times I will say like, yeah, being a female streamer must suck like way more.
Like, okay, you can see a big difference between this and the Amaranth thing.
Yeah.
Like, I don't. I honestly think the Amaranth thing is planned and staged, but I'm happy to be wrong.
Well, at the same time, though, like because I'm assuming you're talking about the reactions that they have comparatively.
Yeah, just like I don't know.
Well, because
The-
what you're reading in her tone of voice, Amaranth, it could just be the reassurance of her knowing that where she's running to is a weapon.
Or husband.
You get what I'm saying? Like she knows she's running to safety.
Yeah, for sure.
You're-
Like I like again, I think a robbery occurred. And now what the truth behind the robbery is kind of like the point where it's just like, okay, was this fabricated? Was this not fabricated? That's the point for that one.
Yeah, because
I
like
know.
you can tell in the reaction of these women, right, that their reaction is genuine fear. Like I mean,
Yeah,
they're
100%.
literally absolutely afraid.
100%.
That's
Now,
what
the other thing about
that's why I feel
Amaranth
bad
going to
for
her
them.
husband there, what if that goes the other way? What if somehow she goes to him and he gets killed now instead? Is that still a good play?
What if he's like, I'm actually the one that hired these guys? What's up?
Yeah.
Why would he do that?
Because he's
What do you mean,
abusive,
why would he do
obviously, Hornet. We covered this before.
To
He
kill
forced her.
dogs.
He forced her to
kill
do
puppies.
streaming, yeah, whatever.
Yeah.
and they're getting divorced. Remember?
That was
And
two-
he killed her dogs.
that was 2 years ago.
Yeah,
Threatened
jeez.
to kill her dogs.
Whatever.
Okay. that was the allegation.
He must be like a massive cunt for her to be that hot and him get that pissed off at her. Anyways.
Well, that actually was what I was about to say. It was like, for that to be your initial reaction when you get rejected, it's like, yo, that's kind of wild. Because it's like, he obviously knows that these are pretty relatively popular streamers, right? Like, you can tell he knows that. And so to have that type of reaction is so strange, because it's like, imagine his reaction from like just a regular average chick rejecting him. Like, what is he gonna do? Beat the shit out of her too? Like, what the fuck? This guy just seems super unhinged, to be honest.
He may have like a mental he may be like bipolar or something, and like that just happened to be the moment, the thing that triggered him.
I will say guys do that shit. Like, there are multiple videos online that you can find someone like chasing someone home. So it's
Also,
not
weird. Look forward in the future for Dave's mukbang coming soon.
Mm-hmm.
Continue.
True, I hear him eating. But so I stand by my initial statement of I understand that they're streamers, but yo, I am not walking up to somebody like how that guy was sitting by himself on the ground listening to me. Like, no, I'm sorry.
Yeah,
super sketch
but you have to interact with people around you when you're IRL streaming. If someone like interacts with you, it just kind of looks weird when you're just like, "Fuck you," you know.
You wouldn't give him. You wouldn't dap him.
L ego.
Yep.
What do you mean? Like, does he call out to them? Because
That's what he does. No, he calls out to them.
First, yeah.
He asks them if he can sing them a poem or some shit.
A song about
to change.
or something like that.
Yeah, I guess I'm just super weird, because I would have just been like, oh, no, thank you. We're going over here to get some churros. And I would have just kept walking.
That's what they did.
No.
No, they stopped and engaged with him. What are you talking about?
That's what you just said. What you just said. What you just said was the thing that they.
Listen. They had a camera. It's content. That's why they stopped. And if there was no camera there, they would have probably said, "Oh."
And the thing, if he sang his own song and it was good, it would have been W content.
Yeah.
But if there was no camera, I bet you they would have done what Lauren
It would
said.
have just been a weird. It would have been a weird experience, but it would have been like at least enjoyable, you know. But
they did still get content out of it.
This took like a really dark turn.
At first, I thought it was just gonna be like, if I sing you a song, will you give me money?
This is the one time I actually don't think a streamer did something for content. Them turning off the camera and everything else is just like.
Oh yeah, no, they were genuinely, absolutely afraid, like for their lives, genuinely. Like you could hear it in the way.
When somebody yells, "I'm going to kill you," like that's just like one of those.
I thought that I thought that just meant he wanted a hug.
We didn't.
I don't know how to use a phone.
We just had that case that they went over only maybe 6 months ago, maybe less, where that guy was in the river with those like teenagers, remember? And like they all just got in like a small altercation and he ended up like stabbing a bunch of them, and that happened like instantaneously. I mean, it was like so quick.
That's weird. That's like I could see the sides for both fucking arguments on that one. This one I can't see. I can't see the guy's argument here.
No, I know. I'm saying how quickly these things can turn into extreme violence, and you can't do anything about it.
Yeah.
Like if he had a knife and went at them like that, there's nothing they could have done. They would actually be dead.
Yeah, I just don't. I don't think this one was.
Isn't that so cute the way she tries to cope with her pain? Swaying back and forth.
Rocking back and forth, yeah. So it's like a lot of self-soothing because you can see she's doing stuff with her hands too.
Yes.
I mean, I'm actually surprised by the fact that they didn't just start picking up shit and throwing it at him. To be honest with you, because there's a lot of chairs and tables there.
Well, no, it's a pier.
They were running around where there was an eating area.
What? You're gonna fucking pick up an actual like metal chair?
Yeah,
that's
I think somebody's coming after me to kill me.
That's most likely bolted to the ground.
I'm grabbing anything I can grab. Are you kidding me? Holy shit!
Those things are most likely gonna be bolted to the ground.
No, you're crazy.
Chairs are not. No, they aren't.
On a pier, dude, in LA.
Yes.
Where people
Well,
fucking
maybe in LA. Most of my peer knowledge is
Your knowledge.
it's like
Clearly, he couldn't find a chair if he was sitting on the ground.
is in Maryland.
Oh my god. He was sitting behind a fucking ride or something.
yeah. But this one, I think this one doesn't have a lot to it as well. It's just
Well, no, besides just like I said,
This is
that could have
fucked.
been
This was
way
fucked, yeah.
worse. That could have been really
Vice,
fucked.
go up though, because that is our next segment. Hasanabi.
They're coming up on the
And
last hour as well. We'll be able to touch politics.
We'll be able to touch politics after this.
Oh,
but
I'm not. I'm about to leave in a
Hassan,
little bit.
Hassan,
what do you mean coming up on the last hour? Or isn't
It's almost.
Oh, I guess we do have another hour. Shit, I'm tired as
Yeah,
fuck,
we have
bro.
another hour, dude. What are you talking about?
I don't know if I'm gonna make it the whole hour.
Yeah, I don't like Hassan.
What does an hour?
Once we go into the Zelensky stuff, I think I can carry that.
But I would like to say I got.
I don't want to talk on that.
Got to leave. Like and
Yes.
subscribe to Cut. Also, I have a channel. Subscribe to it. I stream like once every 2 years.
Oh my gosh.
John's Gaming, go now.
go-
Hold on, I'll get a link. I'll get a link.
Anyways, I gotta get this.
Go do that thing. Go sub up to this dude. He does retro
All right.
gaming,
Oh,
and
no,
it's
no.
pretty good.
Yeah.
All right, so prominent
It's kind
streamer,
of okay.
prominent
Fuck.
Twitch streamer, Hasanabi has been banned off of Twitch. Something we never
Is that
thought
right?
we would see.
That's not how you say his name, is it?
Hasanabi? Yeah.
Yeah.
Oh.
We just call him
Hassan Piker, Hasanabi.
Yeah, so I don't know if people know the story behind Hassan, but this is the golden boy of Twitch, right? Like, can never be banned. Has said some of the wildest shit you will ever see, like, hear. Had an actual like, terrorist on stream, which I don't think any streamer could get away with other than him, but fucking congrats to him, I guess.
Said America deserved 9/11.
Oh man, yeah, there's a lot to Hassan, but he caught a ban for
Finally,
saying some
It's
shit
temporary.
that oh god,
temporary.
well, there's no information that's been put out. Like they haven't said how long
Right.
the ban is.
If you
or,
click on it, it says temporary on it.
yeah,
though.
it says temporary on the actual page, but right now he's just been banned for I don't know how much time. I think they're evaluating how bad the situation is.
Yeah.
He's already unbanned.
Is he really?
Is he
Hold on, I'm gonna
already
find out.
unbanned?
Yeah, he's Twitch. He's on Twitch right now,
Dude,
unbanned, and
Dude.
he's been live for 10 hours.
Ain't no way.
I'm not surprised. Yeah, he's live right now.
Dude,
So
what?
he got banned. He got banned,
He got
for,
banned
a day.
for a
Not
day?
even.
Okay, let's watch what led to this ban, okay? And you let me know if this is worth a 1 day fucking ban. Like, scroll down, Fives. Let's watch him say this shit, because this shit is wild. Ain't no fucking way, dude. Oh my god. Sometimes Twitch, man.
It doesn't surprise me at all.
The golden boy, dude. Can do no wrong.
He's bullshit. Dan. Ready?
Let's go.
There's about $50 billion estimated that are lost every year in Medicaid, just in fraud alone. No.
If you cared about Medicare fraud or Medicaid fraud, you would kill Rick Scott. Okay? You wouldn't make Rick Scott, former governor of Florida, Rick Scott, you wouldn't make him a prominent part of the Republican Party.
There's about
Kill Rick
$50 billion
Scott, yes.
estimated that are lost
Fucking
every year
goddamn
in
it, dude.
Medicaid,
What the
just
fuck
in fraud
is-
alone.
Oh.
No.
How
If
did
you
he
cared about Medicare fraud or Medicaid fraud, you would kill Rick Scott. Okay?
Dude.
You wouldn't make
the chat's so fucking crazy too. How
The
is this
chat
allowed?
didn't even say
How-
anything like.
No, keep going. Watch it. Like you'll.
Well,
you'll
it wasn't allowed.
you
He
wouldn't
got
make
banned.
him a prominent part of the Republican Party.
There's about $50 billion estimated that are lost every year in Medicaid, just in fraud alone. No.
Oh god.
If you cared about Medicare fraud or
Why are we watching it again?
You know,
I don't
when
know.
he says
So
kill
Chad
Rick Scott,
understands.
he's obviously being hyperbolic.
Dude, okay. Fuck. Let me see if I can pull this up.
This is that chronically online bullshit though, where because they're just chronically online, they think they can just say like online shit. And it's like, well, can't really say you're gonna kill a public figure. Like, I don't know what to tell you.
Oh, you can. He basically got away with it. Oh, you got a slap on the wrist. You got a ban for a day. Oh darn.
Here, I put it in the side
They
chat.
smacked him in the dick and then said it was fine, okay?
This
And
is
now they're tagging on it.
Hassan's explanation on what happened. Okay, we'll listen to his explanation.
Yeah, his explanation doesn't make it any better for the rest.
Yeah, no, it makes it worse. If anything, it makes it worse, and that's why I'm just like, oh my god. I put it in the side chat.
I'm opening it.
What's up, everyone? If you're
This is Hasanabi on YouTube, so he doesn't fucking get angry that we're looking at his video.
He's probably gonna get angry either way.
Oh fuck! I'm a nobody. Okay, leave me alone. All right, let's play.
Right.
Let's watch it at 1.5 speed because oh my god, this man makes my brain die.
Fuck.
seeing this, that means
1.5, you said?
Yeah, 1.5. I want to get this over with as quickly as possible.
I could easily milk a lot of content out of Hassan.
Yeah, anyone can, to be 100% honest. This is like the easiest. He's such a good lolcow for like.
Did you see when he popped onto Dean's TikTok stream?
Yeah,
that's hilarious.
Yeah,
have you seen him play basketball?
No.
Now that's hilarious.
Dude, isn't he like 6 foot something? Like he's like super tall, isn't he?
Dude, he is terrible at basketball.
Dude,
Terrible.
Imagine being tall and being bad at fucking hooping. Sucks to suck.
It kind of comes.
He was in a
with the level
basketball
of
match
greatness.
like
I'm really bad at basketball.
4
too.
days ago.
4 days ago, he was playing basketball on stream. What the fuck?
Yeah, he was. Yeah, it was on Sunday.
Fuck.
So not 4 days ago.
But let's get to his explanation because I want to hear him justify this. And I'm not gonna lie, I kind of pre-watched. I didn't watch the whole video, but I kind of pre-watched.
means I've probably been banned. That's right. Cancel culture has finally come for me. Oh my God, it's over. It's over. The free speech warriors. Where are you now? They've taken me out, ladies and gentlemen. It's over. I'm done. A couple days ago, I had a conversation where I was responding to the Republican House of Representatives Speaker, and I said some things. Let's take a look at what I said. Libs of TikTok, of course, posted about it. Here's what Libs of TikTok claimed I was saying. Hassan Parker just called for violence against a sitting U.S. Senator. If you cared about Medicaid fraud, you would kill Rick Scott at FBI. This got 17,000 likes. It was on February 28th. Let's take a look at this clip really quickly.
There's about $50 billion estimated that are lost every year in Medicaid just in fraud alone. No.
If you cared about Medicare fraud or Medicaid fraud, you would kill Rick Scott. Okay, you wouldn't make Rick Scott, former governor of Florida, Rick Scott.
Dude, he laughs
you wouldn't
about
make
it.
him,
He laughs about it.
Part of the
Oh,
Republican Party.
God.
He
just
laughs about it and he goes, and it has 17,000 likes.
Jesus Christ.
Mm-hmm.
Oh my God. There's just no way that this dude is actually. I can't believe he was invited to the DNC, dude. What world am I living in?
And he just shat on her the whole time.
Fucking A, dude.
Well, on the DNC as a whole.
Yeah.
Like, he did no favors for the Democratic Party in the last election.
What up, Zach?
I'm sorry. He did not.
No, he did nothing. If anything, he hurt the cause because I hate it. I hate it when people like push this like fucking narrative that she would have been fucking goddamn awful because it doesn't fit your Palestine fucking.
Here's the best thing about it. So the whole reason that a lot of these people didn't vote for her is because she wasn't pro-Palestine.
Exactly.
But neither's Trump.
If anything, it hurt their movement more to vote in Trump or not hope in fucking getting her elected. Secondly,
don't get me wrong. I was Team Trump in this, even though I'm not a Trump fan. But like, that is the dumbest reason to not vote for somebody, because the idea is to vote for the person that most aligns with what you want in the world.
And it fucks with like everything, right? It wasn't even just that it was like the pro-Palestine part. It was everything else that Trump is doing that should have been a clear signal to the left to be like, hey, we don't want this to happen. So let's vote for the person that may not have every ideal that I want, but has most of the ideals that I want, right?
Mm-hmm. Especially if you're on the far left, which is where Hassan is. You want to be as close to your position as possible.
It's not even that bad. It was a call to action. He pointed out the stupid and the way they would act given the person was from the other side. That's retarded, though. That's actually retarded. Just because, I hate whataboutisms because it's just like, doesn't excuse the bad action you do.
Yeah.
Like, you're still a shitty person for doing the thing. Like,
the thing is, I don't really think this was that bad. I'm gonna be.
He has said worse. He has said fucking worse, to be 100% honest. But what the fuck? What is the line? What is the line for Twitch fucking...
He's not... Here's the thing. Like, the way it's being portrayed is that he's, like, putting a call out in the ether for somebody to go kill Rick Scott. But really what he's saying is he's criticizing the person who's talking and saying... if you're going to complain about what's happening with Medicare and Medicaid, rather than endorsing Rick Scott, who's a member of your party, you would kill him instead.
Yeah.
Like, obviously, he's taking the argument ad absurdum. He's taking it to its absurd point. He's not
for sure
trying to actually call for people to kill him. But granted, his phrasing is pretty terrible.
Yeah, and when you
and it could easily be construed that way.
And
it's not that people are misconstruing it.
Also, when you have chatter saying "kill Rick Scott," yes,
exactly.
Obviously, it's like, okay, we have to take this contextually. I can't fucking just. I understand his point, right? Like, the point is fine. I don't care. Like, I've heard him say worse, so this one doesn't seem like a big deal to me. But it's just like, okay, to Twitch moderation, though, what the fuck is the line that they draw? It seems the line just gets more arbitrary the more we look at these situations, right? And it makes no fucking sense. Like I get Hassan pulls in a shit ton of viewers, but what the fuck? Like, at what point do you say, okay, this is bad for us? Like,
I don't think Twitch realizes that Hassan is a brand risk.
Yeah.
I don't know how they don't realize that at this point. Not that I want him to be banned.
Well,
but
just a comment on Krabs thing.
Good.
Yeah, here's the thing. I don't think a streamer should be responsible for their chatters, right? But there's an extent that I will draw here where it's just going to be like, Alex Jones saying that the Sandy Hook people were crisis actors made people start harassing those families. Like, yes, to a certain extent, I shouldn't hold you responsible for what your chatters are saying, but there's a level, obviously, right, that I'm gonna have to look at critically and be like, yeah, if you're saying stupid shit like this and it leads to bad fucking outcomes, because it possibly can and it possibly will, then I have to hold you to that fucking level, like, right? Especially if we're gonna hold someone like Alex Jones responsible for what he's saying. Like, I think it's fair to do it to people like Hassan.
I think I can kind of agree with you, but not the way you're saying it. basically, my take would be you have a responsibility that, like, if your chat is getting the wrong idea of what you're saying, you have to address that. Like,
correct that.
If they are saying, yeah, somebody does need to kill Rick Scott, you're right, Hassan. Somebody does need to kill him. Then you kind of do have an obligation to be like, nah, I don't actually mean somebody needs to kill Rick Scott.
Yeah.
Or you should say that anyway, regardless.
Yeah, no, like I agree that but Jones was responsible for the misinformation. But that's what I'm saying. The bad interpretation is his responsibility, right? Like that, like if his chatters are taking that in and are being like, yeah, kill Rick Scott, then fuck, dude, I don't know what to tell you at this point. But you're basically on the line of being like crossing over to a call to action. I don't think this necessarily was a call to action because I don't think that it was enough to push that. But he's getting fucking close, and he's gone over the line before. It's not like this is the first instance of this kind of shit happening with him. Like there's a point to be edgy. Like we're edgy on this show, right? We were just fucking talking about crying women, but fuck, like there's a point where you just gotta fucking draw it back, especially when you're talking about serious fucking shit like this. Like, it's so brain dead to me. But yeah, let's continue. Let's hear his explanation to this, because I think it's kind of horseshit.
That seems like a wild thing to say. Oh my God. Is this person calling for the death of a U.S. senator? Of course not. I was not calling for the assassination of a U.S. senator. So I went back to figure out the context. Here it is. Let's take a look.
Are people who are covered by Medicaid now going to potentially lose Medicaid coverage as a result of this?
No, look, the White House has made a commitment. The president said over and over and over, we're not going to touch Social Security, Medicare, or Medicaid. We've made the same commitment. Now, that said, what we are going to do is go into those programs and carve out the fraud, waste, and abuse and find efficiencies. A couple of examples. There's about $50 billion estimated that are lost every year in Medicaid just in fraud alone. No.
That fraud is not coming from individuals. It's coming from providers. They're not tackling providers. They're not actually going after like false billing. They are trying to cut recipients. If you cared about Medicare fraud or Medicaid fraud, you would kill Rick Scott. The reason why I'm saying if you cared about Medicare or Medicaid fraud, you would kill Rick Scott is because, and not make him a prominent part of the Republican Party, is because he to this day is still known as committing the largest Medicare fraud in U.S. history. They want to cut SNAP. They want to cut Medicaid. They want to cut the funding of Medicaid. They want to make it harder for people to receive Medicaid. They don't want to actually go after medical providers or the insurance companies or the nursing homes that are lining their pockets with major donations. Those are the people who actually engage in the fraud. It's not your uncle that's like lying about their condition and stealing money from the government by going to the doctor or whatever. Okay, so obviously I should have used hyperbolic language, and there's definitely some ownership that I must take.
Like, okay, so he's gonna explain the hyperbolic language, but it's just like this explanation, basically, like the context of it.
I didn't even know he explained it as hyperbole when I said that, but yeah, I appreciate that he agrees with me.
Yeah, that it is hyperbolic, and his context doesn't make it better. Like, I don't understand.
I still think you have to. Okay, I hate Hassan. I am not a Hassan fan. I dislike him greatly.
Yeah.
But in order to read that as serious, you have to actually like really dislike Hassan and be looking at it through that lens.
For sure. And I agree with you there. But here's the thing, like when you show me context, it's supposed to clear up the situation, not I said this thing and I continue to ramble on why I said this thing, right? Like that the context is just like, okay, that you just gave reasons on why you think people should kill Rick Scott. Like that's the reason. That's what you're showing me here. This doesn't seem like this doesn't clear up the situation. Now if you want, like, now he's gonna comment on the hyperbolic language, that's a different like subject. But that right there, what he just showed us, does not clear up the situation. It probably makes it worse, right? It's giving people reasons to fucking agree with the fucking take, which is crazy.
Yeah.
But let's continue. Let's hear his hyperbolic statements and whatnot.
Some apologies there. I should not have said Mike Johnson should kill Rick Scott. I should have simply said Mike Johnson should punish Rick Scott, perhaps with the maximum punishment, whatever that would be, for defrauding Medicare and Medicaid for over $1.7 billion. Now let's talk about the things that he did in this process, because Rick Scott co-founded the Columbia Hospital Corporation, which later merged to a corporation known as Columbia/HCA.
See, here's where there's a problem.
Largest for-profit healthcare company.
Okay. Going on to justify saying kill him is the problem.
Yeah, dude.
This is where the problem happens. If he would have left it off before this and just been like, my bad, I should have addressed it, moved on.
I should have said something different.
Continuing to be like, this is why I said it, because he's a piece of shit.
Yeah, like just him saying like I should have said something different should have been enough for him to be like, you know what, call it a day, pack it in. But no, we decided we're gonna triple down on this fucking shit and be like, yep, these are justifications to why I think this thing. Even though what I think is hyperbolic, obviously, but still, like,
this is where he has kind of those lolcow traits.
Yeah,
it's the I'm sorry, but I'm still going to explain why I did it. It's the Kelly Jean thing. Like, I apologize. I don't know what the problem is. You apologize, but you have no idea what you meant. You said the words, I'm sorry. You didn't apologize.
Yeah, you're just going on and doing the same shit. And for the next part of the like 18 minutes, he just goes on about saying how the Republican Party does this. So that's why I'm just like, this video was just dog shit. Like, I'm just like, what the fuck?
So, what if somebody actually ended up killing that person and they were like, oh, I watched this on? You think he would like actually have any repercussions, or probably not?
Probably not
legal, but he'd probably get a 2-day suspension.
I don't even think they would give him a 2-day suspension because fuck, dude, what was he banned like a day ago? Like,
yeah, it was 24 hours. Yeah.
What the fuck? Like,
because I was watching Nicholas Diorio talk about it yesterday.
It just seems so weird.
And I went to I went to Twitch at that time, and that was earlier than this. But
this is why I think Ethan Klein's video actually did what it was supposed to. Like, it pointed out the hypocrisy that the Twitch holds for these people, and it's just like, the fuck is wrong with you people?
It brought it to a larger audience.
Yeah,
but people know. People
that like obviously are like Twitch poll know, right? Like, or whatever Twitch poll has become.
And anybody who's been reached out to by Dan Saltman.
Yeah. But Dan has like a hate boner for Twitch, so
absolutely
he's gunning for them.
He's got a little bit of a vendetta.
Whether that's because Destiny was banned or what other reason.
Yeah, I think so. I 100% think so.
It might be the Jewish thing. It also might be that. Like,
I think that's a convenient addition, but I think it's 99% because of Steven.
Because they do make a lot of crazy Jew fucking jokes on Twitch, and I don't understand like where the line for those kinds of jokes are.
Because I'm pretty sure if you started making fun of somebody for a hijab, you'd get banned immediately.
I'd catch a ban immediately, right? Like, there's no way.
Hassan was banned 1 day and 3 minutes. And 12 seconds 11 hours ago.
Yeah. 24-hour ban.
This man is untouchable at that company, and I just don't get. I don't get, after the advertisers left, after all this shit, why Twitch still decides, yeah, I'm gonna promote this dude.
How long was Asman suspended?
Let me find it right now.
Wasn't it like 2 days? It wasn't that long.
I thought he had a week.
I'm on this Twitch, this X page where it tells you all the Twitch bans.
Because I mean, Asmon Gold just got suspended for telling the truth.
I'm trying to find it right now.
Damn, dude.
When did this happen? A while ago, I'm guessing, right?
It wasn't that long ago. It was a couple months, maybe.
So
it was while the whole Hassan
14 days
going on.
suspension. 14 days suspension.
14 it was
days,
a 2-week suspension. Yeah. And that really wasn't that bad compared to a lot of things. Like Hassan showed terrorist propaganda on his stream and didn't get banned.
To M-Pole, that was funny as fuck, dude. I was
NMP lol.
Oh, yeah.
What do you mean M-Pole? Come on. I'm gonna fight you.
No, I'm just saying that shit was actually kind of funny. Like,
I like Nick Paul.
Have your friend sit there and you just like have them sit there watching propaganda as you leave the room.
Yeah, that's a little fucked.
I'm just like, what the fuck, dude? Ain't no way that just happened. That's what I'm just like,
I'm waiting for NMP law to get in more of a controversy. Something's gonna happen with that guy. He's in too weird of a position right now.
Do you mean like the Kachi thing or whatever the fuck?
Oh yeah, all of that.
Yeah.
Kachi and the rest of the Asian streamer chicks.
The divorce is also
the divorce.
Great.
There's a lot going on there.
Yeah.
He's got a lot. He's on thin. He's like on a razor's edge of what way this could go.
I feel like he thrives on that line though. So
yeah, don't get me wrong. He's the most popular he's ever been right now.
Yeah. So we'll see. But let's
and I'm liking it. Like I'm enjoying the content.
Do we actually want to watch all of this Hassan thing? Because like it is literally just explaining how the Republicans fucking talk for like 18 minutes, and I don't think that's
not really. I'm probably gonna go to bed here.
Yeah, fuck.
In like a few minutes.
I don't think it's worth it, honestly. Because it's just.
I say let's move on to Zelensky because that's what you've been wanting to talk about, and I think
all right, we can move on to Zelensky.
All right, have a good night, guys.
You're not gonna stay for the beginning part of the Zelensky fucking.
No, I gotta go to bed.
Jeez, dude.
I gotta work tomorrow morning, so you know.
I have to be a mom tomorrow morning.
Okay.
You
have a good one, Dave.
All right.
Remember, go subscribe to Dave.
Or don't. I don't stream right now.
Well, at some point you will, so.
Yeah, eventually. Right now I'm focused heavily on job and trying to do as well as I can and move up and, make real money.
Real life maxing.
Yeah, real life maxing. All right. Catch you guys later. Bye. Yes, I am scared. I'm not gonna deny it. I'm scared. Bye.
All right, let's switch over to the Zelensky conversation. We'll analyze that, and I think that will probably be the end of the show because that's like 40 minutes, right? If I'm not mistaken. We'll watch the whole thing because I think a lot of people have been giving this shit so little context and just watching the last 10 minutes and been like, Zelensky was so rude, and I'm just like, what the? Did you not watch the thing?
I actually haven't watched the actual interaction, so this should be good.
Okay, so this is Forbes breaking news. Okay, before we watch it, because I don't want to be taken down like we did with the fucking what was it?
That interview.
I forgot who we were watching that time, but yeah. But this is Forbes breaking news. We're obviously watching it through them because it's a good place.
Can you?
This. Yeah, yeah.
Can you watch these people?
Yeah, you can.
All right.
Let's speed this up to 1.5 too, because like this is a
20.
long one. And not a lot of them are slow.
Thank you very much.
So.
Thank you very much. They all talk slow, so it'll sound good.
Yeah, it'll sound normal to the rest of us. All right, let's jump into it. Politics time.
It's an honor to have President Zelensky of Ukraine, and we've been working very hard, very close. So we've actually known each other for a long time.
No, Trump sounds normal. That's kind of crazy.
We had little negotiations, Pat, but that worked out great. I think for both countries. I think for the world, actually, beyond both countries.
Yeah.
And we have something that is a very fair deal. And we look forward to getting in and digging and working and getting some of the rare earth. But it means we're going to be inside, and it's a big commitment from the United States, and we appreciate working with you very much. And we will continue to do that. We have had some very good discussions with Russia. I spoke with President Putin, and we're going to try and bring this to a close. It's something that you want and that he wants. We have to negotiate a deal. But we've started the confines of a deal, and I think something can happen. The big thing is the number of soldiers, mostly at this point, soldiers being killed. They're losing thousands of soldiers on both sides. We're losing a lot of soldiers. And we want to see it stop.
Yeah.
And we want to see the money get put to different kinds of use, like rebuilding, the rebuilding.
This
and
is so
we're going to
weird.
be working very hard. But we've had a lot of very good conversations. I will say until we came along, the Biden administration didn't speak to Russia whatsoever. They didn't speak to anybody. They just allowed this to continue. And I will say that, I'll say in front of you, you've heard me say it 1,000 times, if I were president, this war would have never happened. We would have had a deal negotiated for you without having to go through what you've gone through. But your soldiers have been unbelievably brave. We've given them great equipment, but somebody has to use the equipment. They've been unbelievably brave.
All right,
And
so
give
we
them
can
great
pause
credit.
it here
This
for a
was supposed to
second.
be over very quickly. And
Just so we could get this clear, like first 2 minutes, obviously they're being cordial, right? Like it doesn't seem like there's any like friction between the two world leaders, so it doesn't seem.
I don't agree with that at all.
What do you mean?
Because you can tell in like the way Zelensky just responded, like his body language and his facial expressions to that. It was kind of like, yo, you didn't tell me that you like talked to Putin and you're like trying to stop the war and negotiate this shit with.
He
Like,
already knew
that's
that.
the reaction he gave at least.
He
Like,
already
I'm
knows
not-
that.
No, I know, but the way he reacted is like he didn't. That's what I'm saying. It was like that's.
Oh well,
his
yeah, no,
body
the
language
U.S. didn't have like, but again, I've heard the argument that you don't bring like the two hostile parties together to negotiate peace at the very beginning. So it's just like, okay, I can understand that to a certain degree. I don't think Zelensky here's posture is it's exactly the same as Trump's. Like I don't think it's any more hostile than it is for anyone else.
No, well, I don't necessarily mean hostile, I guess, but you don't think it like because I don't know literally straight up and like anything that's going on when it comes to like their interactions, right? So I don't know, like, has he already told him that he's talked to Putin about this?
No,
I'm
yeah, no,
assuming
they
is what you're
already know all this. What they were there for that day was to sign a minerals deal that would ensure that the U.S. would be mining for rare earth minerals in Ukraine, in exchange for money to help them fight the war, right? Essentially. Now that the argument there is that Zelensky wants some sort of security guarantee with this negotiation, and it doesn't seem like they've come to an agreement about any security guarantees. It just seems like Zelensky is kind of just like, okay, so you want our minerals, but you don't want to put anything on the line for it, essentially.
Okay, so what I'm reading in his facial expressions and body language then is that he's like, okay, so these two powerful countries are getting together and I'm about to get totally fucked on the deal.
Not
to
really.
end this situation.
I even if like let's let it keep playing, but I don't think his facial expressions say anything. I think he acts this way very much in every other interview. So it doesn't seem like this is a telling moment. But let's continue.
And here we are 3 years later. So I give tremendous credit to your generals and your soldiers and yourself in the sense that it's been very hard fighting, very tough fighting. They're great fighters. And you have to be very proud of them from that standpoint. But now we want to get it over with. It's enough, right? We want to get it over with. So it's an honor to have you here. Thank you very much for coming. We're going to sign the agreement at the conference in the East Room in a little while, right after lunch. And we'll be having lunch together. We're also discussing some other things. And we appreciate everybody being here. It's somewhat of an exciting moment. But the really exciting moment is when when they stop the shooting and we end up with the deal. And I think we're fairly close to getting that. And an honor to have you. And please, I'd like to say something.
Yeah, thank you so much, Mr. President. Thank you for the invitation. And really, I hope that this first document, will be first step to real security guarantees for Ukraine, our people, our children. I really count on it. And of course, we count that America will not stop support. Really, for us, it's very important to support and to continue it. I want to discuss it with details further during our conversation. And of course, the infrastructure of security guarantees. Because for today, I understand what Europe is ready to do. And of course, I want to discuss with you what the United States will be ready to do. And I really count on your strong position to stop Putin. And you said that enough with the war. I think that is very important, Ben, to say these words to Putin at the very beginning of war, because he's a killer and terrorist. But I hope that together we can stop him. But for us, it's very important to, to save our country, our values, our freedom.
Just to pause real quick.
And of course, no compromises.
Yeah, so it again, it just seems like he has the same, like, it doesn't seem like he has different demeanor from any of his other public appearances. To address the situation that people think is happening, that this was set up by Trump or JD to put Zelensky in a bad position is a shit take. I just don't see it. I don't see anything here that seems to be some sort of setup. There's just not enough there for me to be like, yeah, this definitely was putting Zelensky in a position where he couldn't speak, because he very much was saying what he wanted and what the deal basically was coming down to. It's not like he wasn't upfront about that since the beginning. It was just like, yeah, I'm here to talk about what the things that I can get for Ukraine, for at least for security guarantees from the US. Doesn't seem like there's a lot of animosity towards Donald Trump or JD Vance. Now, if you want to talk about like people's body language, then we can talk about Marco Rubio.
Well, he just looks like he doesn't want to be there. But
Yeah.
Also part of what part of what I'm reading could also just be because he is Eastern European, which, like, I feel like they kind of just give off this air of like a little bit more dominant presence sometimes. So
Well,
maybe that I'm
for
just
sure.
misreading it.
I think also he has to present very strongly, right? He doesn't. This is obviously going to be watched by his adversary. It's not like Putin's not going to see what's happening here. So he also has to posture in a way where it's just like, yeah, I can't look weak in front of my enemy. So there are things that he's gonna have to do here that it's just like, yeah, I don't think that it's. I don't think this is disrespectful towards the president at all. I think it just really just leans more into the you have to present with some level of power when you're a world leader.
My question is, so you are saying that nothing that's been said up to this point is like new information for Zelensky, is what you're saying?
No. Zelensky pretty much, obviously a lot of background conversations had led up to this conversation, right? That minerals deal wasn't just like randomly thrown on the Ukrainians and been like, hey, we're going to do this, right? But it was just like, if we're going to sign this deal, we kind of want some level of security guarantee, right? Especially when you have European countries dedicated to helping out the Ukraine. It's just like, what is America going to help out with, if they're going to help out at all, right? I don't think there's a big, like, I think it would be good for an alliance between Ukraine and America, but I don't think it's a necessary component. I don't think he's forcing it very much on the US president. He's just kind of saying, hey, we want this level of security if we're going to be doing some level of peace with Russia, right? Because at any moment they could be attacked again, and that the historical context alone should give you an understanding that a ceasefire or some level of negotiation or diplomacy hasn't really worked up until this point, so he's going to need something more than just a piece of paper saying that you won't invade, right?
Yeah, his stance makes perfect sense. I guess I need to see more up to where the actual confrontation happens, because
that's the last 10 minutes. So everyone watched the last 10 minutes and was basically like, Zelensky is rude the whole time and blah blah blah, interrupting Trump. I very much think he was being as cordial as he possibly could, making his points as fair as he could, at least to his understanding, because again, he is being aggressed upon, his country is, so there's only so much leeway that you could fucking be like, yeah, this is kind of fucked. But yeah, we can continue it. It's just this. Also, actually, wait, before we continue, there's been a lot of fucking comments about the suit thing, like why doesn't he wear a suit to the Oval Office? And it's just like, okay, there's two ways he could approach this, right? He can dress the way he dressed, and then he'd be criticized for not wearing a suit, blah blah. Why aren't you in attire that would be blah blah? If he shows up in a nice suit, people are gonna be like, he's using American money to buy himself whatever the fuck, because those have been the criticisms of Zelensky at this point, that he's using war money to buy expensive clothing in, what was it? I forget what it was. It in the UK, if I'm not mistaken, the story was. So there was no winning there. That one is just a no-win situation. I think that one, it's better to present better for your country than it is to present, like, to jump through the hoop for America, right? So it just doesn't make sense.
That's every political thing that happens, though, is like there's always going to be people mad no matter what you do, really. For sure.
But when you're trying to present to the rest of the world, like, yeah, this is just, we're fighting, we're doing all this, like, I don't think it's in your best interest, or even in anyone's best interest, to capitulate to America's demands about you wearing a suit, being so fucking novel, right? Because again, you're trying to present that, yeah, my people are fighting, we're fighting a war. Fuck, the casualty of, like, not the casualty, but the casualness of wearing these suits and having these types of meetings isn't like their norm at the moment. They're fucking obviously fighting a humongous war that they've been on a rocky side for a super long time. One could argue that yes, Ukraine has been making movements that seem to be directionally good for them, like their invasions into Kursk, or getting the peninsula on their side, slowly battering away and removing the Russian soldiers from there. We could talk about that, but like, in general, it's just like he's obviously in the middle of a war. There's not a lot that he could fucking do here that would look good to everyone in the American public. But yeah, we can continue.
With a killer about our territories, but it will be later. And of course, what I wanted, we spoke about it by phone with you about the drones production. We have very good drone production. I think the best one in the world for today because of the war. Yes, and of course, we need very much the air defense. You have the best air defense in the world, and really you help us under attacks of Russians. And I want to speak how we can exchange the licenses. We're open to share the licenses of all our drones with you, of course, with the United States. And we need licenses for quick production of air defense. Even after the war, we need our nation to be calm, that we are secure. So that's why we need this air shield. And of course, about this, I want to speak about the contingents. I think that France and UK already spoke to you, and we know that Europe is ready, but without the United States, they will not be ready to be as strong as we need. And then the last point, last but not least, about exchange, about our people and children. And you know that this crazy Russian, that they stolen 20,000 of children, Ukrainian children. They changed their names, they changed their families, relatives, and now they're in Russia. We want to bring them back. And really, it's a big dream, task and goal for me and our warriors. By the way, Mr. President, we released more than 4,000 warriors from Russian prison, but there are thousands more in the prison. I wanted to share with you some images, how it's can I now?
Yeah, please.
1 minute. Just you to understand in what circumstances, in what situation they are, and what the attitude of Russia to our prisoners. That guys, just you before and after. And you see before and after, just you to understand. Now thousands of such guys, ladies and men, there, and that's so they don't eat, they beat them, and they a lot of bad things. So out of even during the war there are rules. Everybody knows there are rules during the war. So these guys, they don't have any rules. You see that 50, 60 kilograms of that, and a lot of such things. and I didn't want to show you what the changes with images of children, because I will share with you. I mean, it's looking tragic.
Yep, it's tough stuff.
Yeah, I wanted very much to give you an USD. Yeah. This is pastor, by the way. They stolen pastors because it's not Russian church. They stolen pastors and moved pastors to the prison. We, at the end of last year, we brought 3 pastors, and we could exchange them. But this is pastor, you see.
Yeah, it's tough.
Yeah, so I mean, this I wanted to show you, and this. So thank you very much.
We want to get that in, right?
Yeah, of course we will.
I think we will.
Also, he just said thank you.
You have to, of course.
Do you have any questions, please?
Mr. Just remember that for later. He just said thank you. Because this gets brought up later. But we're going to keep count this time because, you know, the Republican talking points, I got to fucking combat them. So, let's continue.
How much money is the U.S. going to put into the fund that is being created today, and how does this provide long-term security for Ukraine?
Well, we don't know exactly how much because we're going to be putting some money in a fund that we're going to get from the raw earth that we're going to be taking and sharing in terms of revenue. So it's going to be a lot of money will be made from the sale and from the use of raw earth. And as you know, our country doesn't have much raw earth. We have a lot of oil and gas, but we don't have a lot of the raw earth. And what we do have is protected by the environmentalists, but that could be unprotected, but still it's not very much. They have among the best in the world in terms of raw earth. So we're going to be using that, using it for all of the things we do, including AI and including weapons and the military, and it's really going to very much satisfy our needs. So it's something that just worked out really well. We have a lot of oil, and we have a lot of gas, we have a lot, but we don't have raw earth. So this has just about every component of the raw earth that we need for computers, for all of the things we do. This puts us in great shape.
Also, just so people understand that Ukraine doesn't really have a lot of raw earth or rare earth minerals or whatever he's fucking calling them. They don't have a lot. We have way more in our country than they do. So this is basically just a way for America to get their money back, which I think is a good thing, to be 100% honest. If we get something in return for helping someone, that's typically good for both. Like what's good for you, is good for me. Like you want that kind of exchange. But to say that they have way more is just a blatant lie. Like they don't have a lot. It like there's a number that gets thrown out. It's $500 billion worth of minerals there, and it's just like that's going to be very difficult to do. You're basically going to have to strip the whole fucking country of Ukraine to even get near that number. But hey, I don't think it's necessarily bad for the US to do this, because again, if there's a way that the US can make some money and also help out Ukraine, then I think it's beneficial to both parties to do that. So I don't think this is a major issue. I just kind of wanted to point that out. But we can continue.
I think once we make the agreement, that's going to be 95% of it. They're not going to go back to fighting. I've spoken with President Putin, and I feel very strong. I've known him for a long time, and I feel very strongly that they're very serious about it. And we'll make a deal. And when the deal is made, I don't think we talk about security. Everyone's talking about the other day. All they talked about was security. I said, let me make the deal first. I have to make the deal first. I don't worry about security right now. We have to have a deal, because right now, last week, 2,000 soldiers died on both sides. 2,000, and they're losing 1,000, 2,000, 3,000 a week. So as we sit here and we talk, people are getting shot and dying on the battlefield. And they're not American soldiers, but they're Russian soldiers and they're Ukrainian soldiers, and we want to be able to stop it. And we want to be able also to spend money on other things. We don't want to. This is a tremendous amount of money, and what the Biden administration did was terrible. They were giving money, but they had no security on the money. Europe, as you know, gave much less money, but they had security. It was in the form of a loan. They get their money back, and we didn't. And now, at least we're protected, because the American taxpayer has to be protected too. But
because that's a talking point. God damn it. So what he's talking about there, which earlier that week he met up with Macron, the French president, who also explained this very thoroughly to him. And I think if we're holding Zelensky to a disrespectful level, then Macron was obviously disrespectful, because he put his hands on Donald Trump while he was making this point. So a lot of the money that is given to Ukraine by the European Union and like these European countries are through frozen Russian assets, meaning that they will get parts of their money back, but it's going to be dependent on how Russia negotiates with negotiates this peace treaty at the very end, it's going to be how that division of money is going to come up. If they make their money back, then good on them. If they lose some money, then it's kind of one of those situations where the loan isn't necessarily just like, hey, we're giving you this exact amount of money, we want it back. It's the collateral on top of it is the frozen Russian assets, and if that isn't met, then the loans kind of like taper off a bit. There is money that is being given back, but we also have those kinds of investments in Ukraine, also to combat the number that's going to be thrown out later. He says we have spent about $350 billion into Ukraine, when in reality, if you look that up, there is no number near that. There's not even a number that tops 300. The highest I've seen has been about 200 billion, which is way under the line that he's trying to draw here, and that the European Union has pretty much matched us, if not given a bit more, not by a lot, but still. And that is a collection of countries, so obviously we are giving a lion's share there, right? Like if we're giving 49%, then it's still 49%. But
so my thing is, I don't know, this is to me where the tension is building, right?
At this part?
Yeah, 100%. You can't tell that?
Not really. So Trump's basically trying to undermine what he had happened the couple days before that, where he talked to Macron and he talked to the UK leader, because it was just okay.
Well, here's my take on it, okay? Because this is my thought, right? Because basically Zelensky was just like, so here's what I think we should get, right? Because Trump was talking about the minerals and the deal and all whatever.
Yeah.
Right. So he goes, I want this. Then they basically go into a live negotiation where after he says what he wants, Trump is like, well, I'm going to restate exactly what we want because we've been doing this. Right.
Yeah, security isn't as important. Yes, for sure. And Zelensky there being like, but I don't think Zelensky is like, obviously tension exists, right? Because this is crucial for Ukraine to get some sort of deal going. It's not.
Well, it's that, but it's also the underlying tension, right? Which is what you're kind of not really touching on, which is what Trump kind of did, which is he is friendly with Putin and they are fine. And Biden is the one that gave Zelensky the aid, correct? So that's the underlying tension, right?
Well,
because he's basically like, we already gave you a ton of shit. And when he says that, he means the U.S., not him. And Trump also implying that he's good friends with Putin.
Trump has given the Ukraine, he states it later, but he has given the Ukraine like Javelin missiles during his presidency. So like him helping out Ukraine this isn't the first time, right? The tension between this is more of Zelensky's living in an uncertain time where he doesn't know where America's loyalties are lying, right? Especially with the European leaders and the way that J.D. Vance addressed the Security Council in the EU. With that,
I think you can imply that he does know. Like that is the vibe that I'm getting.
Well, no, he doesn't. He doesn't because he's obviously agreed to come here, right? Like he's agreed to like sign the minerals deal as long as there's some security that is backed by it. Yes,
because he needs to do that. He has to do that. He's in war and he has to do the best thing for his country. He has to do that
for sure.
Yeah, but that doesn't mean that there's still not tension because he knows that Trump is friends with Putin, and he knows ultimately that the reality is if it came down to it and somehow he could get completely fucked and Putin and Trump would be good, then Trump would totally.
Well, there's already tension built up because we during the UN movement where we were trying to say that Russia was the aggressor, the United States voted against. And that's kind of already led a big tension. So that's why the tension is not knowing where your loyalties stand. Trump does have a point. How are you going to come to a negotiating table if I'm going to be aggressive with the other side, right? there's a position of power that you can negotiate from, but there's also like you have to be reasonable within that position of power.
Yeah, but what I'm saying is the reality is he doesn't know where the U.S. stands.
Yeah, that's what I'm saying.
He knows where Trump stands.
No, he doesn't. That's the thing. Like,
yes.
Okay, so then aid would have been shut off for Ukraine.
No, because you can't. Trump is not that dumb. That's my point. He is friendly with Putin, but he also knows that he is the president of the United States, which hinges on the entire world basically not going into another world war. And so he knows he has to do the correct thing here. Now, I'm saying there's a huge difference between that. Zelensky understands that the U.S. doesn't know what they want to do and where they stand. He knows where Trump stands. There's a huge difference between the two.
He kind of knows where Trump stands, but he doesn't. But here's the thing: he hasn't also like made the determinative claim. Like he hasn't. Like here's the thing:
Well,
you're mind
help?
reading
How would that
Zelensky.
help them?
Then what?
No, that's not mind reading. Everybody knows Trump and Putin are like butt buddies. That's actually just everybody knows that.
Listen, I would agree with you. I think so, but I also don't have any definitive proof to show that. There have been no deals that we've signed with Russia. We have not removed aid to
That's
Ukraine
fine.
until this meeting. That's the moment where we started seeing things.
You're acting like
That's mind
you don't
reading.
understand
That's mind
no,
reading.
it's not. It's
Yes.
normal human activity.
No,
if
it's
you
not.
were in
It's
a room
mind
with
reading.
somebody you knew was friendly with your enemy, whether like you would definitely be having
They're
your guard
also
up and you would be
they're
acting a
also
certain
friendly
way.
with you, right? But there are instances where he's not friendly with
But-
you, where it's like, okay, because like we can bring up him calling him a dictator, right? Because not a week before Donald Trump called Zelensky a dictator, so there is obvious tension that's going to be there. But the tension is again through a contentious moment because he's not addressing just the president; he's addressing the American public, right? This isn't being shown just to the president. This isn't a background conversation. This is for
Oh,
the
yeah.
American public
He
to
wanted
understand.
It to be, he wanted it to be that way. Yeah.
Well, he didn't want that. Our president wanted that way, but that's why I'm just like, okay, there's also some negotiations that you have to listen to. Like again, the minerals deal would have been good for like it. Zelensky even says that he's still willing to sign the minerals deal. He just needs some sort of like security guarantee with it. Like he's willing to work with Donald Trump. He hasn't basically signed him off. Trump, if any tension is coming, it's because of Trump. Like Trump's side is the one that's creating tension. But Zelensky's just kind of acting through it. He's just kind of going his way through it, being like, "Yep, I'm gonna still work with you. The EU still wants to work with you. Everyone still wants to work with you. Even though the EU has pretty much stated
the United
that."
States.
What?
Yeah, everybody wants to work with us. It's the United States.
Well,
Of
no,
course
because
they
that's
wanna
what
work
I was about to say. The EU has now decided, hey, we have to start thinking of a world where America is no longer involved. So that's why it's just like, okay, but even Zelensky at that point is still being like, yeah, America, I still want to do the deal. It's up until today that happened. So
Yeah, I don't know. I can just totally understand why he would do that. Like I said, I feel like he's going to do whatever is best for his country and his people, which seems like a really awesome thing to be doing.
yeah, for sure. And that's kind of the world table that you have to show up to.
I'm just saying I can understand why he would have tension with Trump 100%. I don't understand why the tension is like because I can feel it also from Trump's side, but maybe that should be just because
Well,
like I said,
here's the
ego
thing.
maybe
Yeah.
him actually, I don't know.
Yeah, like when we contribute 49% for sure, like that's a big chunk of numbers, right? Like that's a big chunk.
Mhm.
But when the EU and like every like European nation, like the UK, are starting to like be like, we're gonna give more than what we've been giving, then the numbers kind of balance back out, and it's just like, okay, how much do you actually need the US? And I think he would prefer to have the US on his side than not have them on their side, right? Than letting the US just sit on the sideline, especially since we've been the world leaders in freedom for the longest time. That's just something that's always been true for the longest time since since the creation of NATO. Like we've been the world leader. Our soft power reaches pretty much everywhere. So it's basically we've drawn that line.
Well, yeah, but also there's dynamicness in this foreign relation, right? Because, like I said, the underlying tension is that a potential world war could start, and the reality is the majority of the players that have been on, and all the other ones are involved in this. So I think that's also kind of, like I said, more underlying tension to where everybody knows they have to do certain things to try to not make it get even worse than it already is.
Yeah,
right?
but apparently our president is the only one that doesn't understand that. The way he's acting or the way that this is being brought up, because I don't think that America is honestly in a position to fucking be like, hey, we should start moving away from being a world leader at the moment, especially in a crucial time where he's trying to be a peacemaker. I think it would be very beneficial for Trump to fucking be like, yeah, I'll sign over a mineral deal and I'll give you security guarantees. And basically, because we are America, we can't push our influence onto Russia. We do have the fucking leeway to do that. The issue is that it's become such an isolationist like mindset that he can't figure out whether he wants to be the peace bringer or the isolationist at the moment.
You don't think us pushing like that's because that's also part of it, right? Is that if you push Russia, there's this fear of like Russia flipping on you, I feel like, right? Or no? Is that an imaginary fear?
That's an imaginary fear because we've already pushed on Russia, right? The sanctions are still in place. The U.S. hasn't said anything about lifting those sanctions in any way. I think the moment they do, then we have some serious issues to contend with. But as things stand right now, the U.S. is very much pushing back on Russia. Now, is our president doing it? No, right? Because even during this interview, there's a moment where they ask him, do you think Putin's a dictator? And to be 100% honest, it would be disadvantageous to be like, he is a dictator. But when you call Zelensky a dictator like a week beforehand, it's only fair that that question's asked. So it does seem like his leanings are towards Russia. It just doesn't, I haven't seen any like push towards that way, like with any like negotiations or deals that are being made with Russia or any of the sanctions being lifted, or like there's just so much there that I'm just like, okay, as much as and I'm no fan of Trump, but I'll scrutinize him as best as I can scrutinize him, right? Like I'll look at it objectively without fucking being like, okay, my hate for this man is not gonna like taint my view on what these things are. Because also he's also addressing like the American Congress. Because the Congress is in charge of our purse, right? So there's a lot of things here that he's not just addressing the sitting U.S. president, and especially because like you don't want to fuck up your relations with the U.S. For the next president as well. So there's also that aspect that you kind of have to maintain. Like that's why the EU hasn't been like just straight up like fuck off to him. I think holding the summit was kind of should have been the fuck you moment to Trump, but hey, that's a whole different thing. No, but Michelle, like here's the thing. I'm not gaslighting myself. Your bias doesn't let you see the objective truths of what's actually happening. Like we can talk about the tariffs. Those are objectively bad, right? Those are going to be leaning on him. But when I'm looking at the whole thing, like it's not going to be as one-sided. What up, Crab?
You guys are retarded.
But let's continue. Why are we retarded?
Yeah, we're America. Who wouldn't want to work with us? America's the world leaders of freedom. You guys are fucked.
Well, no,
So you
we
mean-
have been.
So you
like,
mean horned is? Because
no,
I didn't say that.
we have.
You said
been.
the first thing, Lauren. You said the first thing. I said.
That's just objectively true. Like even
No, you've been the
that's-
world leaders of inserting yourself in other people's issues.
well, when world leaders call us the fucking
Not for
leaders
freedom.
of freedom,
No.
like that's we are the leaders of the free world.
I don't care what someone else's subjective opinion is.
Well, other countries believe that. It's not just us, is what I'm saying. Like, so I'm not just taking our word for it. I'm taking the world's word for it. And assumably, yes, when we get into a conflict, even Australia shows up to help us.
Yeah.
Because when we say something, it carries weight.
Nah, it's like someone you know is going to do like a crypto scam. You know it's a bad idea, but I mean, if you don't get in on the pre-sale, other people are. You know what I mean? Everyone knows America's going to do some fucked up shit to try and get a bag.
For sure, at some
But
points, right? Like we can talk,
if they don't get in on it, they're going to miss out.
we
anyway,
can talk
so
about
they might
like
as well
the
join in.
Iraqi war, right, where a lot of countries came to the U.S. aid.
How did they lead freedom over there?
They did it. They did. That's what I'm saying. But like,
Yeah?
we did lead a bunch of countries into a conflict. It wasn't like the everyone was objectively being like, "Yeah, America bad. Don't do that." Right? It was just like, "Okay, fuck."
Yeah, but
They-
but you're
they
talking
kinda
about
have a point.
leading. You're talking about leading. You know,
Because
talking
there-
about leading freedom. Like, yeah, people follow America into retarded shit. That's not a leader of freedom.
Yeah, that is being a leader of the world. I'm sorry to tell you, when you dictate
Yeah, but
what
you're
the
not-
world is doing, you are a leader of the free world.
Okay, a leader of the free world?
Yeah.
Okay, what percentage of the world would you consider free or experiences
a good
freedoms?
a good portion.
Fuck off.
What portion of the world isn't free at this point? Like,
Mm,
What do you consider free?
I'd say most
Like,
of it isn't free.
most
I'd
Western
say
countries,
most of it isn't. I
all
consider
free.
Australia. I consider Australia free and England free, but when you compare them to like the freedoms of America, they aren't really that free.
Okay, like we that's a debatable thing, right? Like, for sure, like our freedom seems to be something that is inherently important to Americans.
Yeah,
That's-
but I don't think they're leading a free world, and I think
For sure we are, though.
They
We-
might lead the way in the world in
we've
a lot of
we've fought
choices
for
when it comes to
democracy
military conflicts.
in multiple locations. It's not just like it's not even just in recent history. We can go back to
Yeah,
the
but
Cold War when we were fighting communism.
wouldn't you consider trying to force democracy on another nation to be pretty not democratic?
It wouldn't be forcing when people are asking for your aid, right? Like when rebels are asking for your aid and you're just like, I'll help you throw down this oppressive government. Yeah.
Yeah, but that's
not forcing yourself into a situation. That's just helping someone in their bad situation, which is what we're doing with Ukraine.
Yeah. I think Zelensky's a fucking retard.
I don't think
Trump's also a wretched piece of shit, but Zelensky's a fucking retard.
I think Zelensky has played this very well. Like I think he was very.
Motherfucker, if you're walking into a meeting at the White House based on negotiations that you've already had, into a country where you'd already be dead. You'd be dead fucking 2 years ago if they hadn't been arming your military and arming your people and sending you fucking money and supporting you. You'd already be fucking dead, motherfucker. You should be signing that minerals deal just to pay back some of that debt.
Yeah, but they also are not going to just sign a deal where they have no guarantee that Russia's going to take over at some point, right?
Yeah, but okay, there is like it's inherent to the deal. Like if I'm signing a minerals deal with you, I want to protect those minerals and that deal. That means protecting you and your nation.
Not necessarily, right? Like,
and why would you sign a fucking deal at all?
Because that's the point. Like, it's I will give you minerals for your support. I will give you my minerals for your support in this battle.
Yeah.
But with that support, I want a guarantee that if Russia attacks us or Russia does something to encroach on our lands, then you will step in in some fashion, whether that be
Of course, that's
monetarily
inherent.
or
That doesn't even need to be spoken of because it's inherent. Because if I don't, the deal I signed for minerals that you have doesn't. It means nothing. It's irrelevant.
you can back away. Like multiple countries
No,
have.
but why
backed
would
away.
you?
Multiple countries have walked away from it. Like Zelensky pointed out during this conversation, particularly where he says we have signed 25 ceasefires, and Russia has broken all of them. So there is no they have historically there is no security guarantees that they have been given. So when he's asking for security guarantees, just basically saying, "Hey, I want it on paper that you'll show up." Which is the line that I think is fair. I think that's perfectly fair for him to ask for at this point, because it's just like given all the information.
At the start of this whole thing, Trump said that they've already negotiated the deal.
No, they're still he even said it is like they're talking about security, right? They haven't finished it. They haven't.
Before all that.
Before all that, he said at the very beginning of this,
negotiated. Yeah. It's a really good deal.
But he also said they talk about security, and it's just like that's the least important part.
Yeah, Zelensky wants to talk about security, but
Trump acknowledges that they've been talking about security. He acknowledges that.
Yeah.
But he just doesn't. He doesn't agree that it's the most important aspect of this situation.
Yeah, but I think it is. It's a shit play to force him to talk about the security on television, because if you're trying to negotiate peace, optically making him look like he's choosing sides is damaging to that.
Well, to be 100% honest, Trump brought it up on his own.
Did he?
Yeah, this wasn't even like a mentioned part until Trump said the security shit. That's why that's why it's just like it seems like there were conversations that were happening, but the conversations seem to be leaning towards Zelensky being like, "Hey, I need some level of security here. Like, I need some level of insurance, basically, of like you're gonna do something, right? Not just words, not just a cheap piece of paper, not fake diplomacy. I need something real that I can bring home to my people."
So you're saying there wasn't a deal already negotiated and the papers aren't already printed out, and they're not
there is a deal that has been printed out, but they are still going to negotiate it. That's the whole point of the ceremony.
But why would you print it out if you're still negotiating it?
Because like you can exit parts out and then just bring out more. Like it's like be like, okay, I disagree. It's like when you go to a signing of like when you're negotiating with some sort of big businesses or negotiating together, you're crossing out items as you're going along. You're being like, hey, this doesn't seem right to me. This doesn't seem right to me. This article seems to not fit with this. Like, these are going to be talking, you're going to talk through this, which was supposed to happen afterwards, but Zelensky was kicked out of the White House.
As he should have been. Because if you're telling me that they're going to a lunch and then they're going to renegotiate this deal, or they're negotiating the deal further at lunch, then that's where these talks should have happened.
For sure, but I don't think that it was. I don't think he's trying to negotiate the deal. I think he's just saying. No, he's just saying.
He was trying to get Trump to agree on television to something that they hadn't negotiated yet.
No, he wasn't.
Fuck yeah, he was. Why bring it up otherwise?
Trump brought it up. Trump brought it up.
Okay, was he pressing that he wanted the security shit?
Yeah, he was just like, Zelensky wants security, like the Ukrainians want security, but I don't think that's an important part of this, blah, blah, blah. That was what he was pushing. And then Zelensky's just supposed to sit there and be like, what? Like, if you're...
I didn't hear Trump bring it up first. Yeah. I heard Zelensky bring it up first.
Zelensky was just showing him the fucking pictures, and then he started talking about it. We're literally at the part, but that's why I'm just like, it very much feels like Trump's trying to like bully this country into signing this minerals deal without the security guarantee. If anything, we're being the shitty ones by being like, you haven't agreed to shit, but we're gonna fucking say that you agreed to it.
This take is rotting my brain right now. This is the worst take I've ever heard you have, Rude.
What take?
What you're saying right now. So okay, first of all, you're saying you shouldn't have shown up.
No, I'm not saying he shouldn't have shown up.
Okay,
I'm saying like
yes, no. You were saying if he was going to come discuss this, like, and have a deal, he shouldn't have like come to negotiate a deal on TV. Well, he had to show up no matter what, because if he hadn't shown up, they would have been like, how disrespectful. He's not going to show up.
No, I'm not saying he shouldn't have shown up.
So yeah, okay. Well, you did earlier, kind of. You did. You jumped in first thing you said was.
No, I'm saying on television is not the place to press that issue.
Yeah. Okay. Well, when they're telling him, he's asking, "What diplomacy are you talking about?" Because security guarantees is the only deal that can be made. There is no deal. There is nothing else. What other deal can there be? There's a war, and they have made several deals in the past. And Russia just says, fuck that, we're just going to keep attacking. And it's been Putin the whole time for however many years that he's been invading this country. So he's
that's
like, hey,
that's
just to let you know, the history of it is like, you're a little bit wrong, and he's being as gentle as he can be. He's just saying just to let you know, the history is like, they keep attacking us. So like this is why we need this. And that's when we jump on him and go, this is so disrespectful. I was like, why?
That is the deal that Zelensky had won. But if I had given someone billions and billions of dollars to support themselves through a war, I would be wanting.
It's mostly just we're getting rid of anyways, though. It's not like we're just signing it back over. It's we are going to replace it, so it's going to go to waste.
Well, there's also that's also I'll give credence to that, because there is a lot of the money is invested into like things that we would have dismantled anyway, but there is also a good portion of it that's like humanitarian funds that we've been funding there. So there's portions of money there's portions of money that is like legitimately we're giving them money, but that's for like humanitarian costs and shit like that.
But it's like
it's not just stuff.
Like, not really the American way is like, we're giving you money, now bow to us, bitch. Like that's not like the. I know like we are we fuck up all kinds of shit, but like supposedly the American way, the way they want to portray it, like in politics, is that we are the leaders and whatnot. So it's like when you have like the president, the highest person in the land, who's like literally trying to make this man bow to him and kick him out because he's just trying to fight for his people, our allies, against our enemy, one of our biggest enemies in the world. And he won't say a bad thing about him. It's like, I just don't understand how this isn't just a total...
Why would he say, if he's trying to negotiate peace, why would he say bad things about either side?
Yeah, you know, if he was trying to negotiate peace, why would he call Zelensky a dictator and say that Zelensky started the war? It doesn't make sense. He just said...
Yeah, I didn't say he was smart.
Smart. I'm not giving Trump any fucking credit at all. I can't.
No, I'm not either.
Again,
he's a wretched piece of shit.
Yeah, just shit.
I'm saying, if there's some peasant comes into my house begging for food for 3 fucking years, and then he's like, "Yo, can you help me start to grow some food?" I'm like, "Alright, but I'm having some of that food too, okay?"
Okay,
I want that shit in writing.
When you turn on the TV afterwards, though, and you see Vladimir Putin giving a message to Donald Trump, smiling the whole time about how he did a good job today in his meeting, and you're just like, that's not right. Like, he should be doing anything in his power. Like, fuck Russia. Who are they to us?
What does America owe Ukraine?
What does America owe Russia?
No. I'm saying, what does America owe Ukraine? Fucking nothing.
Like, it's not like we owe one or the other. So we made deals with Ukraine to provide protection. In 2014, we backed with assurances. Us, the UK, and Russia all said, yeah, we can give you your sovereignty. You won't have nuclear weapons. Fine. And then Putin said, fuck it. I'll just invade. So we We gave assurances, but where are we?
Yeah, and
We're saying bow, bitch, bow. That's where we're at.
And we did sign that if Russia would ever encroach into Ukraine in like 94, like when they became their own country and they got all the missiles out, that we would step in. So we do owe them. Like, unfortunately, we signed that.
Yeah, like I wish those things were as solid as they were between presidents, but they kind of aren't.
I understand that, but like we have the right to be pissed off about it.
Yeah.
It's just like,
well, are you pissed off at America for not helping?
Yeah,
for not holding up its agreement. Yeah,
exactly. I mean, well, because like, look what we're doing right now. All we're doing is pissing off allies. It's like, oh,
yeah, but no one's doing anything but crying about it on the internet. Like, I don't see anyone with Ukraine punched in their passport.
Okay,
for sure.
What does that mean?
Well, it's like if people want to like fucking help Ukraine, like you can physically help Ukraine, but everyone's crying about America's not helping Ukraine.
Or financially help, right? Like
activism.
Yeah, like you can also send money to Ukraine. Like I think that's a very good way to start like this.
Like you would rather like fucking mercenaries just go like start doing their own warfare shit as opposed to democracy.
I've had a fair few mates who are in Ukraine and gone to Ukraine.
I mean, that just sounds retarded. I'm sorry.
I don't think they're smart. I think it's dumb as fuck. I wouldn't go get involved in anyone else's fucking issues like that.
Yeah, but that's what I'm saying. You could send money. There are ways you can help the Ukraine without like this.
You don't have to be a mercenary. You can be with Ukraine.
Yeah. But that's why I don't think that necessarily just punching your passport is the way to go about it. It could be, there are multiple ways that the U.S. could help, right? Like if the American public does want to help Ukraine, then I would suggest donating to one of the just causes that actually provide care for Ukraine.
Isn't that what America's been doing? If you're saying like going to Ukraine's a dumb idea, but you're both advocating American troops go to Ukraine is a good idea. It's a bit contradictory.
Well, no, that like I'm not saying that you need necessarily troops, right? Because here's the thing with a security guarantee, you can just be like, we'll guarantee these amount of weapons for you for your protection on this thing. We don't actually have to go boots on the ground, which we haven't done, right? There has been no country.
Isn't that what security would be?
No, because you can get security through weapons. You can get security through economic reasons. You can get security through.
America's already been doing that.
No, we haven't.
No.
What? You haven't been giving weapons to?
We have been, but there's not like a guaranteed. Like they're still paying. Like you understand that they were like if they want newer weapons, they're gonna have to pay for them, right? It's not like
they should.
It's not a free hand-me-down situation, but
you're still fucking handing them weapons that are like 5 generations ahead of what fucking Russia's using.
For sure.
Yeah,
like,
so basically what it is, like say we could just like part of the negotiation could be we're not doing boots on the ground, but like you were supposed to take this place over no problem in 2 weeks or whatever. They're still here and we're still backing them. So it's like you either like you got to come to the table and appease us, like you got to do something. Otherwise it's going to be a long ass fucking war for you. And Ukraine itself can't defend itself, but we're just going to keep backing them. So
what you're talking about there, isn't that what would happen at the negotiation table? Like
peace
treaty or whatever?
Yes, sure. But it's not happening.
What do you mean? What do you mean it's not happening?
He just wants to say like, hey, just give Putin everything and then like you'll be fine, right? And Zelensky's just like, wait, what?
Why? Yeah. It's like, why do we have to capitulate everything?
Like why are we even in the talks if all the plan is to just surrender everything? It's like, well, we could just not do anything and just let that happen.
So why is he signing a fucking minerals deal with Zelensky? He should just sign it with Putin. Like, when you take this place over, I get these minerals. Deal? We'll pull back.
Oh no, Putin's offered that. Actually, Putin's like, if they don't want to sign the minerals deal, we'll sign it. That's fair. And it's super weird. It's super weird that that's even a consideration at all. Yeah. That shouldn't cross, like 20 years ago, 30 years ago, there was no Russian sympathy in the United States. I don't know where this Russian sympathy came from, but fuck, dude, it is literally brain rotted people. when you have a nation that's so oppressive that is literally encroaching onto other people's lives that we can't even acknowledge that these people are the aggressors, then we're in a shit spot.
Yeah, it's like I know it's like a lot of woo-woo shit or whatever, because it's like humans are just like barbaric at their nature, but like why would we have societies and shit, we're trying to like make it the best we can. So it's like, why would we wanted to be like this moral nation? It's like we're gonna side with the people that just like, hey, you know what? I want to push my borders this way, so you're here. I'm just gonna kill you, and that's my border now. Even though we made a deal, we wouldn't do this shit. It's like, so like this is the problem we're having. It's like obviously it's like I guess you could be isolationist and be like, well, that shit's gonna happen anyways, so fuck them. Like we'll just sit in our little fucking fortress and let the whole world go to shit, and we'll just sit here. It's like that's cool. I don't want to live in that world.
Well,
I don't have to be a fucking mercenary in Ukraine to try and make that world happen. I could fucking talk shit to random people on the internet. I could push fucking my ideas on whoever the fuck will listen. I can go fucking vote. I can do activism. I can do all kinds of shit. It's like the like fucking like bullshit of like, oh, the world's fucking dark place and like, what are you doing? You're just screaming on the internet. It's just stupid. It's fucking stupid. Why do anything? I think doing something. Nothing's gonna happen.
I think people should do something. I think people who have a issue, like if you observe an issue, either participate in trying to fix the issue or try to ignore the issue. Like if it's something that's not within your control, then it doesn't have much.
But that's what speaking on the internet does, right? Because
certain facts could be the difference.
Yeah, just
it could literally be the difference. It like say someone is on here is fucking loving Russia and whatnot. He just fucking happens to jump on a Hornet stream and it's like, wait, I didn't know we had all these deals that we're supposed to protect. Like, I thought this shit was all made up. I didn't know about any of these deals. I'm gonna go fucking research and be like, wow, they have been breaking all their fucking deals with these people and blah blah blah. I'm like, damn, this is actually a big problem. You know, it's like you don't know exactly what's gonna hit where.
Yeah, and as Zelensky points out during this meeting, most Americans will probably think that the Ukrainian conflict started in 2022, even though like Russia has been encroaching on them since 2014, right? Like no one has that knowledge, so talking about it, spreading it as far as you can does help. Whether it be on this small ass platform or anywhere else, right? Like it does at least get to someone that's just like, okay, I can use this in an argument with someone else, and then it spreads.
Yeah,
fully embracing the blue hair profile picture.
Yeah, no, it's yeah. Like I just think Zelensky should have been bitch in this. It would have been far better for him.
It wouldn't have been though. Like, so let's say
he's been bitch for years. He's been bitch for like 3 years.
Like let's say
he'd be dead by now if it wasn't for fucking
for sure
American support.
For sure. But then he's like if he signs a deal that's just like you can farm our minerals and we have no guarantees from you. It's just like you're just like you give us money and then we'll fucking give you minerals. That's just a trade deal.
Yeah,
that's that's not security for his country.
It's like this. Okay. You sign the deal and you give them a stake in your country because you've made a deal for minerals. Now America has a stake in your country. They have something to fucking lose. Or you don't sign the deal, you act like a little bitch about it, and then maybe you end up losing the support of America and you lose your fucking minerals anyway because you lost your life and you lost your fucking country. Like sometimes you just have to bow down and you have to be bitch. And it's for the betterment of yourself and everyone else around you.
I think there's moments where that's true. I don't think this is one of those moments.
100% dude. He's been bitch for 3 years.
Yeah, no, but there's also
you have to just be looming over his head the entire time then anyways? Because there's no
you have to understand that this man has literally been offered asylum in multiple countries, multiple European countries to basically be like, you can run your army through our country. Like you could do that. And he's refused to leave the Ukraine. he's not afraid of dying for his country. Like that's kind. He's been tried to be assassinated multiple times. It's not like Zelensky's worried about himself. Ultimately, at the end of the day, what he's trying to get is some security for his country. Which
no, I'm not saying worried about himself. I'm saying he should be bitchier. He should accept the deal. It gives America a stake in the country. It gives them something to lose if they get fucked over.
He has to ensure that America will react in a way. Not that America will just pull out its people, right? Because that could possibly happen. Because everyone makes the argument that him signing the mineral deal will automatically give America a stake in it. Yes, for sure. I can understand that. But America could just pull its people out and be like, okay, we still have a trade deal at later points where we can actually come back and do our shit. We don't actually have to get involved in any way.
Yeah, but there wouldn't be anything to come back to before that trade deal if they didn't.
No, because they're fighting a war. It's not like they're going to be mining for minerals and fighting a war. Russia doesn't have that diversity right now.
Yeah, and then that deal that Putin put in place or like offered of like, well, we could just go in and kill the shit out of them and then give you the minerals or like give you a deal. It's always there. There is no like, it could be any day that Trump decides, and since Trump is such a fucking worthless piece of shit, like Zelensky's just like, sorry guys, we're just praying that nothing happens. So it's like, it's literally as good as making no deal. I was like, it would literally be better to just go back to your country and be like, well, we're just going to fight until we die.
Yeah.
That's it. You're just waiting to die, basically, at that point.
No, I think
if no one is going to stop Russia, Russia won't stop.
There being a deal, there'd be a lot of social pressure, shit like that.
There's already social pressure, but it doesn't seem like he's reacting to the social pressure at all, right? Americans are very clearly on the Ukrainian side, even to the point that Fox News was reporting on this in a very different light than I thought they would be, right? Like, Americans, us as a country, have sided with Ukraine. We haven't sided with Russia.
That's where you should know you're wrong. If you agree with the rest of Americans, you should probably know you're wrong.
But that's what I'm saying. Like the social pressure isn't working. There's no social pressure that is actively combating the Trump administration at all.
No, because like that's good.
That's not good. When there are representatives like this. We should be able to be pressuring them into doing certain things.
Do you elect the president to lead or to follow?
To lead in my best interest, right? Like, so when I see
people always know what their best interest is, because what you're talking about right now,
not necessarily
Ukraine's best interest.
Well, it's in the best interest of the U.S. as well, right? Because let's say that it is true. Once they take Ukraine, they start taking the Baltics or take Poland, right? That strengthens that weakens our allies, and emboldens Russia to fucking take more and more, which eventually will become our problem.
Yeah, I mean his goal is like, it's not a secret. He wants to restore the Soviet Union. It's not. He's not like fucking coded or anything. He's not like just secretly doing this shit. It's like, yes, I want to restore the Soviet Union, which is one of the biggest enemies of us. We literally had a Cold War with them. Like I don't understand why giving into them is a good idea for us.
And just speaking on like the market of like everything, like we're leaving such big holes that our enemies can participate in right now, right? Like if China all of a sudden was just like, hey, we're going to fund the Ukraine and we're going to fund them the same way the US does. They essentially get a seat at the table with basically zero fucking interest at that point, even though we have all the investments thrown down, right? We have thrown all of our soft power around to the point that it's just like we have influence everywhere and we're just wrecking it so quickly when we piss off all of our allies with tariffs, with not siding with the EU, calling them fucking freeloaders and all this shit. It's just like, what possible benefits are being made for the American public?
Yeah, and like, well, what country is going to want to work with us if we're just like constantly going back on our word. I was like, it does give you an like advantage, like give you an advantage to keep your word. So it's just like, it's just weird to see like where it's like, it doesn't matter what we say, we just fucking do what we feel like.
But if you guys want, we can continue the video.
Before you
Yeah,
do,
actually,
I'm gonna hop off because I don't want to fall asleep in the VC.
Okay, you're good.
Yeah. I'm hopping
Have
off.
a good night, Lauren. Have a good night,
Love you
Ryan.
guys. See ya.
Yeah,
Thanks for
Ryan,
having me on.
pussy around.
Have a good one.
Bye.
All right, let's continue with this shit show.
This is an incredible agreement for Ukraine because we have a big investment in their country now, and what they have, very few people have. And we're able to really go forward with very, very high-tech things and many other things, including weaponry that we're going to use in many locations, but that we need for our country. This allows us to do that.
But Mr. President,
Will you continue? Sorry, I'm
Military aid. Yes, go ahead, please.
If I can just yes, in the document there is one of the very important points. If we speak about business and investment, we never had LNG terminals in Ukraine. This document will open. I mean, the next document, but anyway, here we see in the framework, we see a really good deal for this. LNG terminals for us is very important, and I think for security of European continent, we have the biggest storage, gas storage. We have the biggest in Europe. Yes, and we can use it. You use it for LNG. We use it for LNG, and we will do it. And really, we can help Europe because Europe really helped. President Trump said that they made less support, but they have our friends and they are our very supportive partners. They really gave a lot, Mr. President.
They did.
Really, they did.
They gave a lot, but they gave much less.
No.
Much less.
No. No.
No, not you.
No.
Okay.
Okay.
but Mr. President,
Here's the thing, like, everyone's saying they're being aggressive towards each other. They're just fucking fuck, dude. It's such brain rot.
Mm-hmm. They're both retarded, bro.
Yeah, for sure. Like, I can agree that our president's retarded. I just don't think Zelensky was in the wrong for this one. I don't see it. I just,
Okay, so how is it not in his best interest to just do this deal?
Again, without any level of security guarantee, it's not in his best.
I can understand that there's something else he was wanting to barter for, as like a starting to add into the negotiation. I understand that.
Yeah.
But I don't understand how this deal wasn't in his best interest without that yet.
Because without that, it's just basically being like, we're gonna sign over our land for you to mine it as much as possible without any like guarantee that you'll do anything, right? Like that's
for them to mine it when though, after this war's over.
Yeah.
Obviously, so then if I have a deal with you for minerals, I have incentive to get this war fucking over with.
Well, also mine for minerals currently, right? Like it's not just when the war is over. They're also going to be continuing the mining. So it's during the war. Like that's why it's just like that's why like I could see the argument of like if American workers are on Ukrainian land and get assaulted by like Russian soldiers, then America is duty bound to step in. But at this point, I don't know what America is duty bound to, right? Like, I don't even know if we would respond to an Article 5 conflict, right? Like, I don't know if we will, like, at this point. It seems like America has pushed itself into an isolationist standpoint that is just super weird to having negotiations with the rest of the world.
I just disagree. I think signing this deal was in his best interest, 100%.
I think there are good things that could be done about it, right? Like, I think it would be beneficial in some aspects. Like, here's the thing. I think, like, the minerals deal does help them, and it helps the U.S. because we get our money back, right? Like, that is true. But I don't think it's in Zelensky's best interest to, or even Ukraine's best interest to sign this without having some level of guarantee from the U.S. being like, hey, if we're going to do this, at least we want to continue as a nation, right? Like,
There is no point me signing a deal with you unless I am guaranteeing that this deal is valid through the survival of your nation. Obviously, if I sign a deal with you, I already have the intention of securing it.
Well, not necessarily, right? Because you're gonna get.
What is the point of the deal then? What the fuck is the point of the deal?
That's the point. That's just like, what's the point of it? If it's just a minerals deal, then you're just asking for a trade deal.
A trade deal that's meaningless unless your fucking country still exists.
Well, no, because they can go in and like they can go in and actually, and they don't have to pay up until like the money actually goes through, right? Like the minerals that are being farmed would be paid for. That's the deal that they're signing for. It's not like we're gonna give you money up front and we're gonna farm your land later to try and pull out the money that we have, right? It's gonna be like, we're gonna make this amount of money off of you because that's what we estimate we can pull out of the ground. And the only way that we see this possible is because we're gonna be fucking doing this with you. But it doesn't guarantee them any money on their side. It doesn't guarantee any aid. It doesn't guarantee any security. It just literally just sets them up in a position where it's just like America can basically get their money back at the end. That's it. It's only beneficial to America.
I honestly think if people are insane if they think they're going to sign a deal without securing that deal where it needs to be secured.
Well, because he could always just make the deal with Putin, right? If the lands that are being like taken are the lands that are lined with the minerals, then he's gonna have to make that deal with Putin. The deal makes no sense.
If it got to that stage, you're talking about the UN, like
what
other
about
countries are going to get involved at that stage?
What other countries? Because this is a deal between two countries. Like the UN doesn't.
No, I'm saying if Russia got to that point where they were making they had Ukraine soil.
Well, that's kind of the worry, right? With these peace negotiations, it's like how much of it is going to be like, is all of Ukraine or going to be given back? Is the sections that Russia has taken over, are they part of Russia now? Like these are going to be like situations where you're going to be looking into this. So to not have your security guarantees there just seems like a awful way to lead your country.
I don't know what you can bring to the table to do that. Like, are you wanting to have a World War III? Like, how do you go to Putin and say, okay, you're going to have peace. This is a peace treaty now.
Here's the thing: World War III would happen no matter what,
and you're getting nothing out of it.
Yeah, but World War III would happen no matter what. Like, here's the weird reality that I don't know why Republicans don't get. Russia is the aggressor. At any moment in time, they can just stop and the war would be over, right?
Yeah, I know.
That'd be done.
That's what I'm saying. How do you negotiate? I don't think there's anything to negotiate. You can't negotiate peace if you're talking about like giving back all Ukraine. That's all the land back to Ukraine.
But there's also
obviously they're going to lose something.
There's also the incursions into Kursk, right? That the Ukraine have been making. That they're occupying parts of Kursk, which is Russian at that.
And they're in no way the aggressor.
They're no, because here's the thing: you're pushing back. Like
no. If you're pushing back at your boundary line to keep them out of your boundary line, that's defending. But if you're going over your boundary line, pushing into theirs,
because you also need territory to actually negotiate, right? Like Russia's not going to just hand you back your territory.
Yeah. Okay. I agree. You need land to negotiate, but you can't say they're defending at that point.
Well, for sure, that's why I said they're encroaching onto Russian land.
They're also aggressing. It's okay to say they were also aggressing,
but they're not the aggressor. They're not the aggressor, right? Like,
they might not have instigated it.
Yeah, the war isn't based on whether Ukraine is going to be able to take over Russia, right? Like, they're not going to continue endlessly in fighting Russians. Where on the opposite side, it does seem like Putin wants to fight this war for as long as fucking physically possible.
So I don't think there's a way to mind read that or know that for sure. That like if Russia hadn't fucking like decisively been losing and turned tail and ran away, I don't think Ukraine wouldn't have
What up,
pushed
Sulfur?
further. I don't think there's a way to guarantee that.
Well, the thing is, you can say for sure, because otherwise there would be no reason for them to still continue this war, because they've lost a lot of fucking money through this. They've being sanctioned to all hell by multiple countries, to the point that China doesn't really even want to invest into them. The only country that seems willing to help them in any fucking significant way is North Korea. So it seems like they've put themselves in a bad situation, and to get themselves out, all they have to do is be like, we're not going to continue this war. Fuck it. It's not worth our time. But it doesn't seem like they're stopping on that. They're like, nope, we want this fucking country. It's ours, all right? Like it belongs to Russia. It'd be basically the Taiwan Chinese thing, where it's just like a former part of it they just want it to be recollected again into one big nation.
Yeah, but I mean, I don't think Americans can really like cry about that when you got Trump talking about having fucking Canada as a state.
For sure. I agree with you. I don't think that's cool at all. That's why I'm just like, that's our neighbor to the north. Like, you don't fucking fuck with them, right?
Yeah.
That's why I'm just like, this administration is bizarre in every way, because it's doing things that no administration has ever done before. It's literally breaking down alliances that have been in place for the longest fucking time. That's why I'm just like, I just don't understand this administration's like way to look at this. I don't get it. I don't get why we're siding with Russia in any significant way. So there's so much here that we're just like, we touted ourselves the world leader for the longest time, to the point that the rest of the world started believing us, and now we're just like basically being like, fuck off, this is your problem. Which makes no fucking sense. Because I've always believed part of being American is being proud that we were one of the world leaders, right? Like, we are the world leader in fucking basically everything, right? Like, we have so much soft power influence on everything. We have hard power influence. We can basically dictate how the world's gonna function, and for some reason, we all are moving back into this isolation like standpoint.
Yeah.
Oh, Sulfur, I agree. Yes, yeah, that we talked about that earlier. Like, that's the agreement to actually help Ukraine. That's why it's just like, okay, yeah, I brought up that point earlier, where it's just like, yes, we made agreements to help Ukraine. That is something that we've said in writing, right? It doesn't seem like we have acknowledged that, especially when you hear Zelensky talk about it, where it's just like, yeah, through 2014 up until 2022, no one was really fucking batting fucking eyes at us or trying to help us out in any significant way. It wasn't until like an actual invasion came across that we were just like, okay, maybe this is the line we should draw. And now it seems like we're trying to back away from that line as well. So it's just like, fuck, I don't really understand the way to go about this. But
damn, Neve.
We are reading chat, but we're also having a conversation. So times, okay, guys, I have to balance it.
And as a president of the United
let's continue it though.
States, you make historical decisions in other issues which affect America and other world. So, what place in the world history do you want to take? And do you associate yourself with any famous historical figures?
Yeah, I'd say George Washington, Abraham Lincoln. I would say I'm far superior to George Washington and Abraham Lincoln. Now, you know I'm only kidding, right? Because when I say that, the fake news is going to go wild. They're going to say he considers himself to be better than Washington. But you never know. You never know. I don't compare myself to anybody. I'm here to do a job. We've had a great 35 days or whatever it might be, a month, a little more than a month. We've accomplished tremendous amounts. Not only this would be a very great achievement if we could get the war stopped and get them back to normalization. I think that's going to happen. We've had very good talks on both sides, as you know. But I think we've done a very good job, just generally. If you look at all of the things we've done in 30 days, they say there's never been a opening for a president the first month.
Yes,
there's
you
never
do
been a first
own
month
me.
like we've had. And this is one of the very important things. This, to me, is one of the most important things because we have tremendous death taking place as we speak, and I don't want to have that. You know, think of the parents, whether they're in Russia or Ukraine, think of the parents of all these people being killed needlessly.
They came to our territory.
Should have never started. If I were president, this would have never started.
President Trump.
Will you continue sending military aid to Ukraine after the U.S. signs this agreement with Ukraine?
Yeah, we're going to be continuing.
President Zelensky, do you feel like the U.S. is on your side? That President Trump is on your side at this moment?
What do you think?
He wants to know, do you think that, sort of a stupid question. I guess we wouldn't be here if I wasn't.
I think that the United States on our side from the very beginning of occupation. And I think that President Trump on our side, and of course, I'm sure that the United States President will not stop support. This is crucial for us. It's important for us. Yes. And Putin, the president, speaks about the people and the soldiers which are dying, but they came to our territory. They came to our land. They began this war, and they have to stop. And I think this is the question, was really the most important question. Can President Trump, I hope yes, with some other allies, to stop Putin withdraw these enemies, our enemy, withdraw these troops from our land? And I think that you asked about the history. I think that if President, or when, he will stop Putin, if President Trump will bring peace to our country, I think he will be on this wall.
We've had very, very good talks.
All right, let's pause.
President Zelensky just said that there'll be no compromises with Vladimir Putin. I just wanted to...
Okay. Fuck. There's just so much there. Okay. So, like I'm saying, like, it doesn't seem like he's confrontational in any way. Like, he's very much saying that the president is on his side, right? It's that he's not being a fucking asshole. Everyone's been calling him a fucking dickhead or fucking being disrespectful, and I'm just like, he's being very cordial throughout this whole thing. It's not until the JD Vance moment that we see any blow up at all. He never cuts off the president. He just answers questions as they're given. He's answering anything that's asked of him. So to call him disrespectful in this situation, especially when we saw Macron, like, I would say that Macron was more disrespectful if that's the line that you're drawing, right? Because when he tried to say, like, it's all on a loan, Macron stopped him and been like, hey, no, actually, those are frozen Russian assets. It's not really a loan. We don't really get a lot of that money back. So, like, it's one of these things where I'm just like, I don't understand the Republican mindset at the moment for that specific reason, or that he should apologize for I don't know what reason, because honestly, it doesn't seem like he did anything worth apologizing for. But yeah, we can continue. And Sulfur, yeah, I agree with you. That's kind of the point Zelensky brings up. It's just like there is no good faith that Russia has given to wanting to end this war, and for them to fucking have some level of guarantee behind something, they're gonna need the backing of, like, these countries, right? They're gonna need some guarantee that these countries will act in that portion, because otherwise more Russian children, more Ukrainian children are gonna be taken into Russia. More land is gonna be encroached upon until the point that the Ukrainians can't continue this fight forever, right? Like, obviously they're doing good right now, but how much longer can that last? Like, there's a certain crossing point that we as, like, a fucking free world have to establish of, do we want this nation that is imperialist in its mindset spreading all over to Europe and basically weakening our alliances with everyone, having more power than any other nation would have at that point? Because if you control it, Russia controlling any part of Europe is already a bad fucking thing. Like, that's already leading them to an economic stranglehold.
What about Russia controlling Russia, dude? Well, you think they shouldn't control Russia? Oh, that's a
Russia's
hell of a
fine.
statement.
Yeah, no, Russia's fine. Like they
You said
they
any
have
part. You said any
of Europe.
part.
Europe.
You fucked up. You fucked. Nah, okay.
That's
continue.
Asia. That's different, motherfucker.
This is politics. You know I hate this shit, and I'm
Yeah,
only here
I
because
know.
no one else is.
Someone's got to fight me on this.
I'll fight you, but
But
it's
we
not gonna
don't-
be fair.
We don't have enough Republicans. That's the thing. We need more Republicans. We need to stop scaring them off. All right, let's continue.
Ask both of you. Firstly, are there compromises that you think that President Zelensky is going to have to make? And President Zelensky, is there anything that you think that you may be able to offer?
Contributed to the first part.
Thank you.
I think you're going to have to always make compromises. You can't do any deals without compromises. So certainly he's going to have to make some compromises, but hopefully they won't be as big as some people think you're going to have to make. That's all. It's all we can do. I'm here as an arbitrator, as a mediator to a certain extent between two parties that have been very hostile, to put it mildly. They've been very hostile. There's been a vicious war. There's been a vicious war. You know, it's a very level battlefield, and those bullets go out.
Look at it.
Many times we're talking about many times the only thing stopping those bullets is a human body. And in the case we're talking about, generally young human bodies are stopping a lot of bullets. It's dead level. That's why it's great farmland. It's great land. It's great farmland, but there's very little protection against the bullets that are being, and other things that are being shot. So all I can do is see if I can get everybody at the table and get an agreement. And I think we're going to end up with an agreement. Otherwise, I wouldn't probably be even here today.
Will President Putin have to make compromises?
Mr. President, I got two questions for you. You think ultimately your legacy will be the peacemaker and not the president that led this country into another war and ended foreign wars? And I've got a question.
I hope it will. I mean, I hope
All
it will
right,
be.
all right. Pause.
Remember
Pause,
as a
because we're
peacemaker.
about to get to an interesting part, and I hate this dick sucker. I fucking hate him.
The guy in the blue suit. It looks like he got stung by a bee.
Yeah, dude. It's like, do you think that you're gonna be known as a peacemaker? Oh, what the fuck kind of? Oh my god, I hate when this happens. It's like, can we stop riding this man's dick, like, for a second, please?
He's just giving him the opportunity to suck his own dick.
Like, we're on the fucking national stage right now. Like, fuck, dude. Every country's watching this. Like,
What do you mean national stage? You mean international?
international stage. Yeah, sorry.
ESO?
Sorry, my bad. Yeah, every country's watching this. Our enemies are watching this, and we're doing this shit in front of them. It's just like, fuck, how retarded can we be? I don't get it. Doesn't make sense. I want to bash my head in.
America. Fuck yeah.
I want to go back to that. I want the fuck yeah America back. Okay? We're the shit, and no one can fucking question us.
You're living in a Sacha Baron Cohen skit now.
Yeah, that's what I want, but no. We're in a fucking. Let's continue, because he's gonna ask the stupidest question I've ever heard asked at a fucking. I hate it. I hate it.
This would be a great thing if we could do this.
How's the
This
lens on
save
that
lives
camera?
more than
bro?
anything else.
What
Second-
zoom they're trying to get? The one in the mirror.
This to save a lot of money, but I consider that to be far less important. So I hope I'm going to thank you, Brian, for that question. It was a nice question. I hope I'll be known and recognized as a peacemaker. This would be a great thing to solve. This is a very dangerous situation. You know, this could lead to a third world war. This was headed in the wrong direction. If this election were lost, if we didn't win this election, and by the way, we won it by a lot. That was a mandate. We won every swing state. We won the popular vote by millions and millions of votes. We won everything. The districts. You look at the areas of red. Take a look at a map. This was a big mandate, and this was one of the things I said we're going to get this thing settled. If we didn't win, I think this could have very well ended up in a third world war, and that would not have been a good situation. What was your second question?
My second question for President Zelensky. Why don't you wear a suit? Why don't you wear a suit? You're the highest level in this country's office, and you refuse to wear a suit. Just want to see if you do own a suit?
Yeah, problems.
A lot of Americans have problems with you not
Really?
respecting
I don't
the
have
people in
such.
office.
I will wear a costume after this war will finish.
Okay.
Yes, maybe one.
Maybe
Something like
yes,
yours.
sir.
Yes. Maybe something better. I don't know. We will see. Maybe something cheaper. Then yeah. Thank you.
President Trump,
Like,
you said
well,
yesterday.
pause.
Thank you, President Trump. You said yesterday that you have.
Just pause it for a second there.
Imagine wearing a blue suit with a lime tie and having the balls to criticize someone else's fit.
Dude, he's also wearing a reddish belt. Dude, this dude does not get to talk about someone else's fashion, firstly. Secondly, dude, this is a world leader. What are we doing?
And the only guy in the room who can barely see through his fucking eyelids is squinting that hard with that fat face. Like, the fuck?
Oh, god damn it. It's like, oh, dude, it doesn't make any sense. It doesn't make any sense to ask this in this context. It's just like, we're about to sign a fucking deal with these people. Why are you gonna be a fucking, oh my god. And we all know that motherfucker did it for his moment of fame, right? That's why he did it. He wanted Trump to fucking suck his dick. That's what he wanted that. But we'll see later on that Trump is just like, I like what he's wearing, fuck it. But now that's a fucking talking point amongst the fucking conservatives, and I was just like, what is going on? What topsy-turvy fucking town are we living in that this man, even if he wore a suit, like I said earlier, even if he wore a suit, he would be criticized for wearing a suit. He was not going to win in this situation. But I also don't think that this is a setup, as much as people are trying to make it look like a setup. I just don't think it ended up. I think it just broke down quickly. Because I don't think anyone wanted to look this dumb. Like I just don't. I don't think the Trump administration would, or Trump himself would want to look this dumb at the fucking to world leaders, right? To the point that he's not invited to their fucking summit the next day, right? Canada's there. Canada was there. We weren't. What the is going on? It seems like Canada is going to be taking up the role of America for a while here, which, you know, at least they have mooses, you know.
Mooses on the ground.
Yeah.
Might be boots on the ground, be moose on the ground.
Yeah, so, you know, hockey sticks and whatnot. I'm not speaking for you. I'm just saying, Neve, that you guys were at the summit. That's all I'm saying. Base.
You'll be American soon enough, Neve.
51st state. 51st state. We're waiting for it. All right, let's continue.
You wait till they come for the maple syrup. Fucking over.
No peace. Yeah, we're going to have arms to Ukraine, yeah, sure. Hopefully I won't have to send very much because hopefully we're going to have it finished. We're looking forward to finishing this quickly. We're not looking forward to sending a lot of arms. We're looking forward to getting the war finished so we can do other things. But we very much appreciate the agreement because we needed what they had, and we're treating, you know, our country is now treated fairly. Biden didn't do that. He didn't know what the hell he was doing. This should have never happened. This should have never started. But, you know, sure, the answer is yes, but hopefully we won't have to send much because I'm looking forward to getting it done quickly. Very quickly.
Does that mean you'll provide security guarantees, Mr. President?
I don't want to talk about security yet because I want to get the deal done. You know, you fall into the same trap like everybody else. A billion times you said over and over, I want to get the deal done. Security is so easy. That's about 2% of the problem. I'm not worried about security. I'm worried about getting the deal done. The security is the easy part. Security is very nice. Everybody stops shooting. And now will Europe put people there? I know France is going to. I know the UK is going to. I know other countries are going to, and they happen to be right next door. We haven't committed, but we could conceivably. You know, we have security in a different form. We'll have workers there digging, taking the raw earth so that we can create a lot of great product in this country. So in that sense, you have something, but we haven't determined that yet. I will say, in speaking to France and in speaking to, and they were here, as you know, last week and just the other day, they have committed to a lot of security. I don't think you're going to need much security. I think once this deal gets done, it's over. Russia's not going to want to go back, and nobody's going to want to go back.
President Zelensky is shaking
when
his
this
head
deal
no,
ends, I really believe this deal is going to be over. Question? Please go ahead. Go ahead.
Thank you. So,
Yeah.
Mr. President, thank you.
Thank you.
Macron and Keir Starmer at the White House this past week, both of whom praised your courage and conviction to lead the pathway towards peace.
Yes.
Part of that involved, though, re-engaging Russia.
Can we pause for a second here?
Leaders lacked the conviction to do so. What gave you the moral?
Zelensky wanted to talk there. He wanted to. But he was like, okay, Trump pointed at his fucking news reporter or whatever the fuck they are at this point, because I don't know what these people are anymore. But it was Zelensky's pipe down. He was just like, fuck it. I guess we'll just let that slide. But you see, it's you're trying to bully them into your shit. Like, Like it's not the other way around. Zelensky wasn't trying to like negotiate Trump is trying to negotiate in front of the American public, and Zelensky's just being like, "Wait, what?"
You don't feel like he was being passive aggressive, bringing up that security shit?
No, I don't think so.
I think you see what you want to see. I hate Trump just as much as you, bro, but I think people are being biased because they hate Trump.
I feel like I've been pretty clear that my hatred for Trump is one thing, right? Like I will admit to that. Like I do not like this man. I think he's a poor leader, all these other things. But when I was talking earlier, I give him the props where he needs them. I am unbiased when it comes to this particular moment, just because it's just like, okay, I understand the benefits behind the mineral deal for the US, for Ukraine. I understand what the lines that need to be drawn are, the benefits that the US are going to have over everything, where it puts us in the world stage. There's a lot of things that I can criticize or celebrate that Trump's doing here. There's not a lot of things that I could say I'd celebrate about this situation, because there's not a lot. The only thing I can say is that America has backed the Ukraine to a certain degree that it's not that is willing to, and it seems like every other country is way more involved than we are in this thing, and it's weird to watch that happen. So yeah, let's continue.
Conviction, step forward and do that.
Well, I love this guy. Who are you with?
One American News, sir.
Well, that's why I like him. One American News does a great job. I like the question. I think it's a very good question. It's a pathway to peace. It's a pathway to getting something solved. And I feel that as the head of this country, I have an obligation to do that. Plus, we're very much involved. We got involved. It's too bad we got involved, because there should have been no involvement, because there should have been no war. And there shouldn't have been October 7th. That would have never happened. As you know, Iran was broke. They had no money to give to Hezbollah. They had no money to give to Hamas. They were stone cold broke. And then under Biden, they became rich as hell. They went from no money to $300 billion in a period of 4 years. And they gave a lot of that money away, and you see what happened. And that's a real mess also that we hope to be able to solve. But no, I appreciate your question very much. I feel I have an obligation to try and do something to stop the death.
If I can answer. Yes, if I can answer, sorry. Please.
And I do like your clothing, by the way.
Yeah, really?
Even though I think he's a great guy, by the way. I don't know if you two like each other, but you know what? I think
I like this guy.
I think he's dressed beautiful.
So I have more serious things than answer on such questions. I will answer on more serious questions if I can. Yeah. So please, about security guarantees and about just ceasefire. We can't just speak about ceasefire and speak. It will not work. Just ceasefire will never work, because I'm like president. I have this experience, and not only me. Ukraine before my presidency, from the 2014, Putin broken 25 times. 25 times he broken his own signature. 25 times he broken ceasefire.
But he never broke to me. He never broke.
No, you were the president. You were the president during.
Never broke to me.
In 2016, you've been the president, Mr. President. You've been the president, but he had, of course, not with you, but he had during those periods. He had conversations with our side, and we had Normandy format. The France, Germany, Ukraine, and Russia, and he broken 25 times. That's why we will never accept just.
Okay. Can you agree that Trump is that arrogant, narcissistic, and fucking pig-headed that if Putin did break a ceasefire agreement that he worked on, that he would actually fucking do something? Probably something retarded.
You know what? I'll give him the benefit of that. Yeah, I could see that. Just because it would be something that he wrote down, so he would feel like necessary.
Motherfucker's ego is way too.
Yeah, I'll give you that much. I'll give you that. But Zelensky can't bet on that, right? Like,
I would.
But for sure. Like, I think we would. But I think Zelensky's in a very serious situation where it's just like he has to put some level of like insurance behind anything that he's doing. He can't just be like, I hope his ego works out this way, because I'll conceive that. Yeah, concede that Trump will probably fight a battle that if someone broke his peace, then he would jump into that battle. And then the Republicans would probably be like, it's because he's defending America, right? Like, it would be, though the anti-war sentiment would just go away immediately. So it's not like I don't see that as a realistic outlook. But as he's pointing out, it's just like he's just giving them like the abstract truth of like, hey, we've signed multiple deals here with like Russia, and they haven't kept any of them. We need something here.
Yeah.
Also, Jess, I didn't I didn't know that English wasn't our official language beforehand. I'm just like, was that not a thing? Like, was that just something he just said, or like? So I don't know. I haven't looked into it, but I kind of felt like that was already a thing, but whatever. Yeah, we can continue playing, please.
Ceasefire. It will not work without security guarantees. Security guarantees, maybe President is right about this document and other, but this document is not enough. Strong army is enough because his soldiers afraid, Putin's soldiers afraid of our soldiers when we're strong enough. If we are not strong enough, if we are empty, if our storage is empty, we can't defend our land. Today, he knows that we have, all the world knows that we have meeting, yes? Why he's using ballistic? Putin today using ballistic on our hospitals, schools, and etc. Ballistic. So he knows that we are here and that President Trump is really have goodwill to stop this war. And you hear now the president. So why he's using? So he doesn't want to stop. He doesn't want. But I hope that we will do it. Really, we'll do it. Security. When we speak about security guarantees, when the Europeans are ready for contingents, they need USA backstop. If there will not be United States, we will not never have any contingents, strong contingents from the Europeans, because they don't want to divide alliance connection between the United States and the main and strongest ally and Europeans. And this is crucial. This is important. That's what we want to speak about very much. This is very important. And air defense. So air defense really.
Nev, I 100% understand that.
To provide this,
I
we need
understand
it
that.
very much. Otherwise,
I just thought that was already a
He
thing.
hates us.
So
It's not about me. He hates Ukrainians. He thinks that we are not a nation. He thinks, and he shared these thoughts. I think maybe with your team also. I don't know, but with all the Europeans in media, officially and not, he always said that there is no such country, such nation, such language, and such life like Ukrainian. No, he really doesn't respect all the Ukrainians, and he wants to destroy us. And you're right, Mr. President. That's 2%. This document, maybe other documents. It's a very good start, very good, but it will not enough to stop this person.
Should Russia pay to rebuild Ukraine? Should Russia pay to rebuild Ukraine?
They have to pay. This is the rule. This is the rule of the war. This is the rule of the war. During all the centuries, all the history, this is the rule of the war. Who began, those pay.
Do you agree?
This is the rule. Putin began this war. He has to pay all money for innovation. He has to pay. Of course, some Russian assets, what we have in Europe, about 300 billion, we can use them. We can use for innovation and buy military support from the United States also. We can do it, but it's not enough. It's not enough.
Because I wanted to know.
Wait, 1 second.
I asked this question that you didn't like because I wanted to know if you want to position yourself in the middle between Russia and Ukraine, or on the Ukraine side.
I'm in the middle. I want to solve this thing. I'm for both. I want to get it solved. And it's wonderful to speak badly about somebody else, but I want to get it solved. If we can solve it, great. If we can't solve it, they're going to have to fight it out, and who knows what's going to happen. But I want to see it get solved.
May I follow up? One more question about U.S. troops in Europe. After Russian invasion of Ukraine, your predecessor sent additional troops to Eastern Europe, including Poland, my country. Are you committed to keeping these troops on the eastern flank of NATO in the future?
I'm very committed to Poland. I think Poland has really stepped up and done a great job for NATO. As you know, they paid more than they had to. They are one of the finest groups of people I've ever known. I'm very committed to Poland.
What about Baltics?
Poland's in a tough neighborhood, you know.
What about the Baltics?
The Baltics, they got a lot of, it's a tough neighborhood too. But we're
It's a
committed.
tough neighborhood, guys.
We're committed
Tough
to NATO.
neighborhood.
But NATO has to step up, and the Europeans have to step up more than they have. And I want to see them equalize because they are in for far less than we're in, and they should be at least equal. You understand that? Why is the United States, we have an ocean in between, why is the United States in for so much more money and other things as Europe? With that being said, and as you said, they've also been obviously very helpful, but we have put in far more than they have. And I think they should equalize.
Mr. President,
Please go ahead.
the agreement today, what changed between the first time that Secretary Bessent gave President Zelensky the agreement and today for the signing?
We made a deal. So
What was that?
I'm just, I'm a business person. We made a deal. That's what changed.
A lot of those minerals.
I didn't think we were going to make a deal, and we ended up making the deal. So that changed.
Mr. President, why and how do you envision a trilateral summit with President Zelensky and Putin?
I don't know, but they don't like each other. I can tell you that. Okay?
Yeah.
They do not like each other. This is not a love match, and it's unfortunate. That's why you're in this situation. The United States should not.
That's
allow
why
this to
you're in
happen.
this situation.
Okay? The United States.
Wait,
run by a man that didn't know.
Can we stop for a
much.
second?
I'm going to be very nice.
if anyone's being a condescending asshole, like it's him. Like it's him. It's like, this is your fault. This is the reason I only hit you because I love you. That is essentially what he's saying to fucking Zelensky, dude. And it's so stupid. I don't get it. And yeah, he took the lashings. To be fair to Zelensky, he took the lashings. There was a certain moment where he doesn't, and I'm just like, yeah, but for most of this, pretty quiet. Fucking only spoke when he needed to answer a question or when he thought it was appropriate to.
Yeah. He still should have signed the deal.
I mean, America didn't want him to sign the deal at that point. They were like, get the fuck out.
Yeah.
So, like, they didn't even get to the point of, like, negotiating. It was just like, fucking get out. You made us look bad. Or you were disrespectful. That's the line that everyone's going with, and I just don't see it. We've watched 30 minutes of this, and I've yet to see something that I can draw the line of being disrespectful. If anything, I've seen America being disrespectful to Zelensky.
I've heard him say a couple of times that he wants America to guarantee security, and that it's not being agreed to yet. He's
like it's 2%, but like even in the statement that he just made, he was like, it's 2%, but yeah, that's only the beginning of it. We want to like continue that growth, and like he's just adding on to it. Like he doesn't even like contradict Trump. He just yes ands the guy, and for some reason this is seen as disrespectful. It's strange. It just is.
Every question I've heard, every answer he's given to a question so far, he's brought up the security thing.
Yeah, because he's obviously there for the signing of the deal.
He keeps bringing that up, and I understand it's what he wants, but I don't think it's
it's part of the deal that it's part of the deal.
Continually, like
he's
pushing that in. Just keep pushing that in.
But it's at the other part being like, yeah, we're not gonna security, not that important. It's just like, wait, what? It's like that the most important part to Zelensky. So it's just going against it's not even going against. It's just like being like, okay, why are we negotiating here of all places? But let's continue.
Okay, so what actually is the deal, real quick? Because I haven't.
Okay, so the deal is that we get access to all their mineral mines in exchange for aid, right? It's an exchange for money. So we make
but isn't that what you're classifying as security just before?
What do you mean?
Well, when we were talking about, like, when I said, okay, if don't cry about it on the internet, go put your boots on the ground in Ukraine, sort of thing, like, fucking, you can assist. And you guys were saying, like,
well, no, because like, it doesn't guarantee.
That's a dumb idea. That's stupid to like put your boots on the ground, like sending aid, sending help.
Yeah, no, but that's not boots on the ground, because boots on the ground is what like France, the EU has committed to, or the UK has committed to, right? Putting actual boots. No, those are actual boots on the ground, not.
Yeah, I know.
You're being autistic, if anything.
No, because then I further said, like, we went back to, okay, well, why are you guys advocating to send American troops to put those boots on the ground if you're saying that aid is the best measure? And you guys said no, yeah, because like security that he would want is for us to keep sending like resources and financial aid and stuff like that. But if that's part of the deal, then that is the security that you guys are advocating for.
Yeah, no, the security guarantee that Zelensky wants is like basically in exchange for this setup, right? For you mining our country, and you get to get the material and sell it. You'll get money, and we want some level of protection, right? Whether that be through telecommunications, or like some actual military strength, not just an inherent of like your American workers are here, so Russia will think twice before attacking, right? Because that doesn't seem to dissuade Russia from anything. We can look at Afghanistan for historical context for that as well, right?
Yeah, but if Russia is attacking and American workers get injured, then isn't that just guaranteeing America's involvement?
Not really, because America can just pull out and be like, okay, fuck that shit. We're not going to be part of that. Which has happened with a lot of the deals that they've made in the past that Germany and France and all these other places have agreed to, like being like, hey, we'll help you out in these moments, blah blah blah. And when
come on, dude.
Yeah, but when
can't trust
when Russia encroaches, they didn't show up. So it's just like for them, it's basically been like they've been alone in this battle for the longest time. And
So Germany and French had like workers in Ukraine.
not workers, but they had like specific had like if I'm not mistaken, they had vested interests in the setting them up for like humanitarian shit. And so
Yeah, but that's not what it
technically they had workers, but it wasn't like workers in the sense of like miners.
So they had humanitarians over there.
Yeah.
and They pulled the humanitarians out.
Yeah. Or pulled them back.
Yeah, that's kind of different.
Yeah. So they didn't get involved in the actual battle of the thing.
The
They just kind of,
humanitarians are a cost.
Yeah.
Humanitarians are a cost.
yeah, for sure. And I mean, our workers would be a cost as well, but we're gaining.
No.
Because
They
we're
were,
yeah, no, that's what I was about to say. Because we're gaining because of the material that we are farming
Yeah.
from them. So it's like it's a bit different for sure. I'll give you that. But the minerals itself is just not like. I don't understand where this minerals deal would even get to the number that he's thinking, because he's extrapolating it to $500 billion in materials.
I think it's just bad. It's bad to compare America to like France or Germany because you motherfuckers wouldn't allow that to happen in any other discussion.
Oh, for sure.
But
Like
yeah.
I would say that, but I also don't like we're in a situation where we don't even know if we'd show up to an Article 5 fight, like right? Like if one of our NATO nations gets attacked, we don't know if we're gonna show up at this point.
Yeah, you would. You should be the first people there because.
Well, no, that's why NATO is starting to be like, we need to plan for America not being around. Like, if the confidence was as high as it's always been, right, then we would be dealing with the same situation that we have always had. And then I could give you a little bit of credence to the minerals deal is a little bit better here, right? But when we've shown that when we're showing that, hey, we don't even want to call Russia the aggressor in this battle, it's just like, oh fuck, I don't know where America's allegiance stands at this moment. Especially when you're considering NATO as as the deterrent for Russia. Like it's just like as European nations are stepping back from us, it seems like we've put ourselves in a situation where we're not going to show up anymore, right? Again, to have that summit and not have us be part of it seems like already like the first stepping stone of being like, we're moving on without you. Because they're already planning to I believe France is already planning on replacing the US nukes that are stationed in Germany if the US decides to pull out, because that like Trump went after NATO the first time, right? And rightfully so. I'll actually give him this credence, because a lot of the I think only a few of the nations were actually meeting the GDP cap of 2% that they needed to meet to be part of NATO. So like I'll give him credence there. Like, yeah, he very much stated an obvious point that they're not paying into the system like we're paying into the system. Now, if we fast forward to current times, we aren't even the highest GDP amongst them, right? I think Estonia is at like 5%, if I'm not mistaken. So it seems like the things that are required of NATO have been met, but it seems like the talking points for like, especially having like people like Elon Musk saying like we should leave NATO, has put people in a very I guess nervous situation, anxiety ridden situation. I don't know what you would call it.
I don't know.
But so like typically, yeah, I would agree with you that America would show up to any fight that would involve one of our allies, but for this one it just doesn't seem to be true. There's just no evidence that leans me that way. Also, if you disagree with me and you're in chat, you can hop up here by clicking the Discord link and joining the waiting room. We'll drag you in. Or if you have perms, just jump in. Because we're reaching the end of this, and I don't know if anyone wants to talk about it, but I'm more than willing to. Thank you. Sorry for posting the link. Yeah, let's continue.
Run by an incompetent person, very incompetent person, should never have allowed this to happen. I've stopped wars. I've stopped many wars. My people will tell you, I stopped wars that nobody ever heard about. I stopped wars before they ever started. You can look at some of. I could give you a lot of nations that would tell you right now they were probably going to war.
Yeah, dude.
Right now, there's a nation thinking about.
That's
going
how
to
powerful
war on
this
something that
man
nobody in
is,
this room
dude.
has ever even heard about. Two smaller nations, but big, still big.
God.
And I think I've stopped it. But this should have never happened.
About sorry, just a second. About any negotiations. First of all, I want really to tell you, and I think that everybody understands that Ukraine, more than Ukrainians, nobody wants to stop this war. But at the future, any negotiations, it's understandable that two sides of the war, not Russia and the United States, because this is not the war between Russia and the United States. This is war of Russia against Ukraine and Ukrainian people. So these two sides will be at anyway will be at the negotiation table. Then of course United States, like the strongest partner of the Ukraine, and of course Europe. I think Europe is very important. I want to speak about it with the president. Yes, Europe is very important for us because we really defend Europe for today. All Europeans really recognize that we are defending the line and they have real life and our people are dying. That's why they helped us. And also it's about the NATO. Yes, between, like the president said, you have big, nice ocean. Yes, between us. But if we will not stay, Russia will go further to Baltics and to Poland, by the way. But first to the Baltics. It's understandable for them because they've been in the USSR, you know, they've been one of the republics of the USSR, and Putin wants to bring them back to his empire. It's a fact. And when he will go there, if we will not stay, you will fight. Your American soldiers. It doesn't matter, do you have ocean or not, your soldiers will fight.
Mr. President, would you be willing to visit Ukraine, maybe Kyiv or Odessa, which is going to be at the year of the Black Sea?
It was my question.
I don't want to talk about Odessa now. Let's not talk about Odessa. I want to talk about making a deal, getting peace. We don't have to talk about Odessa. But a lot of cities have been destroyed. A lot of cities that are not recognizable. There's not a building standing. And a lot of things.
You have to come and to look. No. We have very good cities. Yes, a lot of things have been destroyed, but mostly cities alive and people work and children go to school. Sometimes it's very difficult. Sometimes closer to front line, children have to go to underground schools or online. But we live. Ukraine is fighting and Ukraine lives. This is very important. And maybe it's Putin is sharing this information that he destroyed us. He lost 700,000 people, 700,000 soldiers. He lost everything. Yes. Sure.
Mr. President, on the minerals deal. Mr. President, when did you last speak with President Putin, and what did he say that?
A couple of days ago.
And what did he tell you that gave you the assurance that he wanted peace?
Well, that's what I do. My whole life is deals. I know pretty good, and I've known him for a long time. I've dealt with him for a long time. He had to suffer through the Russia hoax. You know, Russia was a hoax. It was all Biden. It was nothing to do with him. So he had to suffer through that, and he was able to do that.
Oh, God.
I think that he wants to make a deal, and he'd like to see it end. That's all I do. That's what I do. My whole life, that's what I do is make deals. And I'm in the middle of a mess because this is a real mess. It's a very dangerous one. If this doesn't get solved now, it's not going to get solved for a long time. So I hope we're going to get it solved. In the back, please.
Thank you, Mr. President. Prime Minister Starmer claimed repeatedly that his government believes in free speech and does not engage in censorship. But his country uses government to arrest people for memes and thought crimes, and even more worrisome is pressuring American companies to censor Americans on its behalf. How can he be a reliable, trustworthy partner when he says things that are demonstrably false on such an important topic?
Well, we actually spoke to him about that yesterday, and we thought they took it very, very
Like,
much too
why
far.
are-
JD
why are
was
we talking about
very
the
strong on
UK
it. So was
from-
I. So was Marco, and we've been speaking to him about it. Marco, would you like to say something about it?
We have concerns, obviously, with the conduct of, particularly as it impacts Americans. And there's real concern that Americans
American speech, which is online, could fall into the hands of British or any country's jurisdiction. And so this is a point the Vice President made at Munich, and I think it's a very compelling one, that what unites us with Europe, as much as anything else, is these shared values, and one of them being free speech. And so if Americans are threatened by it, we're going to need to take action in that regard.
I'd say, look, it's actually a very important question.
We spoke about this in detail with the Prime Minister, the Foreign Secretary, and others at lunch yesterday, and I know that Secretary of Commerce Lutnick followed up in private meetings last night. This is really important. We believe Americans have the right to speak their mind, even if we in this room disagree with them. They have the right to speak their mind in the public square, which is often online these days, and we're going to defend that right as.
Pause. I just want to state that AP is barred from this room at the moment. So, free speech my ass, okay? Free speech my ass. This is not an important fucking talking point for them. They don't fucking care. They just want people that fucking agree with them. That's it. It's just fucking touting and being like, yeah, fucking UK is fucking. Even though I think that what UK is doing is bad, I fucking, you can't just stand here and be like, yeah, we want free speech for Americans when you're barring fucking news agencies from your fucking press conferences. It's topsy-turvy. Doesn't make sense. We can continue. I just wanted to make that point.
As it pertains to American companies and American citizens, vigorously if we have to. I do think that under the President's leadership, we're going to find common ground with our friends in the UK on this question, but it remains to be seen. The principle that will guide us is we believe in free speech in this country, and we'll fight for it for American citizens.
Mr. President,
oil and gas components of the deal, is it all critical?
A little bit. We'll see.
On LNG?
No, we're not really looking for that so much. We got a lot. We have more than anybody in the world, by far. So no, we're not talking about it too much, but a little bit. I think it affects also, but for the most part, no.
And sir, is there any agreement from Ukraine to purchase U.S. LNG as part of the deal, or is that on the table at all?
No.
Some of those,
we don't need that.
Some of those minerals are in the east, Mr. President.
You just mentioned that you'd spoken to Vladimir Putin a couple of days ago. Just to be clear, that's a new call, not the one that you.
I've spoken to him on numerous occasions.
Okay. How was the latest call? What did you discuss? Oh, how did it go?
Are you serious with that question?
I am.
It went well. I think we're going to have a deal.
On the minerals deal, Mr. President, some of those minerals are in the east of Ukraine, not far from the front lines and in areas that Russia has occupied. Will you direct President Putin to withdraw his forces from those areas if there's U.S. interest
Well,
there?
we'll take a look at the time. We have a lot of area. It's a very big area we're talking about, so we'll take a look. I'll study that and I'll see.
And who would protect those minerals if they are U.S. interests? Would that be Ukrainian forces, European forces?
The agreement will protect them.
U.S.
The
forces?
agreement, yeah, we're signing an agreement.
Right, but what if Russia tries to invade or there's Russian aggression in those spots? What
I
would
just
you do
told you, I
then?
don't think that's going to happen. And if that were going to happen, I wouldn't make a deal. If I thought that was going to happen, I wouldn't make a deal.
Some people may wonder why
They ought to focus on CNN on survival, not asking me to
why
this
are you confident
Like,
that those multi-layered
Okay, pause,
such low
Graham.
ratings, I don't think they're going to
This is
survive.
the point that you've been making, like that the agreement should hold it, right? But like when asked directly, he doesn't say anything. Like the deal will hold it. What the? Oh, what is he supposed to think in this moment?
No.
Like it. And then he just attacks CNN because they're asking the obvious question that everyone wants to know the fucking answer to, right? Like, yeah, it just doesn't line up with reality the way they've been framing this conversation. That's why I wanted to go through the whole fucking thing, because everyone's like, he's disrespectful, because in those last 10 minutes, there's not a lot of fucking context that we get. It's just like they're fighting, right? JD pipes up about something, and then they just start, Zelensky fact checks him and being like, hey, these are the fucking actual truths that I'm dealing with right now. These are the things that I need. This is the reason why I'm pushing for the things I'm pushing for. But it's just giving them the historical context of everything that's going on. It's just like, yeah, this is the reason why I need these things. Like, but yeah, we can continue. I just wanted to point that out.
People ask why you have confidence Putin won't violate the deal.
I already mentioned Poland. Poland was under Russian control for decades after the Second World War. When I was a kid, I looked at the United States not only as a most powerful country, richest country in the world, the country that has great music, great movies, great muscle cars, but also as a force for good. And now I'm talking with my friends in Poland, and they are worried that you align yourself too much with Putin. What's your message for them?
Well, if I didn't align myself with both of them, you'd never have a deal. You want me to say really terrible things about Putin and then say, hi, Vladimir, how are we doing on the deal? It doesn't work that way. I'm not aligned with Putin. I'm not aligned with anybody. I'm aligned with the United States of America and for the good of the world. I'm aligned with the world, and I want to get this thing over with. You see the hatred he's got for Putin. It's very tough for me to make a deal with that kind of hate. He's got tremendous hatred, and I understand that, but I can tell you the other side isn't exactly in love with, him either. So it's not a question of alignment. I'm aligned with the world. I want to get the thing set. I'm aligned with Europe. I want to see if we can get this thing done. You want me to be tough? I could be tougher than any human being you've ever seen. I'd be so tough. But you're never going to get a deal that way. So that's the way it goes. All right, one more question.
Hey, I want to respond to this. So look, for 4 years in the United States of America, we had a president who stood up at press conferences and talked tough about Vladimir Putin, and then Putin invaded Ukraine and destroyed a significant chunk of the country. The path to peace and the path to prosperity is maybe engaging in diplomacy. We tried the pathway of Joe Biden of thumping our chest and pretending that the president of the United States' words mattered more than the president of the United States' actions. What makes America a good country is America engaging in diplomacy. That's what President Trump's doing.
Can I ask you?
Sure.
Done?
Yeah.
Okay. So he occupied our parts, big parts of Ukraine, part of East and Crimea. So he occupied it on 2014. So during a lot of years, so I'm not speaking about just Biden, but those time was Obama, then President Obama, then President Trump, then President Biden, now the President Trump, and God bless, now President Trump will stop him. But during 2014, nobody stopped him. He just occupied and took. He killed people. You know what the contact?
2015.
2014.
2014.
Yeah. So
I was not here.
Yeah, but,
exactly right.
Yes, but during
Can we
2014 till 2022, the situation is.
Dude, tell me that wasn't the most senile fucking thing you've ever heard. It's just like, I wasn't fucking here. What the fuck? What are we talking about? Like, I don't understand why you had to pipe in there. I don't get it. I guess he felt slighted in that moment, but it's like, what are you feeling slighted about? Like, he literally just said, thank God for you. Like, what more? Like, and also, we didn't keep track of the thank yous. Fuck, we forgot but he's obviously said that thank you to fucking Trump multiple times throughout this fucking meeting. It just seems like we're gonna pull Zelensky into a situation where it's gonna be, because I think a lot of people think this is a setup because of the way the optics played out, that they're like shitting on Zelensky. But I don't think this was the intended goal. As much as I want to be as fair as possible and be like, okay, maybe that wasn't the goal. It's hard to argue against because you see situations like this and you're just like, fuck.
Yeah, it's not good.
But it's just like, it could just be like negotiation stuff that you're just like, okay, they're litigating stuff in public, which is not great, which isn't going to be perceived great. So that might be leading to a level of tension that we're seeing, right? It may not be like inherently disrespectful. It may not be inherently a setup, but you're seeing all the things because the level of tension that's being existed between the Zelensky being like, hey, why are we litigating this right now? And it's like, okay, if we're going to litigate this, I'm going to litigate it as much as I can. But yeah, we can continue.
Shame that people have been dying on the contact line. Nobody stopped him. You know that we had conversations with him, a lot of conversations, my bilateral conversation, and we signed with him, me, like a new president, in 2019, I signed with him the deal. I signed with him, Macron and Merkel, we signed ceasefire. Ceasefire, all of them told me that he will never go. We signed him with gas contract. Yes, but after that, he broken the ceasefire. He killed our people and he didn't exchange prisoners. We signed the exchange of prisoners, but he didn't do it. What kind of diplomacy, JD, you are speaking about? What do you mean?
I'm talking about the kind of diplomacy that's going to end the destruction of your country.
Yes, but if you are not strong...
Mr. President, with respect, I think it's disrespectful for you to come to the Oval Office and try to litigate this in front of the American media. Right now, you guys are going around and forcing conscripts to the front lines because you have manpower problems. You should be thanking the President for trying to bring it into this.
Have you ever been to Ukraine that you say what problems we have?
I have been to...
Come once.
I've actually watched and seen the stories, and I know what happens is you bring people, you bring them on a propaganda tour, Mr. President. Do you disagree that you've had problems with bringing people into your military? And do you think that it's respectful to come to the Oval Office of the United States of America and attack the administration that's trying to prevent the destruction of your country?
A lot of questions. Let's start from the beginning. Sure. First of all, during the war, everybody has problems. Even you, but you have nice ocean and don't feel now, but you will feel it in the future. God bless.
You don't know that.
God bless. God bless. You will not have a war.
Don't tell us what we're going to feel. We're trying to solve a problem. Don't tell us what we're going to feel.
I'm not telling you.
Because you're in no position to dictate that. Remember this. You're in no position to dictate what we're going to feel.
Pause.
We're going to feel very good.
We're
going to feel very good and very strong.
Pause. Like, here's the thing. If they attack a NATO-aligned country, we're duty-bound to show up, right? We will feel it. Zelensky's not wrong. There's an ocean between us, but if they attack a NATO-aligned nation, we're duty-bound to show up. Now, will we show up? That's the real question, right? But Trump trying to litigate this, like, we won't feel the fucking, feel it. That's retarded.
Yeah, he's not wrong. But he could be wrong for saying it there. And just as, like, that JD Vance faggot's wrong for saying
Yeah,
shit he's saying.
for sure. Like, I think he's just, like, fighting back on what JD's saying, right? Like Vance very much was the aggressionist in this conversation. I mean, he didn't want to be corrected, and then calling his his things propaganda when he brings world leaders over is to show them what's actually going on. It's just like I feel like he's being fair as fuck, and the U.S. here is just not looking good.
Yeah, I agree. I just don't have much to say about politics, though, you know that.
Yeah. Brazilian, we all agree on that. Yeah.
Fuck Brazilian. Whatever he says, I disagree with.
That JD was the one that pushed this over the edge. It doesn't take more than 2 brain cells to figure that out, but apparently our Republican Party only has 1, so let's continue.
Feel influence.
You're right now not in a very good position. You've allowed yourself to be in a very bad position, and he happens to be right about it.
From the very beginning of the war.
You're not in a good position. You don't have the cards right now. With us, you start having cards. But right now, you don't. You're playing cards. You're playing cards. You're gambling with the lives of millions of people. You're gambling with World War III. You're gambling with World War III. And what you're doing is very disrespectful to the country, this country. That's back to you. Far more than a lot of people said they should have.
Have you said thank you once?
This entire meeting?
No,
in this entire meeting, have you said thank you? You went to Pennsylvania and campaigned for the opposition in October. Offer some words of appreciation for the United States of America and the president who's trying to save your country.
Yeah.
Well, fuck you gambling too, then.
Yeah. He is. By the mere fact of not getting involved, like, Russia's not going to stop. Russia's already shown that it's not going to stop. They're in a losing position, and they're still not stopping. So obviously they're not going to stop. If anyone is gambling with World War III, is America not stepping in and helping and being like, hey, we're going to put an end to this by fucking being like, we're the opposing force.
Yeah,
to the aggressors. But apparently we can't fucking do that to the aggressors. It's so weird because we have been heavy-handed with the Russians, right? I'll grant Trump that. We have been heavy-handed. But there's a reason for being heavy-handed with fucking imperialists, right? Like, you don't want to fucking let them fucking take all the land that they want. You want to fucking basically fight back on that. That's why you're heavy-handed with them, because they are heavy-handed. Otherwise, you look weak in comparison. So why would why would the nation that has the power to be like, hey, we can go toe to toe with you at any moment, be the nation that's just like, well, with Russia.
Toe to toe is crazy.
Well, Russia could put up a fight, like, to be 100% honest.
They can't. They fucking barely stand against Ukraine.
We're talking about nuclear capabilities, right? Because the only country that actually has the nuclear capabilities that Russia has is the U.S. Not just like boots on the ground or military armament. Like it's
I
like
don't think Russia would have the same nuclear capabilities though.
They have about about 1,000 ready to go. Like I think it's like 1,300, but they have like 5,000 in like store.
Yeah, what's the range on that shit though? Like what's the
not as far, probably not as great as the U.S. right? But we're close enough that they could fight back against the U.S. if they needed to, or wipe out Europe if they needed to. So it's not like they're no joke. Like they still have the capability to actually wipe out the world if they needed to.
I think if for them to achieve that, they'd have to fight first.
Yeah, for sure. And it seems like Putin has threatened that, right? Like he's threatened to go nuclear. So it's just like doesn't seem like the best place to fucking be like giving Russia any leeway. As the stronger, we can say that we're the stronger nation, but it doesn't seem that way when we behave this way. because we can like go to the negotiating table, but we'd be like, okay, we're keeping both of you in line, right? Like if that's the way we wanted to approach it, that's fine. I'm okay with it. But the way we're approaching it is just like, Ukraine, you need to back the fuck down, and then Russia, okay, what do you want? Give me all the things that you want. Give me a list, and we'll help you out with that. Okay, we just need you to stop. It's just the weird like disconnect that's happening there is just not enough for any country to be like, yeah, America is on the side of freedom or democracy or any of these things that we have basically put ourselves in the image of for ages.
I can see the rationality of treating different threats differently, though.
Yeah, I can.
Ukraine's not a threat to anyone.
Yeah, for sure, but that's kind of the point. Like they're not a threat, so why are we beating them down? Like, it seems counterproductive. Especially when you're negotiating against Russia, that is basically being like, yeah, we want this Ukrainian land. You basically make Ukraine look weak and are just giving all the power over to the Russian side at the negotiating table. Like it even if we're just talking strictly negotiation wise, it puts all the power into Russian hands. But we can continue. We're almost at the end of this, so.
Please, you think that if you will speak very loudly about the war,
He's not speaking loudly. He's not speaking loudly. Your country's in big trouble.
Can I
Wait a
answer?
minute. No, you've done a lot of talking. Your country is in big trouble.
I know.
You're not winning.
I know.
You're not winning this. You have a damn good chance of
We are
coming out
staying,
okay because of
Mr.
us.
President, we are staying in our country, staying strong from the very beginning of the war. We've been alone, and we are thankful. I said thanks
You haven't
in
been
this
alone.
cabinet,
You
and
haven't
not
been
only
alone.
in this
We
cabinet.
gave you, through this
said
stupid president, $350 billion.
You
We
voted
gave
for
you
your
military
president.
equipment.
You
And you
voted
men
for
are
your
brave, but they had to use our military.
What about West?
If you didn't
You
have our
invited
military
me.
equipment,
You invited
if
me
you
to
didn't have our military equipment, this war would have been over in 2 weeks.
In 3
okay?
days, I heard it from Putin. In 3 days. This is something
Maybe
new.
less.
In 2 weeks, of course, yes.
It's going to be a very hard thing to do business like this. I tell you.
Say thank you.
I said a lot of times.
I will say,
Let's go litigate those disagreements.
I will
rather
say
than
here,
trying-
the pause, because that Putin line was unnecessary. I thought it was very much good that he said that shit, because it's a talking point that fucking Russia uses. It's like, yeah, your war would have been over with if we weren't in 2 days. It's just like, fuck, dude. But that right there. If you want to draw the line of disrespectfulness at that point, I would grant you that one. Even though I still think that's on the lighter side, I would say, yeah, it's just like, what the fuck are you just saying? Just Putin talking points? Like, but at this point, it's already heated. At this point, the disrespect has been felt on Zelensky's side very much throughout this whole fucking shit show. So I don't think that he's in the wrong for saying shit like this.
Yeah.
If anything, he would look weak if he didn't respond in kind.
He is weak though, so.
Yeah, well, I think he very much proved that he's not just gonna let a country stomp over him.
Yeah, but he should, to prevent like you can like not allow some words to be stomped over you, so you can stop another country physically stomping over you.
Yeah, for sure, for sure. But it seems like they're giving like all the pro-Russian talking points at this point. It's just like, what the fuck is going on? Like,
but just
do you
because
want to
Russian
help?
talking point doesn't mean it was wrong. I mean, Russia probably would have stomped over them and like.
Well, we didn't come to
pretty
the
quickly.
we didn't come to the aid until like later, right? Like it wasn't like immediate aid. It took a while to get our weapons there. It took a while to like Russia was making moves, and NATO had to show up, and then we started sending our like equipment. So Zelensky was right. Like they fought their way. Like they. But it's just not great look for our country.
Having Trump as a president isn't a great look, full stop, bro.
Yeah, for sure. But here's the thing: a Trump presidency, the worry was that he'd ruin the economy, right? Like that was the big worry, especially when he was talking about tariffs. That's why everyone was talking about tariffs at the time. Now the worry is, will the rest of the country even want to work with us after Trump leaves presidency? And when you have that answer up in the air, that's a weird spot to be as an American, right? Like, especially considering the amount of soft power that we have distributed, right? It seems like years and years and years of work are just being diminished so quickly by one fucking jackass in presidency.
Yeah, I don't know. We'll see what happens.
No. Also, also Brazilian that as well. Like, he would kick out U.S. citizens from the country because we were born here. That was a concern for sure.
Birthright citizenship, stupid, bro.
Fuck, dude. That's how I became a citizen. I need it.
Get out. Apply like everyone else.
Motherfucker, do you hear how I talk? I might as well be a white guy, okay?
You would be like the king of the call center in India. You'll be fine.
It's some bullshit, dude. It's some bullshit. But yeah, let's continue. Let's finish up these 4 minutes.
To fight it out in the American media when you're wrong. We know that you're wrong.
But you see, I think it's good for the American people to see what's going on. I think it's very important. That's why I kept this going so long. You have to be thankful. You don't have the cards. You're buried there. Your people are dying. You're running low on soldiers. Listen, you're running low on soldiers. It would be a damn good thing. And then you tell us, I don't want a ceasefire. I don't want a ceasefire. I want to go and I want this. Look. If you could get a ceasefire right now, I tell you, you'd take it so the bullets stop flying and your men stop getting killed.
Of course, we want to stop the war.
But you're saying you don't want a ceasefire?
But I said to you,
I want a ceasefire.
with guarantees.
Because you'll get a ceasefire faster than an agreement.
Ask our people about ceasefire, what they think.
That wasn't with me. That wasn't
with
with me. That was with a guy named Biden, who was not a smart person. That was with Obama.
It was your president.
Excuse me. That was with Obama, who gave you sheets, and I gave you javelins.
Yes.
I gave you the javelins to take out all those tanks. Obama gave you sheets. In fact, the statement is, Obama gave sheets and Trump gave javelins. You got to be more thankful. Because let me tell you, you don't have the cards. With us, you have the cards. But without us, you don't have any cards.
One question to Mr. Vice President. I'm sorry.
It's going to be a tough deal to make. Because the attitudes have to change.
What if Russia breaks ceasefire? What if Russia breaks these talks? What do you do then? I understand that it's a conversation right now.
You gonna let your countrymen die because you're too proud to fucking bend the knee?
Dude, it's not even about bending the knee at that point. Like, he's still not pushing as hard as he could. Like, he could legit, like, call him, like, a fucking Putin sympathizer and shit like that. But he's just, like...
So he's a coward and he refuses to bend the knee.
He's just, like, sticking up for his countries, being like, yeah, no, we're not... What the fuck are you saying? Which is fair, as their leader, right? Like, there was an interaction that happened with Macron and Trump that I think would have been viewed way more disrespectful than anything that happened here. But no one made a big deal about it. Why? Because Macron is from France and Ukraine. Like, it's so dumb.
No one cares about the French.
Yeah, for sure. But it's also not a country that Putin has a vested interest in at the moment.
They are the world's jesters.
Well, they at the moment they're starting to lead the EU, so I don't know.
Yeah, but
America stepped down, and now the French are just being like, "Let's go," and the Germans as well. And I don't know if a militarized Germany is what the world wants, but fuck, I guess that's the route we're taking.
They had some good ideas.
Listen, they had some, but not all. Okay, let's get through the last 2 minutes.
She's asking, what if Russia breaks the ceasefire?
What if anything? What if a bomb drops on your head right now? Okay? What if they broke it? I don't know. They broke it with Biden because Biden, they didn't respect him. They didn't respect Obama. They respect me. Let me tell you, Putin went through a hell of a lot with me. He went through a phony witch hunt where they used him and Russia Russia, Russia, Russia. You ever hear of that deal? That was a phony Hunter Biden, Joe Biden scam. Hillary Clinton, Shifty Adam Schiff. It was a Democrat scam. And he had to go through that. And he did go through it. We didn't end up in a war. And he went through it. He was accused of all that stuff. He had nothing to do with it. It came out of Hunter Biden's bathroom. It came out of Hunter Biden's bedroom. It was disgusting. And then they said, oh, the laptop from hell was made by Russia. The 51 agents. The whole thing was a scam. And he had to put up with that. He was being accused of all that stuff. All I can say is this. He might have broken deals with Obama and Bush, and he might have broken them with Biden. He did, maybe. Maybe he did. I don't know what happened. But he didn't break them with me. He wants to make a deal. I don't know if he can make a deal. The problem is, I've empowered you to be a tough guy. And I don't think you'd be a tough guy without the United States. And your people are very brave. But you're either going to make a deal or we're out. And if we're out, you'll fight it out. I don't think it's going to be pretty, but you'll fight it out. But you don't have the cards. But once we sign that deal, you're in a much better position. But you're not acting at all thankful. And that's not a nice thing. I'll be honest, that's not a nice thing. All right, I think we've seen enough. What do you think?
What's this negotiation going to look like?
This is going to be great television, I will say that.
Pass.
We'll see what we can do.
Thank you guys. Everybody out.
That's okay. Yeah. Fuck this dude. Like, honestly, just fuck this dude. It's the most retarded fucking thing. It's like he was so angry he couldn't make coherent points. Like he was just like Russia, Russiagate, Hunter Biden's cock, Biden. Like he's just so fucking. He was so lost in the sauce at that moment. And that's why I don't think it was a setup. I don't think he was supposed to get this mad. I don't think that's actually was the. I don't think he would have gotten this mad if this was a setup, right? If like the talking point that this was set up by Donald Trump. I don't think he would have gotten that fucking angry where he's just rambling about random shit that makes no fucking sense. Like that. That shit just doesn't make sense to me. Like he would be like, yeah, we set it up in a way that I am gonna be controlled, right? Like. But that outburst right there, that last part where he's just rambling about fucking Russiagate and all this other shit, fucking making Putin sound like a victim of the U.S. Like, it's so dumb. It's like there's no way this was a setup. I don't see it.
Yeah.
I just think this is how Trump does deals, and it goes to show that sometimes a businessman,
fucking king of the deal. What do you mean,
bro? If this is how you negotiate, I don't know what the fuck is wrong with you. But yeah,
he's good, man. He's fucking smashed as a absolute
but
king.
I think, as we all clearly saw through this whole thing, Zelensky was pretty fucking chill throughout the thing. It wasn't until fucking Vance decided to jump on him that this became a big fucking deal, and I don't think he was being disrespectful in any way. I think he was just returning in kind with what fucking JD Vance was throwing at him. Like when you watch the whole thing, when you like isolated those 10 minutes, I was just like, this looks bad. Who fucking started this, right? Like, it just seems like they're both going back and forth. But when you have 30 minutes of them fucking basically being fucking assholes to this dude, and then the last 10 minutes,
complete fucking wankers.
Yeah, like I think it's reasonable for Zelensky to act the way he did. I think it's reasonable for him to be like, hey, I want some security guarantee throughout this. Like, that's basically all I'm here for. I don't really care about this media shit. But it was whatever. I just don't see the talking points that everyone's are making, left and right, because I don't think this is a setup. As much as people want this to be a setup, it just doesn't seem like it. What up, Grinch?
Yeah, I just think you should have just taken it, dude. Just fucking smiled and cried on the inside and signed that piece of paper and tried to progress to some kind of fucking situation where his nation's secure.
Yeah, again, with the amount of security deals that are being signed by Europe, I could agree to a certain extent. It's just, again, they bitched him around for like 30 minutes, and then like, what the fuck? Then JD tries to pull that shit on him. It's just like, no, fuck you.
You gotta leave your emotions out of it. when it comes to like
it's not even about emotions.
trying to
It's
secure
like
the safety.
when
of
you're like they're speaking ill about the people that you're like representing, right? You're you're their representative.
Well, he wasn't speaking ill about them people, was he?
Yeah.
They spoke ill about Ukrainians.
Yeah, when you're saying like when he was just correcting him about like being like, yeah, no one was there to help us. That's why we were looking for the security guarantees. And it's just like, you're being fucking disrespectful to the people that are helping you, blah, blah, blah. He's like, you don't have the cards and shit like that. That's disrespectful, if anything. Because now you're treating...
Yeah, but he's not being disrespectful to Ukrainians by saying that.
The Ukrainians are being disrespected because when you're treating it like a fucking card game, like this is fucking Yu-Gi-Oh! And you just put a fucking trap card down, like, yeah, that's disrespectful to the guy that's actually fighting a war, right?
Yeah, but it's a business deal, like, at the end of the day.
Yeah, for sure, it's a trade deal. But he wants it more to be more than just a trade deal, though. He's just like, yeah, if I'm signing up the rights, because you're the seller, right? So you get to set the terms of being like, if I'm gonna sell you my shit, I want this to be met. Like, this is the price.
No, the seller doesn't get to set the terms. The market's driven by the
For
buyer,
sure.
the demand.
For sure, but the seller also gets to make like the consideration of that, right? Let's be like, okay, you need these materials, we need aid, and we need some levels guarantee that will be protected in some way. And I think it's fair.
Yeah, it's definitely fair to try and attempt those things.
Yeah. That's why I don't think he was being pushy or disrespectful about any of this. I think
Okay. Do you think no deal at all is better than a deal where they signed up for minerals? Do you think having no deal at all, where America has no stake in anything, versus having a deal?
Well, here's the thing. I don't know. The interesting part would be, let's say Germany and France and the UK do follow up with the boots on the ground, right? If those soldiers get attacked, then I would assume that Article 5 takes place, and then the US has to intervene. So it's not really beneficial for Ukraine to be like, you can just mine us at that point without being like the US being like, okay, we'll also join in. Because you could basically force their hand anyway, right? It's just more like, okay, this is good for me, this is good for you, right? Like obviously I'm asking for help, so I should give you something.
Yeah.
In exchange for this. It's like a barter system, right? So you're basically being like, yeah, this is a good way to do this. So
yeah, I think was in their best interest, honestly.
For sure, and I think that's why he still wants to sign the deal, but Trump was being a bitch that day and decided to kick people out of the White House. And I think that's kind of like the situation we have at hand, that our president is a fucking toddler.
Yeah, but bro, someone comes crying to my doorstep, fucking begging for protection. I'm gonna want them to fucking bend the knee to.
Yeah, but to a certain extent, right? You're not just gonna like bitch them around for like 30 minutes in front of like your people.
Bro, you fucking supported these motherfuckers with billions of dollars worth of stuff.
Yeah.
Already.
Yeah. I think the estimates are like 183. I think the highest I've seen is like 200.
He's wanting further.
But that's the thing. Like when you're saying like, okay, let's say you loaned me money, right? Like you loaned me $20, right?
It's not a loan though. If I let
no. This is just the analogy, right? Let's say you loan me $20, right? When we're talking with like we go out to eat with like friends, and in a conversation you're just like, yeah, I loaned him $50. I think as a person I'd be like, what the fuck are you talking about? Right? Like I think that's fair for me to stop and be like, wait, what are you talking about? You loaned me 20. It's like,
Mm.
Because like inflating the numbers to $350 billion is crazy. Firstly, I don't understand why Trump does this with every number that comes across him. That he basically.
So was the actual cash, like, did you send that amount of money there, or was that like resources and supplies?
With resources, with all the equipment, humanitarian cost, and everything that we sent that way, it's about 183 billion. Right?
So that's what they received, 183 billion.
Yeah.
Okay, so do you understand like the
well, that's all the cost. Like that's everything. That's sending it over everything. That's all of it. That's how much we.
So you're saying that's the cost to transport all the equipment.
Yeah.
That's everything.
Yeah, that's everything.
So that was the cost to America. That wasn't what they received.
Yeah. But they technically you count that as the receiving because if you're paying for it, you still count that. So that's why it's like $183 billion, that's a lot of money, right? Like, don't get me wrong, that's not an insignificant amount. But when he starts saying numbers like 350 billion, it's just like, okay, you're inflating this to like nearly double, and saying that the U.S. pays way more than Europe in general, it's just like, or we pay more than Europe, is just factually incorrect as well.
With inflation, without interest, it could be up around 3.
For 2 years, the inflation has dropped. If anything,
no, inflation has what?
Inflation has dropped during the last 2 years for us.
Inflation can't drop. What are you fucking talking about?
Inflation dropping to a certain amount, or inflation costs were like at the time we ended the money was in 2023, right? 2023, 2024. So it's not even that long. Like, inflationary costs don't even matter in this calculation. But if anything,
well, like
we're talking about
your standard normal inflation, even when a nation's doing well, is like 3 to 4%.
Yeah, for sure. But I think every nation's suffering at the moment, other than your nation.
Yeah. So I'm saying like, just like a normal, we're doing well inflation is like 3 to 4%.
Yeah.
So
even with the inflationary costs, though, like over a year, that's not 350 billion.
No.
It's not even near that. That's what I'm saying. I think that's why when I look at other calculations, it goes up to 200 because they do calculate for that. But it's just like it doesn't really make sense to tout those kinds of dollars and say we pay more than Europe when we don't. It like as an individual country, yes, for sure. Like out of every individual country, we give the most, but that's because our GDP is higher than all these other countries combined. But if you take the amount of money they've given collectively versus the money we give, it's like 49% to 51%. So they're slightly above us.
Yeah. Which still isn't good.
Which, when you're considering GDP wise, like that's kind of impressive. Because they don't have the kind of money we have to throw around, right? Like, obviously. So.
Yeah. That's fair.
Like, you can't expect a smaller nation to match you on dollar for dollar.
Plus, they ain't exactly sticking their nose where it doesn't belong like America does.
Yeah. Well, that is their... Specifically, it is their problem, right? But America has agreed to, what's your problem is my problem. When we signed up for NATO, so, yeah. It's not... America doesn't have a lot of excuses to not be in this one. But I think we reached the end of this. We've been going for how long?
Yeah, definitely.
5 hours? Fuck yeah, let's go, dude.
Fuck that shit.
Yeah.
Soaring's already asleep. Soaring is now snoring. Get the fuck out.
Okay. Any closing thoughts?
Brazilian lad is a fake Brazilian two-bit bitch, half-assed hooker, but he makes me laugh, so I appreciate that.
Based.
And Trump's a wretched piece of shit. Zelensky is a egotistical pussy who should have just bent the knee so I could save his people. And that dude in the fucking blue suit who was trying to criticize other people's fit, that motherfucker needed to go to Specsavers.
Oh, apparently he's Marjorie Taylor Greene's boyfriend, so.
Oh, dude. Like,
already massive L, so, you know.
Yeah. And he fucking squints hard.
Yeah.
Fat face squints, fuck him.
Yep. And thank you for everyone that stuck with us also throughout this whole thing. I know we went longer than usual, like way longer than usual, but I wanted to cover politics today. Because this shit has been just the talking points that are coming out of this is fucking crazy. Feist, anything to say to the stream? Where we go, chat?
Make sure to sub and like the stream.
Based. Alright. With that, we will be seeing you guys next Tuesday. Have a good night.